We are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. Elixir Supplier. Part 1. Chapter 1. Helping someone, surprising magic. Mom, I'm telling you, I'm going to save someone, not commit suicide. Stop fooling around. You don't even know how to doggy paddle, let alone save others. Besides, there is no one in the river. Wang Ya didn't know what to say. He went down the hill and saw someone fall into the river in the village. He then hurriedly jumped into the river to save the person. However, he realized that he knew nothing about swimming as soon as he jumped in. Ironically, the person in the water was not real but actually a doll instead. How unfortunate for him. Who in the village would have such a beautiful doll? Wang Yao thought as he sunk into the water. It had been the last thought before he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found that he was on a heated stone bed in his home. His parents were around him, a frown on their faces. Within one day, the news that a foolish college boy attempted suicide in the river was known by all the villagers. It was just a few acres of herbs. He shouldn't have jumped into the river even if the harvest was bad. One villager exclaimed. The kids here have never experienced any problems in their life, so of course they would be easily affected by something like that. Another villager commented. That boy must not have done well in school since college boys don't normally go back home to be farmers. That's right. Stop planting the herbs. Zhang Zhuang, Wang Yao's mother yelled at her son. Wang Yao's father, who was squatting to one side to smoke, snapped. The people in the village were concerned about their reputation. Wang Fenhua, Wang Yao's father, was so nervous upon hearing the gossip. Economical loss meant nothing, but his son might be lost if he kept planting the herbs. Yes? Listen to Mom, stop planting herbs, his father added. We'll go to town and ask your sister to find a job for you. The child of your third uncle, Chang Mao, is a recent graduate, but he has found a job and bought a house in town. Zhang Zhuang also persuaded him. Wang Yao did not argue with his parents after that, he agreed with them. Wang Yao was a graduate of a famous university. After graduation, he enthusiastically went back to his village to be self-employed. He contracted a barren hill in the village with the aim of making a fortune by planting herbs. It turned out that planting herbs was not as simple as he thought. Enthusiasm was not enough since many things could not be learned from books alone, he had to depend on experience and practice. In the first year, the herbs were infested with parasites, and he failed to recover his loss. In the second year, the herbs had flowers and leaves, but they had no roots. It was only in the third year that the herbs became better, but bad things continued to happen to him. I just quit. This is too time-consuming. Wang Yao said in his heart. However, he still went to Nanshan Hill. It was barren, but there were dozens of chestnut and jujube trees there. The soil was bad, though, so there was nowhere to plant his crops. There was a gentle slope on the hill where he tried to plant the herbs. He even employed someone to build a little house for these acres of herbal fields. In addition, he had electricity wired to his home. He had planted these herbs for 3 years, fighting against the wind and rain. He was really unwilling to give up. Looking at the herbs growing up so well, he reached out and touched them. How about planting for 1 more year, he thought. Detecting herbs, the triggering condition has been reached. Should we activate the system? A cold and mechanical voice suddenly spoke. What is this? Who's there? Wang Yao asked out loud. There was just the hill, the water and the forest around him. Did I just imagine it? Should we activate the system? The mechanical voice spoke again, sounding closer this time. Is it a ghost? Wang Yao quivered with fear before asking, activate what? Got it. Pharmacist system is activated. Scanning data. There was a flash in front of Wang Yao. Pharmacist system? Just then, he saw a screen and a figure panel that looked so much like himself. What is this, an illusion? This must be an illusion. He shook his head, and the screen was gone. Woof, woof, woof. A dog came rushing down the hill. His tail shook as it came up to Wang Yao, his tongue out. It seemed so happy. "Sans Yan, where did you come from?" Wang Yao asked. This dog was fed by Wang Yao, and it had been with him for 3 years. Wang Yao and the dog entered the house on the hill. Wang Yao then laid down on his bed. He felt dizzy. What was that thing? He thought back to that strange system, and then the screen showed up as a projection again. There it is again. After several tests, Wang Yao made sure that it was not an illusion. It was a real thing that could not be explained by science. There were figure attributes, skills, and packages. It seemed to be like an online game. Figure level 1, occupational grade, green hand. Actually, you are worse than just a hand, you're more like a finger. You have the following attributes: Constitution 1, Power 0.9, Spry 0.85, Agility 0.9, Will 1.1. 1 is the average level of normal adult men. Skill, herb planting, a qualified pharmacist who can plant all kinds of herbs. Skill level 0. Is this real? This was so great. It was what he lacked in planting herbs. Wang Yao, who had been wrapped up in his sheets, jumped up excitedly, startling Sans Yan. There was a skill panel. Wang Yao wanted to click it, but he failed. "Why can't I open it?" he asked subconsciously. "You can't do anything. You utterly fail at planting herbs. All you can do is shovel shit." These words were shown in the panel as if it could hear his question. Shovel shit? What the hell? Who designed this? Tell me, and I promise not to kick your ass. Wang Yao thought in annoyance. What is this? Wang Yao clicked the package tab and found a picture of a kettle. There was ancient spring water in this kettle. 1 bucket of it should be used a day. How do I use this? Do I just reach for it? Wang Yao only thought about the kettle, and then there it was in his hand. It was a wooden kettle that was in pristine condition. The kettle was very heavy, and he could hear the water shaking inside. There really is water in here. Is it really ancient spring water? He found a bucket in his room for him to pour the water out into. It was a small kettle, but the water was endless. The water stopped flowing when the bucket was full. So this is magic. Wang Yao looked at the water in the bucket. It was so clear and pure, so he scooped some up with his hands and drank it. It was so sweet. How tasty. He took a bowl from the table and drank some more water. He had 3 more bowls of water, but only then did he stop drinking. He felt so comfortable, and his exhaustion was gone. Woof, woof, woof. Sans Yan ran around the bucket. Come here, you should have a drink too. Wang Yao took out a bowl for the dog. Sans Yan quickly lapped it up, then he barked and shook his tail excitedly. Obviously, 1 bowl was not enough. Okay, you can drink some more if you want, Wang Yao said. Wang Yao and Sans Yan had drunk half a bucket of the ancient spring water. They would have continued to drink if they were not already full. It's so tasty. Wang Yao had never drunk such tasty water before. Chapter 2. 1 bottle of water, 2 acres of herbal fields. I should bring some water for my parents to try. He filled up a bottle with the ancient spring water, leaving just a little bit of water left in the kettle. What should I do with the rest of the water? How about watering herbs? Wang Yao thought out loud. He poured the water into the tank of a water sprayer. Then, he took the bucket from earlier to the dam in the low-lying areas of the hillside to mix with river water. He sprayed the outside of the herbs. He hoped that it would be effective. Among the herbs in the field was a plant called sealwort. It was named sealwort because it could absorb the most nutrients from the soil and the air. The roots grew up casually as tender ginger, and its leaves were large and pointed at the tips. The leaves also resembled that of bamboo leaves, and the flowers were white. The stem was straight and upright. Both the root and stem could be used medicinally. Sealwort was an herbal medicine that could be planted anywhere. The planting method for sealwort had been refined, and the market demand was high, so the price was steadily increasing. Thus, Wang Yao chose this herb as the test subject. In fact, sealwort was easy to plant, but it was only easy for those who knew how to do it. Some could grow 20,000 on, at least, 1 acre of land in just 2 or 3 years. Wang Yao, however, had lost more than 30,000 sealworts on several acres of land in these past 3 years. The amount of money he lost would be much higher if the cost of contracting the hill was included. "I hope I'll lose less money this year," he murmured as he watered. New mission received. Check the taskbar for details. At this moment, the mechanical voice spoke again. "Mission? What kind of mission?" Wang Yao clicked the system after seeing that he had one mission in the taskbar. Mission: harvest 3,000 kilograms of fresh sealwood per acre. Reward: 1 pack of herb seeds. Punishment for failure: the ancient spring kettle will be taken away. 3,000 kilograms? How is that possible? Wang Yao was astonished at that moment. According to the information that he knew, the average productivity of dry sealwood in each acre was 300-400 kilograms. The productivity could be higher if there were more than 400 kilograms, however, 4 kilograms of fresh sealwood could only produce 1 kilogram of dry sealwood. According to the percentage, if the amount of fresh sealwood exceeded 2,000 kilograms, then that was considered very fruitful. This could only be done by a master and good soil. There's no way that Wang Yao could produce 300 kilograms of dry sealwood on such a barren slope as Nanshan Hill. That was simply impossible. Wang Yao walked around the herbal field after he finished watering them. He removed some weeds and tested the humidity of soil, then he went back to his room to record the information. Using his cell phone, Wang Yao tried to search online for a method of harvesting sealwood in a short amount of time. It was already the end of August. The harvest season for sealwood was fast approaching. Wang Yao thought it impossible to be able to produce 3,000 kilograms worth of herbs in such a short amount of time. He spent half a day searching for a solution but found nothing feasible. The answers on the internet suggested rational fertilization and the strengthening of herbal field management. There was even one unreliable answer that said that a special hormone could cause plants to grow rapidly within little to no time at all. There's no solution. Wang Yao got a notification that his phone's battery was low and stopped searching. He then scratched his head helplessly. "I gotta keep thinking of a way." He marked down some reliable methods and then packed his things. He was preparing to leave the hill and so locked the door. He looked out onto the fields and saw something spectacular. How? Why did the leaves suddenly become so green? Wang Yao went to the herbal field and surprisingly, he found that the leaves of the sealwood plant seemed to be much greener. "Am I going crazy?" "Sans Yan, you have to keep your eyes on the herbal field," Wang Yao said to the dog. "Woof, woof." Sans Yan replied as if he could get his meaning. Wang Yao left the hill and went back to home. Zhang Zhuang, Wang Yao's mother, stopped cooking and asked her son to listen to her pleas. She wanted him to give up several acres of his herbal field and go find a job in town, then he should bring home a daughter-in-law for them. "Mom, the sealwood that I have planted is almost in the harvest season, so it would be a pity to give them up now. I will go talk with Uncle Li about the contraction of the hill when I finish the harvest in the fall," said Wang Yao. He did not want to give up his dream, and he was even more determined to continue planting herbs after receiving the mysterious pharmacist system. He even wanted to be healthier and stronger than before. As for his parents, he had to stall for time. He believed that his parents would change their minds when he started raking in profit from the herbs. "Okay, don't forget." Zhang Zhuang agreed with her son, so she did not push him any further. "Got it." "Ah, Mom, you should try some of this water that I brought you." "Have a sip," Wang Yao said. "It's just water, what's so special about it?" "It's sweet and it is better than the spring water on the hill. Just try some." He put down the bottle filled with ancient spring water when he finished speaking. Wang Yao went back to his room and looked over his herbal documents. He was still looking for a way to quickly improve the harvest time of his herbs. Zhang Zhuang began to feel a little thirsty as she was busy in the kitchen, so she poured herself some water from the bottle left by her son. She drank it and she found that the water was indeed sweet. It was really good, so she decided to drink some more. This water really is sweet. Wang Yao's father, Wang Fenghua, came in from outside for a while. Zhang Ziyang finished cooking and she, her husband, her daughter and son all had a meal together. Drink it, your son brought this water. Zhang Ziyang poured out a cup of water for her husband. Wang Fenghua, who was tanned, said nothing as he took the cup in his hand. The spring water was sweet and clear and he felt refreshed after he drank it. His tiredness of working for the whole day had been reduced. Refreshing. It was just one word, but Wang Yao knew that that one word was rare as his father was not a talkative man. Yao, where did you get this water from? Zhang Ziyang asked. A classmate gave it to me. He said that it's pollution-free water. Wang Yao had thought of a different explanation. He could not tell his parents that he gained a magic pharmacy system that rewarded him with a mysterious ancient spring kettle. Dad, Mom, I'll go into town tomorrow. Yes? You should get there early. Zhang Ziyang was happy to hear it. Okay, Wang Fenghua answered as he drank all the water in the cup. Wang Yao was not going into town to look for a job, but rather to visit a nearby family who also planted herbs. He wanted to learn from their experiences and see whether they had good planting methods or not. He was also going to try to find biological fertilizer to promote the growth of sealwheat. Certainly, he wouldn't say that he went out to study the planting of herbs since his parents would be unhappy. Just then, there was a squeaking noise from the outside door. There was a girl when the door was opened. She was very beautiful, she seemed to be in her late 20s and had a slim figure. Dad, Mom, Yao, are you okay? She asked as she rushed into the room. Sis, why are you here? This woman was the sister of Wang Yao, Wang Ru. She was 1 year older than him, she worked for the Agricultural Bureau in town. Chapter 3. Rich handsome men chase after rich beautiful women. I heard that you tried to kill yourself by jumping into the river. Wang Ru exclaimed, I called your house, but nobody answered the phone, so I rushed back in a hurry. Who said such nonsense? I was trying to save someone. Wang Yao said angrily. Such gossip had even managed to reach his sister who was 10 miles away from town. Wang Yao really wanted to give that blabbermouth a piece of his mind. It's fine now that I know that you are okay. I think you should stop planting the herbal field. It wastes your time, you should go to town to find a job. Or you could try your hand at being a civil servant. You have good foundation since you recently graduated from a famous university. Wang Ru sat down and drank some water. When she graduated from college, she was lucky to have passed the national examination and work in the Agricultural Bureau. As an older sister, she was naturally worried about her younger brother. Ah, what is this? It's so tasty. Wang Ru looked at the cup of water in her hand. Your brother's classmate gave it to him. The family was happy and united at the dinner table as the bowls and chopsticks were laid out in front of them. Ru, when will you bring a boyfriend home? Zhang Ziyang cared more about her daughter's love life than Wang Yao's job future. It was an important event in the life of a woman and her daughter was so beautiful and had a good job, she should find a good man. Soon, soon. Wang Ru answered with a smile. Every time I ask, you say soon. You must bring a boyfriend home to me this new year, Zhang Ziyang said angrily. Got it, Mom? I'm so pretty that I don't have to worry about not finding a man. Sister, I do appreciate your confidence. Shut up. Having finished dinner, they sat down to watch TV and talked about some trivial things. It was mainly about the job of Wang Yao, he was center of the conversation. Wang Yao, however, was thinking about his route tomorrow. He had to visit a couple of Chinese herbal growers, but he only had 1 day and the town was a very big place, he needed to have a good plan. The next morning, Wang Yao got up early and finished washing up and brushing his teeth. He went to the hill after he had some food, which was the habit that he had cultivated in these 3 years. Sometimes, he lived in the house on the hill to take care of the herbal field. When he went to the hill, a dog rushed up to him from afar. Sans Yan, morning. Woof. The dog shook his tail happily. What happened? Having entered the herbal field, Wang Yao was immediately shocked. In the herbal field, the leaves of sealwood had become larger and much greener. Wang Yao hurried to open the house and took out a ruler to measure them. A circumflex E with argonek, that's right. It is not an illusion, they really are larger. So the ancient sprint water is working? Wang Yao thought for a long time, but he still came to the conclusion that it was the work of the ancient spring water. 1 bucket per day, so I should water them again today. He hurriedly opened the pharmacist system and then he took out the kettle from the taskbar. So, the root and stem should be watered at this time. The harvested part of the sealwood was its root, which was similar to that of sweet potatoes and ginger. Wang Yao mixed the ancient spring water and the water from the dam with the pump, according to the ratio of 1:20. The entire herbal field was watered evenly. The dozens of jujube trees and chestnuts nearby the herbal field were also watered. Grow up, try hard to grow. Wang Yao watered and said at the same time. When he finished everything, the sun was high in the sky. Sans Yan, you are in charge. He walked around the herbal field several times and then went back home. 1 hour later, he brought some gifts to the house of a Chinese herbal medicine grower nearby. The man was in his 40s, he was so warm-hearted that he told all the secrets that he knew to Wang Yao. He could not help but smile when he heard that Wang Yao wanted to increase the productivity of his sealwood within 1 month. The possibility is slim. You have to plant sealwood for more than 2 years, so the productivity has already been fixed. It can't be promoted within 1 month unless you use some kind of hormone, but then the quality would be affected. So, you would lose more than gain. Okay, thank you. Having left his phone number, Wang Yao left quickly. The second herbal grower he visited was not that generous since he did not want to talk much with Wang Yao. Wang Yao did not stay there for long and instead he just left politely. I guess there really are 2 sides to every coin. In total, he had visited 3 herbal growers in the morning. At midday, his sister called him. Where have you been? Did you go into town today? I am in town, I'm just walking around. I will wait for you. Let's have a lunch. Wang Yao tried to reject his sister's offer but he ultimately failed, so he had to go to town. Liangshan was a county that had existed for more than 50 years. During that time, a lot had changed, including the expanse of the roads and the construction of new buildings. At lunchtime, Wang Yao tried hard to cheat his sister. He went to the fertilizer wholesalers in the county and bought 2 packs of organic fertilizer suitable for the planting of herbs. He went back home with these packs on his motorbike. He did not go directly to his home when he returned to the village since he thought his parents would be mad at these things, so instead, he went to the foot of the hill to carry these fertilizers to the herbal field. Having taken a rest, he entered the herbal field again. Yeah, they got taller. He found that the sealwood became higher than that they were in the morning. He measured them with a rule and he found that they were 3 centimeters high and the leaves were indeed greener. The entire herbal field was so vibrant. Is it because of the ancient spring? He opened the pharmacist system panel and opened the package to take out the kettle. He opened the lid and saw that there was a little bit of water left inside. What is the effect of this ancient spring? Wang Yao asked the system. Ancient spring is water that has absorbed the essence of the hills and the rivers. It can promote the growth of planting and people who drink it will become healthier and live longer. Healthier and live longer? This is so useful and effective. Looking at the kettle, Wang Yao decided that besides watering the herbal field in every day, he would also use some of it for his family. Ah, these jujube and chestnut trees seem to be lush, I'll water you in the future. Wang Yao patted the trees contentedly. When he contracted the hill, it was written in the contract that these trees belonged to him since there were not that many trees on the southern hill. All of them were low trees that were useless and priceless. As a result, the branch secretary agreed to give them to Wang Yao. Chapter 4. All of these are rubbish. He had to find some way to stall the contract for a longer time. An idea flashed through his mind. According to the contract, Wang Yao contracted the hill for 5 years with 50,000 yuan. But 5 years was not enough. What if someone else wanted to contract the hill during the time that sealwood was in good harvest, just so that they could make a lot of money? What should he do then? The key thing was that he should lie to his parents. Yes, I need to think of a good solution. I should fertilize the herbs. He tried to open the organic fertilizer that he was ready to apply to the field but failed. Any synthetic fertilizer is forbidden for this mission. He thought there must have been a mistake and he hurried to open the system panel. Certainly, there must be a reason behind the remark of the system. No fertilizing? But it's organic. Wang Yao tried to talk with the system. All of these are rubbish. You are a disgrace to all pharmacists. Shit. Wang Yao was dazed. It was forbidden to use organic fertilizer, so what should he do? Just water the herbs with ancient spring every day? Wang Yao had to give up when system forbade something. He checked the herbal field carefully and then he went back to his room to think. However, nothing useful hit him, so he went back to his home when it was dark. Wang Yao heard some terrible news when he arrived back home. What? A blind date? His mother had arranged a blind date for him without his consent. What are you barking for? You are 26 years old. Zhao Wu is 2 years younger than you, but his son can already walk around the village. Zhang Ziyang stared at him. No, Mom, can you discuss things like this with me first? Wang Yao was frightened when his mom stared at him. There is no need to discuss. It is decided that you'll meet with her tomorrow morning. I have seen the girl and she looks beautiful. The family is also good. She works in the People's Hospital in the county, so she deserves someone like you. You two should get along well together. Zhang Ziyang threatened him with her words. Oh. Wang Yao replied powerlessly. He hated blind dates so much. More importantly, he did not want to marry right now. He had nothing important in these past couple of years, but now there was the magic pharmacist system. It was the turning point of his life. He had no time to fall in love with someone since several acres of herbal fields still required his supervision. I hope that girl won't like me. Wang Yao had prayed before the meeting. The next morning, Wang Yao got up early and brushed his teeth before eating some breakfast and going up to the hill. Don't be a bad boy. Make sure to come back early. Zhang Ziyang shouted after him. Got it, Mom? Wang Yao found that the sealwood grew a little bit more, so he took out the kettle as usual. Wang Yao surprisingly found that the constitution in the attributes of his body had been 1.1 when he opened the system panel. I remember that it was at 1 last time. Is this because of the ancient spring? He saved some of the spring water especially for drinking. Wang Yao also gave Sanjian some of it to drink, and then used the rest to water the fields and the dozens of trees nearby. Right after he finished watering the fields, his phone rang. When he answered the phone, he heard the yelling of his mom. Come down from the hill right now. She's on her way. Solely? How can that be? Wang Yao didn't want to go on the blind date, but he still quickly packed up his things. He poured out some food for Sanjian and then rushed back down from the hill. He found his mom waiting for him with a suit of clothes when he was back home. Change into it. Really, Mom? No bullshit. Change onto it, quick. Zhang Ziyang raised her voice, so Wang Yao had to change onto the suit. Wang Yao put on the pants and t-shirt and wore a pair of leather shoes. His entire person had been changed when he dressed up. He was very nerdy looking during his 4 years at college, but during these past 3 years he had also become brisk and tough. He was a mixed image and had the handsome looks of Jin Chengwu. Wang Yao was looking good. Go shave your beard. Zhang Ziyang looked at him and pointed at his face. There was knocking from outside at approximately 10 a.m. She is here, and you must be on your best behavior. Zhang Ziyang hurried to open the door and there stood 2 women, one woman who was in her 40s and a young lady who was in her 20s. You are so kind. You didn't have to bring any presents. Zhang Ziyang smiled and led these two women to the house. Then, she introduced her son to them. "Auntie, you have a seat." Wang Yao made tea skillfully. The four of them talked for a while. Wang Yao's mother and the middle-aged mostly woman talked about the daily life of their families. During the process, Wang Yao knew that the slim girl with the thin eyebrows and big eyes was Li Xiaoan. She looked beautiful and she worked at People's Hospital at the county as a nurse. How about we let them talk with each other? Okay. We should not bother them. Zhang Ziyang and the woman sharing the same family name finally went out, leaving Wang Yao and the young lady by themselves. They were a bit embarrassed. "Where do you work?" Li Xiaoan asked first. "At home." As for the question, Wang Yao didn't want to reply but he had to tell her. "At home?" Li Xiaoan was dazed. Her aunt told her that he was a graduate of a famous university on their way to the village. "What does he do at home? Is he a farmer?" "I contracted a hill to plant herbs." "Plant herbs? Isn't that difficult?" Li Xiaoan asked curiously. "It is a little bit hard at the very beginning, but it is better now. Here, drink some tea." "Thank you." Li Xiaoan took the teacup to have a drink, but her hand was trembling suddenly. She was embarrassed but then she quickly recovered. "Do you plan to do it for life?" "It depends. I may change to another job." "In the town?" "Yes." Wang Yao nodded but he had no plans of going to town to work. This was their first meeting and there was nothing in common between them. The conversation was plain and dull without any interest. It was torture for them both. Much time had passed before Zhang Ziyang and the middle-aged woman came back inside. Wang Yao and Li Xiaoan both took a breath. It was almost noon. Zhang Ziyang did want to have a lunch with them, but they made an excuse to leave early. When the guests left, Zhang Ziyang hurriedly asked Wang Yao some questions. "So? I think that girl is good. She has a good figure and a beautiful appearance. She is even the same age as you." Chapter 5. The smell of jujube may have failed. Wang Yao said. He could tell that Li Xiaoan was disinterested just by her last couple of words. "Did you leave your phone number?" "Yes." "So you two should try it out." Xiaoan, how was that guy?" "Not good. He didn't even have a formal job, he just plants herbs at home," Li Xiaoan pouted and said. "Self-employed, so that's good." "No. I heard that there was a recent graduate of a famous university who planted herbs at home and jumped into a river to commit suicide because he lost so much. Isn't that him?" "I heard about it too and I will search for more information for you. Don't be stupid while in school." After seeing off these two women, Wang Yao went up to the hill. He cared nothing about the date since he was focused on the herbal field now. Watering, removing weeds and loosening the soil, the time just passed day by day. During those times, however, his mother pushed him to contact Li Xiaoan several times. She was not that responsive, so he finally told his mom that she had no interest in him. Then it was finished. September quickly came and the weather had become cooler. With the watering of the ancient spring water, the less than 2 acres of sealwood grew up surprisingly well. They had luxuriant foliage and they were even taller than people. "Shit! It's so high, this just doesn't make sense," Wang Yao said astonishingly. Not only had his sealwood grown, but so had the jujube trees. They grew wider and their leaves were bright and beautiful. The branches were also filled with fruit, all of them a dark red color. They were so big and full and the trees had the unique smell of jujube, it could be smelled from afar. Wang Yao knocked several jujubes down and had a taste. They were so crispy and juicy. And what a delectable smell. He had never eaten such delicious jujubes. He quickly knocked some more of them and brought them to his parents to try. "Maybe I can sell them at the market?" When thinking about it, he took some of them and weighed them. They were more than 50 kilograms, but they were just less than 1/3 of the tree. How many jujubes can this tree bear? He brought the jujubes home and washed all of them so that his parents could eat them. "It is so sweet." Where did you get them? Zhang Ziyang said with surprise. She had been in the village for years and she had gone around the nearby hills many times. Still, she could not remember where such good jujube trees were. The jujube trees next to my house and I'm preparing to go to town to sell them. Yes? Great. You should also go to confirm the job thing. It has already been more than 20 days, so why hasn't the unit you mentioned last time replied yet? Wang Yao was shocked at that moment. It was just a lie that he made for his mom when he came back from town, but she still remembered it. The next day, Wang Yao went to the hill to water the herbal field. The ancient spring given to him by the magic system was so special. It could not only promote the growth of plants, it could also benefit humans and animals too. Having drunk the ancient spring in these 20 days, Wang Yao found that the attributes in the system had been changed. Constitution 1.5, Power 1.1, Sprite 1.1, Agility 1.1, Will 1.2. The increase in constitution was the most obvious. He could also see that his parents became healthier and the fur of Sanxian became brighter. Sanxian also seemed to be larger and smarter. All the changes showed the specialty of the ancient spring kettle and it also implied that the system was indeed magical. But this was just a gift at the very beginning, so there must be better things in the future. Wang Yao started to have high expectations for the system. What would he get in the future? After he finished his work on the hill, Wang Yao left for town. He brought with him more than 50 kilograms of fresh jujubes, 1 folding stool, 1 camp stool and several packs of bags. He found a large wholesaler of fruit to take a look at his jujubes, but the counterpart only said one thing: they're worth 4 yuan for 1 kilogram. He spoke with a cold attitude, so Wang Yao was very angry. I'll sell it at a higher price than that. He looked around for a place to set up and finally chose a place exclusively for fruits and vegetables. He put the bags that were used to pack the jujubes on the ground and he sat on the folding stool. He was too embarrassed to yell out to customers, so he just waited for buyers to come to him instead. However, the peddlers who sold fruits and vegetables next to him yelled loud and hard. How much are your jujubes? Having waited for half a day, he finally got someone. 20 yuan for 1 kilogram, Wang Yao said. What? So expensive? That one was astonished and then he just left. Hey, buddy. Is this your first time selling fruit? What is with your jujubes? Why are they so expensive? Others sell at 6 yuan and the highest is 10 yuan. But you dare to sell them for 20 yuan so directly. That's so expensive. You must have no customers. The kind middle-aged man taught him when he listened. My jujubes are really delicious. It should not be that expensive even if they are delicious. You can have a taste. Wang Yao gave some of them to the man. Thank you. Hey. It really is good. That man ate all of it. He found that these jujubes were so full and they were dark red, unlike other jujubes that were green or light red. It was so rare to have such dark red jujubes. There was a unique smell to them. They were so crispy and juicy when he tasted them. There was a little bit of bitterness in the sweetness. Delicious and yummy. Yes, yes, yes. He finally stopped eating after his 5th jujube. What do you think about them? They're so tasty. I have never eaten such good jujubes. Kid, you're selling at too low a price. It should be 30 yuan for 1 kilogram. The man said. How? Wang Yao was shocked. They are so delicious that someone must buy them. A thing is valued if it is rare. There are so many wealthy people in town, so you should listen to me. Okay. You can have more jujubes since they are so delicious. Here is 1 more pack. How can I take this? How much are your jujubes? During their conversation, someone came and asked for the price. 30 yuan for 1 kilogram. How much? The person dazed, and he thought he heard wrong. 30 yuan for 1 kilogram. Why is it so expensive? You can try them and see whether they're worth it or not. Wang Yao pointed at the jujubes in the bag. The man took one of them and wiped it off. His eyes flashed in surprise when he ate it. So delicious. Give me 1 kilogram. Okay. Wang Yao quickly weighed 1 kilogram and passed them to the buyer. Wang Yao thought he should start to take his business more seriously. However, there were so many pedestrians that left when they asked for the price in the morning. So, what's wrong? Should I reduce the price? One vehicle screeched to a halt at the side of the road. There were 4 people getting out of the vehicle, 2 men and 2 women. They were very neat and they directly walked to the booth of Wang Yao. Chapter 6. King of Dates hit him. Wang Yao found that the man taking the lead was the one who came to buy dates this morning. Hi, can I have 5 kilograms of dates please? The man asked. How many? Said Wang Yao. 5 kilograms please. He took the money out as he was speaking. The other 3 passengers also bought 5 kilograms of dates. As soon as they left, another vehicle came along. Several people came off, looked around, and then walked towards Wang Yao. This is exactly what I want. One of them said, I also want 5 kilograms of dates please. Some of them bought 5 kilograms while the others bought 2.5 kilograms. Soon enough, half of the dates in the bag had been bought up. After those people had left, there came more groups of buyers. In less than 2 hours, Wang Yao had sold nearly all the dates he brought and made over 1,000 yuan. Hey, these dates are for you, Wang Yao said as he gave what was left in the bag to the vendor next to him. You are too kind to give me these dates for free. The vendor thanked Wang Yao. No worries, please take them. I have to go now, but I'll return tomorrow, Wang Yao said. That's fine. Hello young man, are you selling dates? Asked a middle-aged woman walking towards him. I'm sorry. All the dates were sold out. But I will come back tomorrow with some more, Wang Yao said. Oh, well, I'll see you tomorrow then. The woman looked disappointed. Bring some more tomorrow, she added. Wang Yao drove his motorbike back to the village and went straight up to the hill without returning home. He picked about 100 kilograms of dates from the tree and filled 2 big bags. There was still some left on the tree. Holy crap. There are so many of them. Wang Yao was thrilled. He was so surprised by the output of dates. He didn't expect one jujube tree to be able to grow so many dates. Wang Yao gave all the money he earned today to his mother after he went back home. Where did this money come from? Zhang Ziyang was in shock. From selling the dates, Wang Yao smiled. He had been asking for money from his parents regularly in the last 3 years and this was the first time he brought money home. He even felt a bit embarrassed. How much did you sell to earn over 1,000 yuan? Zhang Ziyang asked. I sold over 50 kilograms and I charged 30 yuan per kilogram. Wang Yao stuffed a bun into his mouth. He hadn't had time to eat anything after a busy day. Rare what? 30 yuan per kilogram? Are you kidding? I can't imagine anyone would pay that much for dates, Zhang Ziyang exclaimed. Although she reckoned the dates tasted good, 30 yuan per kilogram was beyond her imagination. Of course there were people willing to buy. I sold all the dates within 2 hours. I plan to pick all the dates from the jujube trees in the next few days and sell them in the market, Wang Yao said. The next day Wang Yao went to water the herbal field and made sure everything was in good order. He carried 2 full bags of dates from the hill and then drove them to town on his motorbike. He set himself up in the same spot as yesterday. The vendor next to him was the same guy from yesterday as well and he had already saved the spot for Wang Yao. Hey kid. The man waved to Wang Yao. Morning. Wang Yao, come here, let me help you. The vendor got up and helped Wang Yao take the 2 bags of dates off the motorbike. As soon as Wang Yao had set everything up, an elderly woman came along. She took a look at the dates and then took one into her mouth. This is exactly what I have been looking for. I would like to buy 5 kilograms of these, she said. No problem, just a second, Wang Yao responded as he put a handful of dates on the scale. As soon as the elderly woman left, a Volkswagen Passat drove by. Hello, I would like to buy 50 kilograms of these dates. A man jumped out the vehicle and took out his wallet without even tasting any of the dates. What? Wang Yao thought he misheard the man. Wait a minute, I think I would like to buy the whole bag instead. Just let me know how much it is, the man said as he pointed at the bag. Ah! Wang Yao was amazed. That man must not care much for money. Wang Yao thought. Wang Yao had to borrow the large scale from the vendor next to him to measure the bag, his own scale was just not enough. The bag of dates weighed 60.5 kilograms, Wang Yao made 1,800 yuan from it. Hey, where did you get these dates? The vendor who lent Wang Yao the scale couldn't help but ask. Who wouldn't envy Wang Yao as he made nearly 2,000 yuan just within 20 minutes? I grew them myself, Wang Yao said. Oh, I see, the vendor never spoke a word again. Inside the office of an organization, all the workers were eating the dates bought from Wang Yao. The shiny red dates made the whole office smell really nice. The dates taste so good. One of the workers exclaimed. Exactly. These are the best dates I've ever had, added another worker. Thanks to Zhao, a third worker said. Of course. When I bought the dates the first time, I was shocked by the price. Luckily I tasted them before buying so that all of you didn't miss out on this divine food, Zhao said proudly. How do you think the seller grew these dates? I hope he didn't add any hormones into them, someone said. Oh no. I just bought some for a friend of mine. I heard someone bought the whole bag. That's possible, another worker added. Should we get them tested? Zhao suggested. Everyone in the office stopped eating. Nowadays, people cared more about their health than money, especially those who were in a good financial condition. One of them was especially cautious, his name was Li. He took a small bag of dates to a laboratory for testing as he knew one of the scientists there. The results came out quickly. What's the result? Did you detect any hormones in the dates? Li asked the laboratorian who tested the dates. Where did you get these dates? The staff member asked out of curiosity. Why? Is there a problem with them? Li sounded a bit worried. Well, I did find something inside the dates. Something big. The laboratorian nodded. Oh my God. Please don't scare me. I have already had over half a kilogram of them. Li's face turned white. Half a kilogram? You wouldn't have any problem even if you had another 5 kilograms, the laboratorian said with a smile. You just said you found something in the dates? Li was confused. That's right. These dates are superb. I couldn't detect any hormones or pesticides. On the contrary, I found the level of nutrition, such as vitamins and amino acids, was twice more than the average, the laboratorian spoke excitingly. Wow! Li opened his eyes widely. Right, the dates you asked me to test contain more nutrients than any of the other dates on our records. They could be among the top 10, or even within national range. This is the king of dates. The laboratorian exclaimed, by the way, where did you buy them? How much did they cost? Could you bring some for me? I paid 30 yuan per kilogram for those dates. I bought them from a vendor, Li responded. Just 30 yuan? I would pay 100 yuan for these dates. Hurry up, buy more before they are sold out, the laboratorian prompted Li. Li went straight to Wang Yao's stall in no time and found that Wang Yao was packing up and ready to leave. Hello, are there any dates left? Li asked. Sorry, all sold out, Wang Yao said. Will you come back tomorrow? Li asked again. Sure, Wang Yao said. Could you please save 10 kilograms, no wait, 25 kilograms for me? Li requested. Well, I'll try but I can't guarantee, Wang Yao said with a smile. A number of buyers had tried to reserve the dates before Li's request. The dates sold out so fast that the vendors nearby were all shocked. In addition, 2 bags of dates were sold for nearly 4,000 yuan, which was the monthly income for some vendors. As a result, Nearly all the vendors in the market came to ask Wang Yao where he got those dates. Chapter 7. Things are going crazy. These dates are from the trees I grew on the hill at the back of my house. There were only several trees, Wang Yao explained to the other vendors, but none of them believed him. The ancient spring water is so amazing, Wang Yao thought. Wang Yao packed up and went home before noon. He then went to pick the dates on the hill as usual. At the same time, there had been some whispers of the dates going around the town. I have had the dates tested by my friend in the laboratory. He told me the dates didn't contain any pesticides or hormones. Furthermore, the micronutrients and vitamins found in the dates were twice as much than the average date. They're much better than golden thread dates and lelling dates. This is the king of dates, Li told the other colleagues of the laboratory. Really? One of his colleagues asked. I've got the report with me. I can show you, Li responded. Hey, I just saw that Li from Agriculture Bureau bought a huge bag of those dates. I think the bag weighed at least 15 kilograms, another colleague said. I arrived too late, the dates were already sold out, someone wearing glasses said. My son is a big fan of those dates. He ate 1 kilogram of them within a day. I should buy more tomorrow, another person said. My family loves them too. I asked the seller, he said he'll return to the same spot tomorrow, the person wearing glasses said. Then we should leave early. Otherwise, we won't get any, another person said. I think we should buy the whole bag and divide the dates later on, Li said. Okay, sounds good. The suggestion was welcomed by everyone. It started to get dark. Up on the hill, Wang Yao picked about 400 kilograms of dates from 3 trees. These should be enough for tomorrow, he thought. Wang Yao was exhausted after the hard work. He returned home early to ask one of his friends in the village to lend him a van for transporting the dates. Then he returned home, had something to eat and went straight to sleep. The next day, Wang Yao got up when the sun had just risen. He went up the hill to water the herbal field with diluted ancient spring water. As soon as he finished watering, Wang Mingbao, Wang Yao's childhood friend, came to look for him. Wang Mingbao was about 25 years old and 1.8 meters tall. He had a square face and big eyes. He and Wang Yao had been good friends since childhood. Wang Mingbao was not a good student, he had to drop out of school and went back to the village while Wang Yao was in college. His father worked for the government. Wang Mingbao had made some money from his own business in recent years and had been helping Wang Yao with the herbal field when Wang Yao was too busy. Hey bro, could you help me sort out the dates in the room? Wang Yao said to Wang Mingbao. Wow, you really treat me like family. Jesus, what are you growing? It looks like a tree. Wang Mingbao was amazed by the outgrown sealwort in the herbal field. It's sealwort, Wang Yao said. Sealwort? You must be kidding. And your jujube tree is crazy. How can a jujube tree grow so many dates? Wang Mingbao spoke as he stared at the dates. Did you eat all the dates I gave you the other day? Help yourself if you want more, Wang Yao said. Sure. Everyone in my family thinks your dates are delicious. Now half of the village knows about your jujube trees. How come the dates didn't taste that good the last time I ate them? Wang Mingbao asked. I've got my tricks. Wang Yao winked at his friend. What tricks? I used biofertilizer. Really? What brand do you use? Tell me. It was developed by my old classmate and it's still being tested. It hasn't been put into production yet. Wang Yao was reluctant to lie to his childhood friend, but he couldn't tell him truth yet because the whole system thing was too mysterious. Greek letter epsilon IC, Wang Mingbao said. Wang Yao and Wang Mingbao used up all their strength to carry hundreds of kilograms of dates from the hill to their vehicle. They then drove towards the town. Hey, are you able to sell out all these dates? Wang Mingbao asked. I think so. Considering what Wang Yao had experienced in the last 2 days, he was confident that it wouldn't take too long to sell all the dates. In less than an hour, Wang Yao and Wang Mingbao arrived at the same spot where the dates were sold in the last 2 days. Wang Yao was surprised to see there were already several cars parking along the street nearby. As soon as Wang Yao jumped out his vehicle, all the people from the parked cars got out at the same time. They all walked towards Wang Yao. "Hey kid, I'd like to buy some dates," one of them said. "I want to buy some too," another person said. "Hey, I came first come first serve," said a big bloke. Wang Mingbao was amazed. "What is going on here? Are you guys fighting for the dates?" he asked with a laugh. "Please calm down, I will serve you all one by one. I have brought enough dates today." Wang Yao waved at Wang Mingbao to ask him to carry the dates for him. As soon as the dates were carried to the booth, Wang Yao was surrounded by the group of buyers again. "Can you pass me a bag? I want a full bag of dates." "Here is the money." Someone handed cash straight into Wang Yao's hands. "I want 100 kilograms. Another person shouted. "What? 100 kilograms? Wang Mingbao was shocked. Wang Yao was already used to it. "I want 50 kilograms, said a large fellow. "I want to buy all of your dates. I'm happy to pay 40 yuan per kilogram, a young man wearing a suit said. "What? Who do you think you are?" The crowd was not happy with the young man. "Don't worry, and it's 30 yuan per kilogram. As I said, I will serve all of you and there will be plenty more dates tomorrow. Thank you all." Wang Yao ignored that young man. "Good job, young man," one of the buyers said. In less than an hour, all the dates, over 400 kilograms, were sold out. The other vendors were very envious to see that Wang Yao's dates were so popular. "Are you kidding me? This is not selling dates, this is robbery. I've never seen such frantic buying," one of the vendors said. But the vendors still benefited from Wang Yao's business. Those who didn't manage to get any dates bought fruits and vegetables from the other vendors instead. Although nothing compared to Wang Yao's dates sale. Wang Yao put away all the earnings. "Let's go," he said as he motioned to the car and pat Wang Mingbao's shoulder. "Hey bro, you've got to come again tomorrow." Someone who didn't get any dates called out to Wang Yao. "Don't worry, I will return tomorrow," Wang Yao said. "Let's go, off you drive," Wang Yao said to Wang Mingbao. "You opened my eyes today. Your dates are more expensive than meat. It's beyond my imagination to see so many people fighting to buy them. Even more crazy than the big sales in the shopping mall," Wang Maming exclaimed. "Let's go home." "I'll still need your help tomorrow," Wang Yao said. "No problem, it's my pleasure," Wang Maming said. The two of them arrived home before noon. "This money is for you." Wang Yao drew out a number of notes without counting and gave them to Wang Mingbao. "What do you mean by this?" Wang Mingbao was surprised. "Take it," Wang Yao said firmly. "No way. Take the money back, or our friendship ends." Wang Mingbao pushed the money back. After pushing back and forth, Wang Yao eventually put the money away. After dinner, Wang Yao went back to the hill to continue working in the herbal field. There were still 4 trees with dates all over the places. Wang Yao estimated that all the dates from those 4 trees could weigh over 500 kilograms. He could earn over 20.000 yuan from selling them. While he was busy working, the rumors of Wang Yao's dates started to spread within small circles in the town. A lot of residents started to know who Wang Yao was, a vendor who only sold expensive but delicious dates. Hundreds of kilograms of dates could be sold out in a blink of an eye. Chapter 8. Money was dancing. Wang Yao went straight up the hill to work in the herbal field after returning to the village in the afternoon. He didn't even have time to have a proper meal. He quickly stuffed some bread into his mouth, he was starving. Wang Mingbao came to help in the afternoon. The two of them had been working until it started to get dark. They managed to fill 10 big bags with dates in the end. "I'm exhausted. I didn't expect you to be so fit." Wang Mingbao tried to catch his breath. "Because I work all the time. Working is like exercise to me," Wang Yao said. "In fact, He knew it was mainly the magical ancient spring water making him so fit. Take some dates for your parents. Wang Yao gave Wang Mingbei a bag of red dates. Thank you. Everyone in my family loves your dates. Should we meet at the same time tomorrow? Wang Mingbei asked while taking over the bag of dates. Yes, Wang Yao said. After locking the door, Wang Yao and Wang Mingbei went back home. Mom, I'm home. Wang Yao called his mother as soon as he stepped into the house. Have you sold all the dates? Zhang Ziduang asked. Yes. Here you are. All the money is here. Wang Yao gave all his earnings today to his mother. This is a lot of money. Zhang Ziduang was astonished. You should keep the money yourself and deposit them in the bank tomorrow. No, the money is for you, Wang Yao said. I don't want your money, son, you keep it, just don't spend it all. Wang Yao eventually put away the money as his mother insisted. He was exhausted after a busy day. He went to sleep straight after dinner. The next morning Wang Yao got up early to work on the hill as usual. He watered the herbal field and surrounding trees with ancient spring water. Then, he transferred several bags of dates onto his vehicle with Wang Mingbei. They drove to town and set up the booth at the same spot. More people than yesterday were waiting for them. There were a number of cars parked nearby and some people were even waiting next to his booth. This is really happening. A female shopper said. Yes, this is the first time I saw so many people line up for something so expensive, considering I have been selling fruits for years, one of the vendors said as he looked at the fruits he was selling. They were all so shiny and tempting, but no one seemed to be interested in buying any, not even asking for the price. Holy crap. So many people. This is crazy. Wang Yao and Wang Mingbei were shocked by the situation even though they were prepared to see a large group of buyers. Hey, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you for over an hour. An old man went up to Wang Yao as soon as he jumped out his car. I even took a day off to come here to buy the dates, another buyer complained. I'm sorry. I live far from here. It took me a long time to travel here and the traffic was not good. Could you please all wait in line for me to serve you guys one by one? Wang Yao said with a smile. As the buyers all nodded in unison. It was the first time in the history of Lianshan County that people were lining up to buy dates. Over 500 kilograms of dates were sold out in over an hour. Someone asked. Sorry, I won't come back tomorrow. I've sold all the dates, Wang Yao replied with a smile. In fact, he saved several kilograms of dates at home for himself. Nothing's left. Some people were so disappointed. I know, right? It's still so early. I'm sorry, I only grew that much, Wang Yao apologized. You should grow some more. The dates are so delicious. Exactly, another person agreed. Sorry, Wang Yao kept apologizing. Jesus. Wang Yao was relieved after he got into his vehicle. Hey man, I really admire you. You made over 30,000 yuan just by selling dates from only a couple of jujube trees. How much more could you make if you grew the trees all over Nanshan Hill? I can't grow too many jujube trees, Wang Yao said. Wang Yao knew exactly why these dates were so popular, it was because of the ancient spring water. But there was just enough spring water to cover 2 acres of herbal field plus several jujube trees. As he was granted the pharmacist system, he should only focus on cultivating herbs, not crops. The dates should only be something extra. However, Wang Yao felt very excited now. He earned over 30,000 yuan in less than a week. He didn't dare to dream such a thing could happen to him in the past. Next, the sealwood should be mature soon, and so will the chestnut tree. After Wang Yao returned to the village, he went up to the hill. Looking at the blooming sealwood and well-grown chestnut trees, it was as if Wang Yao saw a handful of banknotes waving at him. Given the popularity of the dates, Wang Yao was confident that the sealwood and chestnuts would be popular too. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Yao's dog, Sanxian, jumped onto Wang Yao, a folding stool in his mouth. The dog had become more and more intelligent after he drank the ancient spring water. He could even understand what Wang Yao said and meant. Wang Yao returned home when it was close to evening. Dinner was ready on the table. "Yao, your Uncle Li just came to talk about Nanshan Hill. Someone in the village wants to work as a contractor on the hill. I accepted the offer on your behalf. You need to go to the county committee to alter the contract. Your Uncle Li told me that we can even get some money back." Zhang Zihuang said. "Okay." Wang Yao agreed, but there was a lot going through his head. His wonderful life had just started after he obtained this wonderful system. There was no way for him to give up Nanshan Hill. He planned to extend the contract, but who knew that the party secretary of the county would approach his mother unexpectedly. Someone tried to get their hands on Nanshan Hill. "I should take action soon before it is too late," Wang Yao thought. It was early in the morning when the first glimmer of sun entered the room. Wang Yao had got up and started to work on the hill. It was almost 8 a.m. when he had finished working. Woof! 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 Sans Yan was barking happily. Wang Yao could see someone was approaching him from the distance. "I knew you'd be here." It was Wang Mingbao. "I told you I'm not going to pick any dates today," Wang Yao said. "I have something else to talk to you about." "Okay, let's talk inside," Wang Yao said. After they entered the room, Wang Yao gave Wang Mingbao a glass of water from the ancient spring kettle. "Someone from the village wanted to contract the Nanshan Hill," Wang Mingbao said. "I already know. Uncle Li came to my house yesterday," Wang Yao said. "Did you accept the offer?" Wang Mingbao took a sip of the water. "I didn't meet with my uncle. My mom accepted it, but I don't want to accept. I will talk to my uncle today. Someone heard you made a fortune by selling the dates, so he wanted to get involved." Wang Mingbao placed his glass of water on the table. "What?" Wang Yao was surprised. The news traveled that fast? No wonder. "Do you know who wants to contract the herbal field?" Wang Yao asked. "I'm not sure. But I heard Li Chuanrong from the east side of the village had been visiting your Uncle Li quite often." "I see, thank you. Don't worry about it. Also, what kind of water is this? It tastes so good." Wang Mingbao suddenly found that the glass of water Wang Yao gave him was extraordinarily sweet. "It's morning dew from the tree," said Wang Yao. "Really? How can just morning dew fill up an entire glass? This is luxury." Wang Mingbao was amazed. Chapter 9. The plants that only existed in a fairy tale. "Could you tell your uncle that I want to be the sole contractor of Nanshan Hill for another 20 years? But please keep it from my parents for now," said Wang Yao. "No problem." Wang Mingbao said, "I guarantee you no one else can get their hands on your hill, not even Wang Jianli." Wang Mingbao reassured Wang Yao. "Stop it," laughed Wang Yao. Wang Yao knew his friend had enough confidence to keep his word. Wang Mingbao's father used to serve as a senior officer in the army, and then he became the vice mayor of the county after he had retired. His family was also the biggest in the village. Every word of his carried weight. After some chit-chat, Wang Mingbao left the hill. After walking around the herbal field, Wang Yao took a small shovel out of the cottage. He dug out a sealwood carefully next to the herbal field. Only the roots of sealwood had pharmaceutical effects. Usually the longer a sealwood grew, the bigger its root would become. "This is it," said Wang Yao to himself. After digging out the sealwood, Wang Yao was stunned. "Jesus, it's huge!" He was amazed. Wang Yao had seen sealwood many times in the past. But this is the first time for him to witness an over 5 kilogram sealwood of over 40 centimeters long. "Did I really grow this?" Wang Yao couldn't believe it. Wang Yao was thrilled after seeing the size of the sealwood. "Given the size and weight of the sealwood, I will definitely complete the task successfully. And the quality of the sealwood must be extraordinary by the look of it," Wang Yao thought. But unlike the dates, which can be tasted to check the quality. Herbs can't be eaten randomly. I should get it tested by authority, Wang Yao decided. Wang Yao took action immediately. He placed the sealwort into a bag after washing it, locked the door to his cottage and drove to town on his motorbike. After he arrived in town, he went to check the purchase price of fresh sealwort at the herb buyer's shop. 16 yuan per kilogram, the shop assistant told Wang Yao without lifting his head. How come it's so cheap? I saw online that sealwort is worth over 40 yuan per kilogram, Wang Yao asked in confusion. Over 40 yuan per kilogram? You are talking about dry sealwort. It's rare that the fresh ones could be worth that much. They would have to be wild sealwort that was grown for many years, the shop assistant said with contempt. Thanks. Wang Yao left as he thought the shop assistant was too arrogant. Then he went to the relevant department and spent several hundreds of yuan to test the quality of his sealwort. Hello? Have we met before? The lab assistant in charge of testing said after he glanced at Wang Yao. Sorry, I don't remember, said Wang Yao. Oh, now I can remember. I bought your dates, they are so delicious. The lab assistant said with a smile. Wang Yao's dates were very impressive. Oh, I see, Wang Yao said with a smile. Do you still have any dates left for sale? Not only was he a fan of Wang Yao's dates, but so were all of his family members. Although the dates were more expensive than average, they tasted divine and were very nutritious. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have any dates left. Could you please take a look at the sealwort? Wang Yao asked. Sure, let's get back to business. So you grow herbs as well? The lab assistant asked. Yes, only a few, Wang Yao replied. Okay, let me see. Oh my God. Is this truly sealwort? The lab assistant was stunned by the size of the herb in Wang Yao's hand. What a huge sealwort. Did you grow it? No, it was from the hill, Wang Yao replied. Fantastic. The lab assistant of over 30 years old gave Wang Yao a thumbs up. Leave it here and come back to get the results tomorrow. Wait, leave your phone number, said the lab assistant. Sure, thanks, Wang Yao said. After Wang Yao left his number for the lab assistant, he walked around the town and did some grocery shopping. He bought some clothes for his parents, which were all designer clothing and worth several thousands of yuan. Now he had money, so he didn't hesitate to buy something luxurious for his parents. He went back to the village straight after he had done his shopping. Mom, I bought you some clothes, come and try them on, Wang Yao said as soon as he arrived at home. How come you spent so much money on clothes? Zhang Ziduang had a big smile on her face although she sounded like she was complaining. She picked up one of the clothes and tried it on. It seems to be the first time I bought proper presents for my parents since 2 years ago. Wang Yao felt a bit teary as he saw how happy his mother was. Wang Yao went to the herb field again in the afternoon. By the time he came back home it was already dark. After he had dinner, he counted 10.000 yuan from the drawer. He put the money in an envelope then walked to the door of the party secretary's house in the village. He knocked at the door then went straight inside as he heard there were people inside the house. There was only one man in the house, looked over 40 years old, medium height, with dark skin and bright and piercing eyes. He looked very smart. The man's name was Wang Jianli, he was the party secretary of the county. He had been in this position for 3 years and had a good reputation. Hello uncle, are you busy? Here you are, Yao, please sit down, said Wang Jianli. Where is auntie? She went out to do some shopping, replied Wang Jianli. Uncle, I want to talk to you about Nanshan Hill. Wang Yao got straight to the point. I went to your home and already discussed it with your mother yesterday. I think it's a good thing to end the contract. Talk to the accountant tomorrow and see how much money should be reimbursed to you. Wang Jianli lit a cigarette as he spoke. Uncle, I don't want to end the contract. I want to extend the contract to another 20 years. Wang Yao said. What? Wang Jianli was shocked. The door squeaked as they were speaking. a woman in her 40s came inside. "Hi, Auntie," said Wang Yao. "Hello, Yao." The woman turned to Wang Jianli and said, "How come you didn't serve him a cup of tea?" "Don't worry about it. I just came here to speak to Uncle for a little bit," said Wang Yao. "When I was in your house yesterday, your mother said something different to me," said Wang Jianli. "But I was not home yesterday," said Wang Yao. "Will your parents agree with your decision?" Wang Jianli frowned as he looked at young Wang Yao, who used to be the pride and joy of the village. Unfortunately, he was just a laughingstock now after he graduated from the university. "I will tell them," said Wang Yao. "Please take my advice, Yao, end the contract. You'll have a better future applying for a government job with your degree." "Someone wants my contract?" Wang Yao changed the topic. "Yes," Wang Jianli replied with hesitation. "How much does he offer?" Wang Yao asked. 20,000 yuan per year for 10 years. Wang Jianli wanted to scare Wang Yao away. "All right, I offer 20,000 yuan per year for 20 years, Wang Yao responded. "What?" The woman sitting next to him exclaimed, "Yao, you've got to have 400,000 yuan for 20 years. How will you get that much money?" "As for the money, I will sort it out," Wang Yao said with a smile. "Your parents will not agree." Wang Jianli lit another cigarette. "So I can't let them know," said Wang Yao. "We had to discuss issues related to Nanshan Hill." That was fast. Wang Yao thought. "I'm willing to contribute an extra 20,000 yuan to the village apart from the 20,000 contract fee per year," Wang Yao added. "What did you say?" Wang Jianli almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. With the magical irrigation system he had, Wang Yao believed that as long as he was not foolish, he could earn at least several hundred thousands of yuan annually. After all, he made a few thousands of yuan only from several jujube trees. So, an extra 20,000 yuan apart from contract fee was not too much. Chapter 10. Herbs on the Hill. Fate brought people together no matter how far apart they were. "Uncle, is Zhao Ying going to get married?" asked Wang Yao. "Yes, we've picked the wedding date, the 8th of October on the Chinese lunar calendar." Wang Jianli was surprised that Wang Yao suddenly asked about this. "Let me know if you need any help on the day. This is for Zhao Ying." Wang Yao took out the envelope full of money and placed it on the table. "What are you doing?" "Take it back." Wang Jianli's face changed and he pushed the envelope away. "Uncle, I have to go. Sorry to bother you." Wang Yao pressed his hand with the envelope against his uncle's and quickly left the house. "Be careful on your way home, Yao." Wang Jianli's wife watched as Wang Yao ran out. After a while she looked back at her husband. He was in a daze with an envelope in his hand. What happened? She went closer to have a look and was surprised by its contents. 10,000 yuan. She thought this was a really expensive present. Youth should be regarded with respect, Wang Jianli sighed. He put away the money after thinking deeply. The next day, Wang Yao got up early, brushed his teeth, washed his face and then had a quick breakfast. He went up to the hill early, as usual, and used the ancient spring to water the herbal field. At the same time, he was thinking of when he should dig out the sealwit. At about 10 a.m. his phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and found it was a strange number. "Hello," answered Wang Yao. "Hello, are you Mr. Wang Yao?" a strange voice said. "Sorry, wrong number." Wang Yao was going to hang up the phone. "Wait, I thought you have sealwood for sale," the man on the phone sounded confused. "Yes, I do have some for sale, do you want any?" Wang Yao was surprised that a stranger tried to contact him. "Yes, how much per kilogram?" the man on the other side of the phone asked. 60 yuan. Wang Yao said what he wanted. "No problem. I want to buy them all." The man didn't even bargain with Wang Yao. "Are you sure?" "I'm talking about fresh sealwood," Wang Yao said. "I'm pretty sure." When can I see the sealwit? The man asked. 2 days later. Okay. I'll meet you at Wangjia village in Songbai County. Call me when you arrive, said Wang Yao. Sure, I'll see you then, the man said. Inside an organization of Lian Shan, there were 2 people, one was in his 30s. If Wang Yao were there he would have recognized this man. He was the lab assistant testing the sealwit for him. Next to the lab assistant stood a chubby man. How was it? The lab assistant asked the chubby man. All settled. Any problem with the tests in your lab? There won't be any problem. I would have already lost my job if I couldn't do such simple tests properly. And you've seen the sample, the dates I posted to you last time were also grown by that guy, said the lab assistant. Rana, really? The dates are truly delicious. I haven't had such delicious dates for years since I was traveling all over the country. Now I have peace of mind. I didn't waste my time coming here all the way from the island. According to the test results, the quality of this fresh sealwit is as good as the wild sealwit. I haven't seen herbs of such high quality. I don't know how many he has. Well, I should act today, in case anyone else reaches there before me, the chubby man decided. Up on the Nanshan Hill, Wang Yao started to dig up the sealwit. He took the sealwit out of the soil, washed them and dried them in a special shallow basket. Due to the windy weather up on the hill, the sealwit dried quickly. It took him some time to work in the herbal field as he didn't have any help. He only dug a small part of the field throughout the whole morning. When it was close to noon, a black Land Rover arrived at the village. It was rare to see such luxury vehicles in the village. As soon as the Land Rover arrived, it grabbed a lot of people's attention. Right, this is Wangjia village, call him. The driver of the car parked on the side of the road and called Wang Yao on his mobile phone. Ding. Wang Yao heard his phone ring while he was busy working. He took his phone out and found the number calling him was the same as the unidentified number from last time. Hello, Wang Yao answered. Hello, Mr. Wang Yao, I am the person who called you this morning. I'm here in the village now. Is now a good time for me to take a look at your sealwit? Sure, just 1 second. Wang Yao was ready to go down to meet this buyer. You are not allowed to contact herb buyers initially, or else the ancient spring water will be taken away. What? Wang Yao stopped. The wine hiding deep in the lane can be smelled from hundreds of miles away. The herbs hiding deep in the hill can be found no matter how far they are. So I can't make initial contact to sell the herbs. I have to wait for people to come to me, right? Wang Yao just realized what the system meant. That's right. Well, how come there was no such rule when I took the sealwit into the town? Wang Yao asked. Because you didn't want to sell the sealwit. Such an unreasonable rule. Wang Yao took out his mobile phone, but didn't know how to explain his situation to the man. He is a big buyer. Wang Yao thought. He dialed the number after some hesitation. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? Answered the chubby man. Hello, yes, and you are? Said Wang Yao. My name is Yuan Shan. My surname is Ten. Hello Mr. Ten, I have a situation here. I'm very busy right now so I can't go down to meet you. You can come up to have a face-to-face chat with me if you are available. Otherwise we can meet on a different day, said Wang Yao. What? Ten Yuanshan was at a loss. This was the first time he came across someone who was unwilling to meet him since he started his herbal business. Normally, he was the one who dominated the business. But this guy was so different. Okay, I'll come to you. How can I find you? Ten Yuanshan tempered up. Whether he was going to buy the herbs or not, he still had to meet this special guy. You can follow the road on the hill and walk south. After turning around a small hill, look towards the south and you will be able to see a cottage. I'm inside the cottage, said Wang Yao. Okay, said Ten Yuanshan. Ten Yuanshan hung up his phone and then drove his car towards the hill. What does he want? Does he want to drive your car off-road? Said the man sitting in the front passenger seat. Are you kidding me? Said Ten Yuanshan. Hey, he's a weird guy. I guess he does whatever he wants, said the man. I hope I won't drive my car into the groove and get stuck there, said Ten Yuanshan. If it did happen, we would have to ask for help from him. Then we could take the chance to rip him off, said the man. It's a Land Rover, which is worth almost $1,000,000. As long as I don't deliberately drive the vehicle into a ditch, my car has no problem dealing with the minor potholes, said Ten Yuanshan. The roar of the engine echoed through the quiet roads. They arrived. On the Nanshan Hill, Wang Yao saw a vehicle approaching from far away. He had to admit that the Land Rover's four-wheel drive was fantastic. It went all the way to halfway up the hill along the uneven road and stopped 20 meters from Wang Yao's herbal field. Oh, we are finally here. Ten Yuanshan got out the vehicle and walked towards the herbal field. As soon as he arrived, he was stunned. Jesus! What the hell is this? Sealwit? He saw that the sealwits were even taller than a human being, and he was completely astonished. Woof! 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 A dog came in front of him and looked at him from head to toe, as if inspecting him. Hey! Wang Yao walked out of the cottage as he heard the dog barking. Are you Mr. Teng? Wang Yao came in front of Ten Yuanshan and asked him with a smile. Yes, I am. He started to size up this young man in front of him. The young man had clean, short hair, a handsome face, tan skin and bright eyes. He looked very different from the other herb growers Ten Yuanshan had met before. Chapter 11. Good medicine is hard to get. Come to my house, Wang Yao said. Great. All of these herbs were planted by you? Ten Yuanshan touched the green sealwit. He then proceeded to look at the sealwit in the basket. All of them were so big. Yep. Wang Yao nodded. This is? Ten Yuanshan was shocked again when he went into the house. He looked at the chestnut trees filled with their spiny bracts and leaves. He had seen many chestnut trees before, but this was his first time to see such intensive spiny bracts that bend the branches. I'm really getting to see a lot of new things by visiting Boss Wang today. Ten Yuanshan exclaimed. Don't flatter me. Besides, I am not a boss. I am just Wang Yao. I am older than you, so how about I call you young man? Okay. Wang Yao smiled. I want all of your sealwit. This is the deposit. Ten Yuanshan took out his wallet and put 50,000 yuan on the table. Great. Wang Yao agreed with him as Mr. Teng was so straightforward. When can I get the sealwit? 3 days from now. Deal. After the conversation between these two men, Ten Yuanshan found that Wang Yao was very unique, and he was determined to become good friends with him. I don't know why, but I think that we've gotten closer just from our first meeting, so how about we go out for lunch? My treat. Thank you, but I have to harvest the sealwit. We can eat another time, Wang Yao responded. Okay, I won't bother you another. I'll go then. Wait. Wang Yao took a pack of jujubes and gave it to Ten Yuanshan. These are the jujubes that I just picked. You can bring them back home to eat. I have eaten these jujubes before and they are so delicious. I'll definitely take them. Ten Yuanshan received the jujubes with a smile and then he jumped into his car to leave. Ash went down the hill. He stopped to look at the hillside when he was at the foot of the hill. There is such talent in this village. What a surprise. Wang Yao continued his work when Ten Yuanshan left. It was just 2 acres he was working on, but he had still been so busy with it. In the afternoon, his parents came to the hill suddenly. Dad, Mom, why are you here? We came to harvest the sealwit. You are just one person, so how could you do it all by yourself? You should have told us, you foolish boy. Although they did not want Wang Yao continue working on the herbal field, he was their son and they loved him very much. Today, Zhang Ziyang went out with her husband and they happened to come by the hill to help harvest the sealwit. You two should stay at the house. I can deal with these. Stop messing around. Wang Fenghe then started to harvest the sealwit. Wang Yao smiled. He felt so warm, since this kind of affection from his father was priceless. The family spent 2 days harvesting all the sealwood. There were 6,500 kilograms sealwood in 2 acres. The 3,000 kilograms of fresh sealwood harvested from each acre is done and you are awarded with 1 pack of herb seeds. Seeds? What kind of seeds? When he went back home, Wang Yao went to his room and opened the system panel's package. There, he found a cloth bag with several seeds inside the size of rice. There were only 10 seeds in total. These are seeds for an antidote herb. The system gave a simple hint. Antidote herb. What is it? Wang Yao searched the internet. Within the 500 miles spanning across the southern Wuju Hill in Jianing County, there was an herb called herding grass that had detoxifying qualities. So, is this the herb? Besides the pack of seeds, Wang Yao also found that there was an increase in the experience list under the system panel. There were 5 more points. What are these points for? Your level is too low for me to answer. 3 days later, 10 Yuanshan came to the hill as he and Wang Yao had agreed. The sealwood filled up his car and then he transferred the rest of the payment to Wang Yao by bank transfer. 10 Yuanshan smiled happily when he looked at the sealwood harvested by Wang Yao. As a successful merchant of medicinal herbs, he knew the value of high-quality herbs. Sealwood especially was in high demand. Most of the sealwood in the marketplace was not organic, and wild sealwood was hard to find, so trying to find quality sealwood was very hard. The sealwood planted by Wang Yao could be compared with the wild sealwood in those remote hills that had been planted for more than 10 years. They must sell well. 10 Yuanshan negotiated with Wang Yao before he left. He should be informed when there were any Chinese medicine herbs so that he could buy them at the best price. The 2 acres worth of sealwood were sold for 390,000 yuan. How much did you say your sealwood sold for? Zhang Ziyang thought she heard wrong. 390,000 yuan. The 50,000 was in cash and the rest of the money was transferred directly into my bank account, Wang Yao said. Looking at the money on the table, Wang Fenghua and Zhang Ziyang were silent. Several days ago, they rejected their son contracting the hill since they thought he couldn't make a living. They, as a family, had also lost so much money in the past 2 years. However, it was a surprise that their son could make so much within just 1 month. They could make a good fortune off of the 2 acres of sealwood. If Wang Yao planted more sealwood, they would definitely make more money. The fields in Nanshan Hill were still mostly empty. I want to plant for more than 2 years. Wang Yao decided to take the chance to change the thought of his parents. Zhang Ziyang thought for a while before saying, "Okay, you just have to try your best." Wang Fenghua was still silent, but Wang Yao knew that his father agreed with him. Don't worry. Dad, Mom, I won't disappoint you this time. He had a mysterious pharmacist system on his side now. The ancient spring water could make the herbs and trees grow up like crazy. As a result, all of the herbs were money-making machines. Wang Yao was relaxed when his parents agreed with him. At night, Wang Yao's parents talked amongst themselves at home. The sealwood is worth so much. How about planting sealwood in our own field next year? Zhang Ziyang said. Planting crops and other herbs should be done by him, Wang Fenghua said. A fortune could be made easily. Zhang Ziyang sighed. They worked hard for 10 years and still only managed to earn 400,000 yuan. But there is also a loss that comes with fortune. Yes, darling. I wish our son good luck. The next morning, Wang Yao went up to the hill. Although the sealwood was harvested, there were still a lot of things to do. The herbal field should be flattened out so that he could sow the seeds of the antidote herb that he recently earned. How do I plant it? Wang Yao was at a loss with the antidote herb seeds off. The hole should be wide, and I can't bury it too deep. Wang Yao adjusted the planting sequence of sealwood for the antidote herbs. He dug up the field and planted the seeds. Then, he watered them with the mixed ancient spring water. Mission: plant 5 kinds of herbs within 10 days, except for sealwood. The pharmacist system just gave him a new mission as he was planting the seeds. Chapter 12. A fish leaping over the dragon, but gaining no bright future. 5 kinds of herbs, including the antidote herb. Yes? Okay. I've got a new job. He had to hurry and think of what other 4 herbs he should plant within the next 10 days. He already had 2 herbs in mind, so he just needed 2 more. Without the sealwort, he could use some of the ancient spring water for the other herbs. The leftovers would then be mixed to water the surrounding trees. The trees were watered for some time and so, they grew up seemingly against the rules of nature. It was autumn, but the leaves were still green. The chestnuts are mature, I should pick them. Wang Yao finished his work on the hill and then went down to the village to run some errands. He went to the village committee to discuss with the party secretary of the county about the contracting of Nanshan Hill. They signed the contract and Wang Yao went to the bank in town to transfer his money. Uncle Lee, this is 400,000 yuan. Wang Yao gave the transfer receipt to Wang Jianli in front of several village party secretaries. Work hard. Wang Jianli smiled and took the receipt. Thank you. Wang Yao said his goodbyes, then he rode to town on his motorbike. He had to go look at the seeds and strains of different Chinese medicinal herbs. He managed to get a loan of 400,000 yuan that fast. One of the committee secretaries asked. It's not all loans. Didn't someone go to the hill to buy his herbs yesterday? The 2 acres of sealwort was worth that much. Another committee secretary commented. Wang Yao was afraid that none of them would believe that his sealwort could be sold at a price of nearly 400,000 yuan. He and his family could not say it out loud either, since others would be jealous. Someone could lose their sensibility and make some trouble for them. Anyways, he will give 20,000 yuan to the village every year from next year, which is included in the contract. For this, we should support him. Besides, we are in the same village, it will be good for our village when he does well. Finally, Wang Jianli made the conclusion. After that night, Wang Jianli came to realize that he and the villagers were wrong about Wang Yao. That young man was open-minded and sophisticated. He should not be taken for a fool. He was young, but he had the courage that others could not compare to. His eyes were determined since he knew his future. Such a young guy like him should be called smart rather than foolish. Wang Yao ignored the opinions of the village committee secretaries at the moment. In fact, he never cared about their opinions. He even rode to Lianshan County on his motorbike. He then went to the supplier who provided him with plants and seeds last time to find several seeds that he had thought of before: ginseng, matrimony vine, Radix gentiani, Adenophoros stricta and Radix ciliaris. Hey kid, what are you buying these seeds for? The seed seller was a 50-ish-old man. It was his first time seeing someone buy seeds of these kinds of herbs, so he could not help but ask curiously. For planting. Wang Yao smiled. In an herbal field? The man asked again. Yes. It might not be successful. The requirement of the soil of these 5 seeds are different and the growth habits are different too. Buddy, you should listen to me. You should choose one suitable herb to plant if you really want to plant Chinese medicinal herbs. Big mouthfuls often choke. The man supplying the seeds persuaded him kindly, so I'll just have to try and see which ones are suitable, Wang Yao said with a smile. Okay. The man listened and picked out the seeds. It is good to try them out because these seeds are so cheap. Wang Yao bought the seeds, then he went back home. Ah? Are you Wang Yao? An Audi A4 rolled up and stopped in front of Wang Yao. The window was rolled down and there was a handsome, fashionable young man in the driver's seat. He seemed to be the same age as Wang Yao. You are, Yang Ming? Wang Yao stared at the young man for a while before realizing that the young man in the car was his high school classmate. Yes. We have not seen each other for years. When did you come back? After graduation. Oh? Where do you work? Yang Ming asked with a smile. I'm a farmer at home. Wang Yao smiled. Are you kidding me? I remember that you had been a student at a famous university. Yang Ming did not believe Wang Yao obviously. Really? I'm not lying to you. I just came to buy some seeds. And you? Wang Yao showed the herb seeds in his hand. Just average, in the Bureau of Education. Although he said it casually, he looked so proud at that moment. Wang Yao remembered clearly that some classmates did not study seriously. They just copied or made up answers for the exams. However, they could still go to college, even with their bad test scores on the college entrance examination. Although the colleges were not famous, the students were from powerful families. Yang Ming was the representative of these classmates. His father was a director of a bureau with great power, that's why he already had such a nice car and good income at his age. It is a good place. Government-affiliated institutions, a secure job. Wang Yao would have been annoyed and reluctant in the past. Both of them were the same age, but Yang Ming was most likely to be admitted by such institutions because of his powerful background, while Wang Yao would find it more difficult because of his common family. It was the cruel reality of society. Connections mattered more than one's own abilities. But Wang Yao had a magic system now, so he did not have to think about it. Give me your phone number, we should hang out sometime, Yang Ming said. Okay. They exchanged phone numbers and talked for a while. Then, they said goodbye and went on their way. Graduate of a famous university, how, so what? Yang Ming sneered to himself. During their time at school, all teachers always praised Wang Yao as a top student. It was said that the college entrance examination was a dragon gate and a fish would become the dragon when it passed the gate and have a promising future. However, today it seemed to be that the fish may not have a promising future even though it passed the gate, it could drop back to the pond and become a leech. Back in the village, Wang Yao went up to the hill. He needed to plant these 5 seeds and they could not be simply planted together. The matrimony vine should be planted on a slope and the ginseng should be planted under the trees. Radix gentiani, Adenophoros stricta and Radix ciliaris should be planted in the herbal field. Wang Yao walked around the house and thought of a good plan. The mission given to him by the system said that he had to plant 5 kinds of herbs, so technically it was okay even if only one survived. Chapter 13. All kinds of jealousy and envy. So, I will sow the seeds tomorrow and water them with ancient spring water. The chestnuts should also be harvested at the same time. Wang Yao looked at the chestnuts that had matured. Some of them had dropped to the ground and Wang Yao picked up a lot under the tree. All of them were really big and were a dark purple in color. I should take them back and fry them. At night, Zhang Zihuang put out a dish of fried chestnuts. It was so delicious. Wang Yao quickly ate one of the chestnuts. It smelled so good and it tasted so sweet. Yummy. Yes. It is so delicious. Are these the chestnuts from the trees on the hill? Zhang Zihuang asked. Yes. They weren't this delicious when we harvested the last year, but it's different this year. Maybe the hill deity knows that I have been working hard for 3 years and it didn't want to disappoint me this year, so it made its presence known. Wang Yao smiled. That's a possibility. We should burn something on the hill to worship it. Mom, you should not be that naive. I have never heard of any hill deity in the village. I was just joking. Wang Yao hurried to stop his mother. It is autumn, so it is dry and windy during this season. You may set fire to the entire Nanshan hill and cause it to be barren. The next morning, Wang Yao surprisingly found that the seeds of the antidote herbs he planted yesterday already had tiny buds with green leaves. The speed is so fast. Using the small shovel, Wang Yao planted the seeds that he had bought from counter yesterday in the place he chose. Then, he mixed the ancient spring carefully to water them. I hope you'll bloom soon. After he planted the seeds, he knocked the chestnuts down from the trees with a stick. He spent a whole day picking the chestnuts down. He packed the chestnuts up and he was going to sell them in town the next day. These chestnuts should be exchanged for money. Although he earned some money by selling jujubes and sealwood before, he had spent 400,000 yuan to contract the hill. He had no money and he wanted to save up for a car since it wasn't suitable to ride his motorbike during winter. Sans Yan, you must keep your eyes on the herbs that I plant. There must be no problems. Before he went down from the hill, Wang Yao looked at the dog sternly. These days, Sanxian seemed to be stronger. Woof. Woof. Sanxian barked to show he understood. When Wang Yao went to the hill the next day, he found that the seeds he planted yesterday were not sprouting while the antidote herb that he had planted the day before yesterday were growing well. What happened? Did I buy bad seeds? At this time, Wang Yao increased the concentration of ancient spring water when he watered the seeds. He then carried the pack of chestnuts to town on his motorbike. He went to the booth that he sold jujubes from before. Hey, kid. You're here again. What are you selling today? Jujubes. The man from before was still there. Chen Kun was his name. No, chestnuts. Chestnuts, how much are you selling for? Wang Yao thought for a while and replied, 30 yuan each. Yep. You will have your customers for sure. Having witnessed the crazy scene from when Wang Yao sold his jujubes, the middle-aged man thought that the chestnuts could be sold for 50 yuan and there would be no complaining. Oh, soon, someone came to ask for the price of the chestnuts, but they left as soon as they heard that it was 60 yuan for 1 kilogram. They looked at Wang Yao as if he was crazy. Damn. You can leave if don't like it, but what the hell was that look supposed to mean? Wang Yao said after the person left. Ah. Are you the guy who sells jujubes? So what good stuff are you selling this time? A man who had bought jujubes from Wang Yao before approached the booth. Are those chestnuts? They're so big. How much for 1 kilogram? 60 yuan, Wang Yao responded. Give me 1 kilogram then. This man did not react the same way as those who had heard the price earlier. Here you are. Wang Yao sold just 1 pack of chestnuts the entire morning, but he was not worried. He ate 2 baked wheaten cakes for lunch and then he read some tips for planting herbs on his cell phone. In the afternoon, the crazy scene from last time happened again. Many people drove to Wang Yao's booth and bought his chestnuts. Soon, a large number of chestnuts had been purchased. Ah. I admire you so much. The adjacent sellers were jealous. Take some and try it. Wang Yao said to Chen Kun. How can I take them? Chen Kun quickly replied. Just a couple kilograms of those chestnuts were worth the same as his income. Ah. All of these were planted in my herbal field. Take it. Okay. Thank you. Wang Yao sang merrily as he rode his motorbike home. Beep. A vehicle honked suddenly. Wang Yao looked back and found that there was a white Audi A4 behind him. The window had been rolled down and there sat Yang Ming, whom he had met several days before. He was in a suit and he looked very suave. Next to him was a girl wearing light makeup. She had red lips with white teeth and her eyebrows were as picturesque as a model's. Tong Wei? Wang Yao. The young girl was also surprised. Is that you? Didn't you study abroad? Wang Yao asked. She came back this year, Yang Ming said. Are you available tonight? Let's get together, I invited a couple of our classmates out. Maybe another day. I have something to do later, Wang Yao said after hesitating briefly. Okay, another day then. Goodbye. Tong Wei waved to Wang Yao with a smile. Her smile was as if a beautiful flower bloomed right in front of him. Goodbye. The car and the motorbike separated and continued on their respective paths. One driver was in a suit with a good car and had a good job, while the other was in casual clothing with a common second-hand motorbike and had a job at home. One used to be a bad student while the other was always at the top of his class. Still, there was a huge disparity between the two. What does Wang Yao do now? In the car, Tong Wei looked out and asked. He's a farmer at home, Yang Ming said with a fake smile. Several days before, I met him, and he was buying some seeds. A farmer? How can that be? Tong Wei said surprisingly. The top student in the class, whose grades were almost on par with the requirements needed to enter Tsinghua and Peking University, both top colleges, chose to be a farmer at home? How could that be possible? Really? I'm not lying to you. He said so himself, Yang Ming said. Tong Wei was silent as she looked out the window. This was the city that she had left for 3 years. Where do you want to celebrate for your welcome home party? Up to you. Tong Wei seemed to be not interested in it. Let's go to Spring of Nanguo. The southern vegetables there are so good and original, Yang Ming said. Okay. Bring me home first. It is a surprise that she is back. Wang Yao rode his motorbike, but his mind was filled with that beauty, Tong Wei. Chapter 14. Magic herbs detoxify all poisons. Tong Wei was the #1 beauty of the school where Wang Yao studied. At that time, many people sent love letters to her and she had a lot of admirers. Wang Yao also had been one of them at the time, which was very naive of him. The girl was beautiful and she was also very studious. She was admitted to a national key university after the college entrance examination and then she studied abroad. After that, there was no more news on her. The last time that Wang Yao saw her was at their school reunion during the winter holiday. She had been so beautiful and charming then. Many people hurried to tell her that they wanted to chase after her, Yang Ming included, but she rejected all of them indirectly. It was a surprise that he would meet the past beauty under such circumstances. Yang Ming would be jealous if he saw them now. Certainly, Wang Yao's family was worse than his and his current job was also worse than Yang Ming's. So what? I have a kettle of water that promotes the growth of all things. I have a hill to plant hundreds and thousands of herbs. I have the magic system, so there are endless possibilities for me. However, Wang Yao was certain that there would come a day where he would rise above Yang Ming. He picked up some chestnuts when he was at home and put some of them in his pockets. He was preparing to go to town to sell them. The next day, Wang Yao found that all the seeds he planted were budding and the antidote herbs had grown a bit taller. Mission: plant 5 kinds of herbs within 10 days, except for sealwood, is finished. You are rewarded with a new skill, detection. It's done? Wang Yao was shocked. He did not think that the mission would be finished so easily. Detection, what is that ability? He opened the system and found a description. Detection, detects the nature of a plant to know its growing status. How do I use this skill? Wang Yao went to the antidote herbs that had been planted for 2 days now and tried to use the detection skill. Antidote herb, magic herb, detoxifies all poisons, it is just starting to bud. Magic herb. Detoxify all poisons? What is this? Wang Yao was still confused about it being a magic herb, but the latter explanation that said it could detoxify all poisons was so special and unique. Only Ebenaceae, ginseng and polygonum could have such good effects. Let's try another. Wang Yao went over to the radix gentianae. Radix gentianae releases heat due to dehumidification. It is just starting to bud. One more time. Adenophora stricta reinforces qi, nourishes the blood and strengthens the body's resistance by removing diseases and dirty qi. It is just starting to bud with argonac. Then he went to the chestnut trees. Chestnut, increase the energy and strength of the spleen and replenishing qi deficiency, invigorates the kidneys and strengthens the tendons. It is mature. This is so crazy. This is basically just a carry-on dictionary for plants. He excitedly tested it a couple more times before he got dizzy and tired. He came to realize that this ability could not be used boundlessly since it consumed his energy. I should go back and sleep. There will be a lot of things to do. Besides the special skill, the experience bar increased and there were 8 more bonus points. Wang Yao finished the work in the herbal field and then went to town to sell the chestnuts. All his chestnuts were sold within 2 hours, so he decided to go home early to pick up the rest of chestnuts. He peeled all of them and packed them into a sack so he could sell them again at the booth. The next morning, he was busy in the herbal field when there was a voice suddenly. Mission: dispense your herbal medicine within 1 month. Failure will result in a deduction of any of the host's body attributes. Dispense my formulas. What is this mission? Wang Yao was confused after hearing it. The punishment was also stricter. The highest body attribute he had was Constitution at 1.5 points. He would be a useless person if points were to be deducted from him. System, what do you mean by dispensing my herbal medicine? Wang Yao asked. The herbal medicine should be strictly made by you and 100% original. 100% original? Why is this so difficult? He knew nothing about making his own herbal medicine. What should I do? When he went back home, Wang Yao acted quickly. He turned on the computer to search for anything about formulas. The book, Invaluable Prescriptions for Ready Reference, written by a famous doctor in ancient times, Sun Samiro, should be the most famous in this aspect since it contained many precious Chinese medicine formulas. Can I improve some of these formulas to make them my own? Thinking about it, Wang Yao became excited. He went to his room to study Invaluable Prescriptions for Ready Reference after he finished eating. Then, he found that the herbal medicine that he dispensed needed all kinds of herbs, so he marked down some of them so he could buy them and try them out. The next day, he went to town with the sack of chestnuts when he finished the working on the hill. The sales were much faster than before and all of the chestnuts were sold out quickly. Sir, how much for 1 kilogram? It was the voice of a girl. 60 yuan. Wang Yao, who was preparing to pack up his booth, did not raise his head. That's so expensive, can you mark it down? Sorry, I'm afraid I can't. Okay, give me 1.5 kilograms then. Okay, wait a minute. Wang Yao turned around to read the weight of the chestnuts. He found that there was a woman in casual clothing with long legs in front of him. Her waist was slim, and her long hair was curly. Wang Yao. Tong Wei. Wang Yao realized who it was and was shocked. It was the female classmate sitting in the car of Yang Ming yesterday. It was unexpected that they would meet in this way. What a coincidence. Yes? What a coincidence. Tong Wei looked at her classmate with a smile. She was so surprised. Why do you sell chestnuts here? I plant them at home and I just sell them since there are too many. Here you are. Try them. Wang Yao packed up a bag without weighing it and gave it to Tong Wei. How much? Stop joking. Just try them and tell me if you want some more. Oh, I'll just take them then. Tong Wei accepted the bag politely. Hey, how about I leave my contact info with you? Okay. Yang Ming told me that you farm at home. The beauty smiled and she seemed more beautiful than a flower at that moment. Chapter 15. A hen doing a catwalk. The same profession would be different when it was talked about by others. For example, Wang Yao planting herbs was seen as just a lowly farmer at home by Yang Ming. If it was said by Tong Wei, on the other hand, it was deemed as cultivation. Yes? I just do it by myself, Wang Yao said with a smile. You must remember to treat me when you become a boss. Tong Wei said. I will. Wang Yao continued to smile. The two of them chatted for a while and exchanged contact information with each other. Then, Tong Wei said goodbye and left. Young man, was that your classmate? Chen Kun asked curiously. Yep, why? She looks so beautiful. Is she still available? I don't know. So, you should hurry up and ask her. You should take action quickly if she is still available. Chen Kun smiled. Wang Yao just laughed when he listened to those words. Stop laughing. Young man, I can read someone's status. She has good luck and she seems to be unique and wealthy. It would be a good thing to marry her. Chen Kun spoke with so much determination it seemed to be true. Stop kidding around. Thank you for your advice though. These chestnuts are for you. Wang Yao gave the rest of the chestnuts to Chen Kun. Ah. You must believe in me. I don't tell this to people who are not my friends. Okay, thank you. I am ready to go home. See you next time. Ah, you? Having packed up his things, Wang Yao rode his motorbike and left to go to the nearby medicine shop. Then, he bought the Chinese medicine according to the prescription that he had given out before. He also bought a large heavy container with a lid exclusively to boil Chinese herbs. When he went back home, he changed the percentage of these medicine formula according to the description in Invaluable Prescriptions for Ready Reference. Then, he boiled all of them in the container and the herbs were mixed together to form a dark, overburnt liquid. The room was filled with a strange and pungent air. "Yao, what are you doing?" Zhang Ziyang, who entered the room from outside, smelled the pungent air, so she rushed to the kitchen. Wang Yao was staring at his dark black mixture of burnt herbs. "Fail?" Wang Yao sighed. "What are you doing?" Zhang Ziyang asked. "It's fine, Mom. I'm doing an experiment." Wang Yao stood up to pour the failed liquid into the garbage can in the yard. "You should not tinker with things. Look, now the whole house is so smelly." Wang Yao replied, but he decided to keep testing. There was just 1 month left, he would near dead if he could not finish the mission. At night, all was quiet except for one cackling hen in Wang Yao's yard. "What's going on? Is there someone there?" Wang Yao turned on the light and entered the yard. Suddenly, he was shocked by what he saw. The hen took a couple wobbly steps that almost resembled a catwalk. It shook its head on the 3rd step and it shook its tail on the 4th. Nor what the hell? Did it become a monster? What is that hen doing? Square dancing? Wang Yao's mother went out with her coat on. The hen continued to cackle as it casually catwalked around. "Does it deliver eggs? Have you ever seen a hen walk around like that when it was about to lay an egg? Did it eat something bad?" Zhang Ziyang said. "Eat something bad?" Wang Yao went to the garbage can to check with his flashlight. The leftovers of the medicinal herbs he made earlier were clearly eaten by the hen. Did it eat the leftovers of those herbs? The hen stopped cackling in the yard after an hour. "System, is the formula an original of mine?" Wang Yao asked. "No." "Why?" He looked at the word on the screen confusingly. "Medicine cures and strengthens the body." Several words were written on the screen. "What do you mean?" Wang Yao was confused for a bit before he came to a realization. The concoction he modified according to Invaluable Prescriptions for Ready Reference could not cure diseases. Rather, there were adverse effects according to the situation of the hen. It was so difficult to make a unique formula. The next day, Wang Yao went back home when he had finished working in the herbal field. Then, he purchased some books online. The books were mainly related to the knowledge of Chinese medicine and some theories of traditional Chinese medicine. He had to find some inspiration from these documents. During the daytime, Wang Yao still tried to create his formula, so the house was filled with the air of Chinese medicine. Finally, he had no choice but to move to the house on the hill to carry on experimentation. 3 days later, the books that he purchased had been delivered to his home. He read through them carefully in hopes of finding a solution. The process of learning and experimenting spanned over a couple of days. During this time, Wang Yao had wasted so many herbs and he still couldn't fulfill the mission. "I'm headed in the wrong direction." That afternoon, Wang Yao left his room and thought about how to approach his problem. Before, the seeds that he planted had started to bud and grow only within a couple of days. With the help of the ancient spring water, the growth was phenomenal. What surprised him the most was that there were already leaves sprouting from the antidote herbs, and he had planted those the earliest. There were 3 leaves in one strain and they were in the shape of a heart. "I'm confused on how to use the licorice roots according to what the system said." Liangshan County, a first aid center in People's Hospital. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The emergency personnel team rushed by with a stretcher. There was a young man on the gurney and his face was an unusual dark red color. He looked like he was burning up. Heart rate 145. BP 120/180. Inject lidocaine 5 milliliters. There was a group of medical staff leading in front and a frantic family quickly followed behind them. Soon, they were separated by a door. "What happened to Zyrosi?" "I don't know. We were having fun on the hill, but then he started screaming suddenly. Then he dropped to the ground and his body was twitching. Soon, He got dizzy and that's when we called 120. What's wrong? What's going on? A woman in her 40s asked anxiously. The man they rushed into the emergency room was her only son. Aunt, don't you worry about him. We should trust the doctor, a young man persuaded her kindly. Time flew by and the family waited anxiously outside. Finally, the door opened and a doctor walked out. Doctor, what's wrong with my son? The woman rushed up to the doctor. We did our best, but our efforts were still ineffective. I advise you to prepare for the worst. What? The woman exclaimed in shock before falling to the floor and crying. My son. Aunt, you should be calm, one family member said. Chapter 16. One bowl of water cures severe poison. What can I do? Wang Yao thought. After 10 days of busy work, no progress was made. But Wang Yao's knowledge in medicine and pharmacology had increased. The herbs on the hill also grew very well. During the 10 days, the growth of the herbs was extremely fast. It was as if those herbs had been growing for several months. Woof! 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 Sanxian started to bark as Wang Yao was sitting on a stool and staring blankly towards the far end of the hill. Soon, he saw someone appear in front of him. The person was very tall with a square, masculine face. The person was his good friend Wang Mingbao. Yo, you started to grow new herbs? Asked Wang Mingbao. Yeah. Grab a stool in the cottage and help yourself, said Wang Yao. Wang Mingbao sat down, lit a cigarette, took a drag, then blew a smoke ring. Don't smoke on the hill, said Wang Yao. Come on, it's just one cigarette, Wang Mingbao said. Do you remember the guy who followed us all the time when we were young? Wang Zixiro? Asked Wang Yao. Yeah, you remember him, said Wang Mingbao. How could I forget him? He was so clingy at that time. I actually met him a few days ago. Why did you mention him? Wang Yao asked with a smile. In fact, Wang Zixiro was a distant relative of Wang Yao and Wang Mingbao. Wang Zixiro always followed them when he was young. They were the same age and grew up together. The three of them had been good friends since childhood. The relationship among the three families was also very good, so they often hung out together. I heard he's hospitalized in the town now. He's very sick, said Wang Mingbao. When did it happen? Asked Wang Yao worriedly. The day before yesterday. I heard he's in bad condition. The doctors in the hospital have notified his family to prepare for the worst, said Wang Mingbao. Let's go to the hospital to visit him, said Wang Yao. I was going to do the same. That's why I came here. The two of them went down the hill and headed to the town. They bought some presents before visiting the hospital. In the hospital they found Wang Zixiro's room and went straight inside. They saw a person lying in the hospital bed, unconscious, his face blue and dark. This person was Wang Zixiro. His parents were sitting on the other two vacant hospital beds. His mother was sobbing silently while his father looked gloomy with his eyebrows furrowed. After all, it was hard work to raise a child and suddenly, their son's life was in danger. Who wouldn't feel sad? Uncle, Auntie, called Wang Yao and Wang Mingbao. Yao, Mingbao, why are you both here? Asked Wang Zixiro's mother. I heard Zixiro is sick. So we came here to see if he got any better, said Wang Yao. No, he is still in a coma, Wang Zixiro's father sighed. What is the diagnosis? How did he get so sick? Asked Wang Yao. It's poison. The doctor said he was poisoned but he's not sure by what. They only know that the poison was very toxic, and they couldn't control it, said Wang Zixiro's father. Raw poison? As soon as Wang Yao heard the word, he became speechless. Why hasn't he been transferred to a bigger hospital? Asked Wang Mingbao. After all, the resources of the hospital in the town were limited. The doctors here hadn't seen many symptoms and diseases, let alone treated them. Wang Zixiro could have possibly been cured if he had been transferred to a bigger hospital. The doctors here said Zixiro's condition could get worse, and he could even die during the process of a hospital transfer, said Wang Zixiro's father. Again. Not only could they not cure the patient, but they also didn't allow the patient to go to another hospital. Doctors nowadays don't want to take any responsibility. Wang Mingbei sighed after he heard what Wang Zixiro's father said. He felt angry, but helpless. Maybe I have a way to treat him, said Wang Yao quietly. What did you say? Asked Wang Mingbei. Nothing, said Wang Yao. Wang Yao and Wang Mingbei sat in the hospital room for a while and talked with Wang Zixiro's parents. After a while, Wang Yao hinted at Wang Mingbei that it was time for them to leave. Wang Mingbei understood right away. He knew they couldn't do much for them and it wasn't appropriate for them to stay for too long. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry too much. We have to go now. Call us if you need us, said Wang Yao. Okay, thank you for coming, said Wang Zixiro's parents. Don't worry about it. We are all from the same village and grew up together. This is the least we can do, said Wang Yao. The two of them then left the hospital. Hey, how come Zixiro was suddenly poisoned? What kind of poison could it be? Asked Wang Mingbei curiously after they walked out of the hospital. How would I know? Even the doctors couldn't tell, Wang Yao said. Zixiro probably went to climb a hill with his friends. I assume he came across something very poisonous. But I never heard of anything particularly poisonous in our village, scorpions, centipedes and poisonous mushroom at most. And it is autumn now, the chances of being poisoned by those things are even lower. I just spoke to him the day before yesterday. He was quite healthy. I didn't expect this could happen to him. On his way home, Wang Yao was absorbed in the thought of obtaining an antidote herb from his magical herbal system, which hopefully could detoxify all the poisons. Could my system save Wang Zixiro? Thought Wang Yao. After returning to the village, Wang Yao went to the hill straight away. In the herbal field, the Radix gentianae, Radix ciliaris and ladables were all growing well. Of course, among all the herbs, the antidote herb was the most different. Its heart-shaped leaves were as green as the shiniest jade. How do I use the antidote herb? Wang Yao squatted down to look at the herb blowing in the wind. Should it be taken directly or should I brew it first? Thought Wang Yao. After thinking for a while, Wang Yao decided to give it a try. He cleaned the clay pot for brewing herbs, then poured 1½ bowls of ancient spring water inside. He then picked a leaf off the antidote herb and saw a green fluid flowing out of the leaf. The fluid became solid as soon as the wind passed over it. I hope this will work, said Wang Yao. He threw the leaf inside the clay pot and then lit some dry wood. He then waited for the change to happen inside. As soon as the water became hot, something magical happened. The leaf melted inside the ancient spring water and the water turned into green liquid. A mild smell of herbs came out of the clay pot and Wang Yao was astonished by the change. He immediately took the clay pot away from the fire and watched the transformation. All he could see was a pot of green water that looked just like melted jade, and the antidote leaf had disappeared. What is this? He was amazed. After Wang Yao recovered his composure, he poured the green fluid carefully from the clay pot into a glass bottle. The fluid was extremely clear, with absolutely no contaminant. Is this going to work? Wang Yao was staring at the fluid. After thinking for a while, he went down the hill and immediately drove into town on his motorbike. After all, I'm trying to save someone's life, Wang Yao thought. Yao. Wang Zixiro's parents were so surprised to see him when he hurriedly returned to the hospital. After all, he had just visited this afternoon. Uncle, Auntie, I'm here to help Zixiro, said Wang Yao as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. You want to help Zixiro? How? Wang Zixiro's parents asked eagerly. I went to visit an old Chinese medicine practitioner this afternoon. He brewed some herbs for me and told me it can detoxify any poison. So, here I am. Wang Yao took out the glass bottle with the green fluid made from the antidote herb and ancient spring water. Chapter 17. Moonflower herb and Anshensen. Is this going to work? Wang Zixiro's parents looked at each other. "Should I call the doctor?" asked Wang Zixiro's mother. "Auntie, the doctor will definitely not allow Zixiro to drink the herbal fluid. According to the old Chinese medical practitioner, this fluid can only be drunk by the patient. It cannot be taken to be tested in the lab," Wang Yao said. He knew he would be in trouble if the doctors were here. The doctors were in charge of care, they wouldn't let their patient take any medications or herbs without proof or permit. "Okay, let's try it." Wang Zixiro's father suddenly got up and took the glass bottle from Wang Yao's hand. His son had been in a coma for 2 days and was in ICU yesterday. He was transferred to a different room today for observation. He and his wife heard the other patients in the hospital say that their son was basically incurable. They received notice of their son being in a critical condition this afternoon. They would try anything to save him even if there was just a little bit of hope. Wang Zixiro's parents opened Wang Zixiro's mouth gently and slowly fed him the green fluid. Then they sat next to the bed to observe their son nervously. About 10 minutes later, Wang Zixiro, who had been in a coma since he was hospitalized, moved his fingers and opened his mouth slightly. There was a reaction. "Zixiro." His parents called his name when they saw him moving. They were thrilled. "Come on, give him the rest of the fluid." His parents fed him the rest of the fluid. About 20 minutes later, the green and dark color on Wang Zixiro's face started to fade gradually. He slowly opened his eyes and moved his lips. "Dad, Mom." His voice was very faint, like a mosquito singing. But it was the most beautiful voice to his parents who were eagerly waiting for him to wake up. "Zixiro, are you awake?" Wang Zixiro's parents cried tears of joy. Wang Yao was amazed. At that moment, he heard someone else's voice. "Task, create your own herbal medicine within a month. Task status, completion. You will be rewarded with a formula. The host has reached the condition for upgrading. Would you like to upgrade your system?" the voice said again. "Yes, please upgrade," Wang Yao said subconsciously. It was so peaceful. Wang Yao felt as if there was something in his head. It was like someone injected the knowledge of herbs into his mind and it caused his temples to throb. Thank you so much, Yao." At this moment, Wang Zixiro's father held Wang Yao's hands tightly. He was rambling due to excitement, while his wife rushed out to call the doctor. "Don't worry about it, uncle. I just hope you can keep this to yourself and don't let anyone else know," said Wang Yao. "My lips are sealed." "You have my words," said Wang Zixiro's father. After a moment, a doctor and 2 nurses rushed into the room and started to examine Wang Zixiro, who had just woken up. "This is impossible." The doctor opened his eyes wider and wider as he was doing the examination. His voice was also trembling. This patient had multiple organ failures and appeared to be dying. But now, he became surprisingly stable. Even his heartbeat and blood pressure has recovered to an acceptable point. "What did you do to him?" the doctor asked eagerly after examining Wang Zixiro. "Nothing, we did nothing." Wang Zixiro's father looked oblivious. "Doctor, is my son getting better?" "Yes, he is out of danger for now, but we still need to observe him for a while." "You really didn't do anything to him?" the doctor asked again. "Of course not, what could we have done?" said Wang Zixiro's father. Wang Yao was also speechless. He didn't expect the doctor could ask such questions in the hospital. "This is a miracle," the doctor murmured. When the medical staff was busy, Wang Yao put the empty glass bottle in his pocket secretly. He then said goodbye to Wang Zixiro's father and walked out of the room. But Wang Zixiro's father followed him out and grabbed his hand. "Yao, I don't know how to thank you. Let me know if you need me. As long as I can help, I will do my best," this 50-year-old man said with tears. He thought he owed Wang Yao a debt of gratitude which was higher than the sky, deeper than the ocean, as Wang Yao saved his son's life. He would remember it for the rest of his life. "It's okay, please go back inside to take good care of Zixiro and remember, never tell the doctors what happened. Make sure Auntie does the same." Wang Zhao was concerned about Wang Zixiro's parents spilling the beans as they were so excited. So he reinforced it. I will remember and will also make sure your auntie's mouth is sealed. Don't worry, said Wang Zixiro's father. Okay, I have to go now, said Wang Yao. Drive safe, said Wang Zixiro's father. By the time Wang Yao arrived at home on his motorbike, it was already dark. His parents were waiting for him at the dinner table. Where have you been? I couldn't find you on the hill, said Zhang Ziying. Wang Zixiro was hospitalized. I went to visit him, replied Wang Yao. Right, it was good of you to go. How is he? Has he gotten any better? Asked Zhang Ziying. I think so. I heard he's woken up. I see. I thought he was very sick and the doctors had given his parents of his critically ill state. How come he's suddenly woken up? Zhang Ziying asked with surprise. Maybe the doctors found a way to treat him. Besides, it's a good thing that he woke up, said Wang Yao. Let's eat, Wang Fenghua said, and Wang Yao and his mother stopped talking. After dinner, Wang Yao quickly went to his room and turned on his computer to see what reward he received after the system upgrade. He didn't expect this task would be completed in such a way. When he heard the voice in the hospital, he was completely surprised. He thought creating his own herbal medicine was a very difficult task. He thought he had to create something out of nothing. He didn't expect that through mixing the antidote herb with ancient spring water that he would complete the task. He had to say, he was very fortunate. The system had shown some changes. Grade 2 Occupational Grade, Green Hand Body Constitution. 1.5, Strength. 1.2, Spirit. 1.3, Agility. 1.2, Will. 1.2 Herb Cultivation, Grade 1, Green Hand, Reward for upgrading, a formula in a pack of herbal seeds. This was his reward for upgrading. Formula, what formula? Wang Yao opened his reward and suddenly rays of lights flashed and a formula was pinned inside his head. Anshensen, function, alleviates mental depression, harmonizes qi, and nourishes the heart to calm the mind. Formula, ginseng, angelica, poria cocos, licorice, moonlight herb. Wait, what is this moonlight herb? Looking at this list of Chinese medical herbs, Wang Yao knew most of them. A few of them Wang Yao wasn't exactly sure what they were, but he vaguely remembered he had seen the names before. But this moonlight herb, Wang Yao really couldn't think of where he had seen it. Anyway, there was also a bag of seeds. Let me have a look what it is, thought Wang Yao. They were the seeds of the moonlight herb. They were here waiting for Wang Yao. Brilliant. Chapter 18. Several herbs made one formula. Task 1, create 5 different herbal medicines in 5 days. Reward, Catalogue of magic herbs. Punishment for failure, deduct 1 point of attributes. Task 2, successfully create an Anshensen within a month. Reward, 1 formula. Punishment for failure, unable to use ancient spring water for a month. 2 tasks. System, is there any specific requirements for the 5 different herbal medicines? Wang Yao asked. No. Can I use existing formulas? Asked Wang Yao. Yes. Okay, that's good. Wang Yao was relieved. If he was asked to create a brand new herbal medicine that had never appeared in history before, he couldn't possibly complete the task. It would have been better to just give up. Even with the last task, he completed it by accident. He immediately took out the books he bought on the internet and picked several simple formulas from the books that had minimal side effects. It was past 9 p.m. by the time he completed everything. I should sleep early tonight as tomorrow will be another busy day, Wang Yao thought as he was looking at the 2 new tasks. The next morning, he went up on the hill to water the herbal field which was growing very well. He also allocated another area to grow the moonlight herb seeds he obtained last night after upgrading. He sprinkled the seeds carefully onto the ground and watered them with ancient spring. Then he went off to town to buy some herbs for creating his herbal medicine. On his way to the town, he bumped into Wang Mingbao. Hey bro, where are you going? Asked Wang Mingbao. To the town center to buy some stuff, replied Wang Yao. Hop in, said Wang Mingbao as he motioned to his car. Don't worry about me, it's more convenient for me to ride my bike, said Wang Yao. Stop talking, hurry up, I'm going to the town center too. I can give you a lift. Okay, give me a second. After driving his motorbike back, Wang Yao hopped into Wang Mingbao's car and they went to town together. What are you going to do in town? Asked Wang Yao. Wang Mingbao rented an office in the town center for internal decoration business. The real estate market had been booming in recent years and Wang Mingbao was generous and forthcoming. With his father's assistance, business had been hot. He made quite a lot of money in the last few years. Yes, I am attracted by a commercial property in the town, Tutori. I want to buy it after negotiating with the landlord, said Wang Mingbao. Good, you are doing well. Wang Yao said with a smile. Just good luck, Wang Mingbao smiled back. After they had arrived in town, they went to the herb store. Wang Yao took out his grocery list and was going to buy what he required while Wang Mingbao had to go elsewhere. The two of them then would meet up for lunch before going back to the village. Hey young man, what are you buying these herbs for? The shop assistant took the list from Wang Yao and was amazed by it. There were quite a lot of different herbs listed with only a small amount written for each. I'm learning how to brew herbal decoctions from an experienced practitioner, Wang Yao said with a smile. I see, but you don't actually need to use real herbs to learn, said the shop assistant. Of course I need to use real herbs, said Wang Yao. Okay, then you'll have to wait for a while, said the shop assistant. Ginseng, angelica, poria cocos, licorice, dry ginger, atractylodes, bupleurum, over 20 different herbs were weighed separately and put aside. The shop assistant then wrapped the herbs in a big bag with the respective names written on it. Young man, you can use the herbs to brew decoctions but don't drink it. The shop assistant was nice enough to remind Wang Yao that he could get sick by drinking a herbal decoction. Fortunately, most of the herbs were for promoting health so Wang Yao wouldn't lose his life even if he drank it. He would just absorb too much yang and with an unbalanced yin and yang, he'd probably suffer from some diarrhea at worst. Sure, thank you, Wang Yao thanked the shop assistant. When it was lunchtime, Wang Mingbao drove over. He and Wang Yao had lunch together in a restaurant nearby. Wang Yao wanted to go home to have lunch, but Wang Mingbao insisted on buying lunch for Wang Yao, so they picked a nice restaurant to eat at. After they sat down, they ordered some dishes and started to chat. They soon mentioned Wang Zixiro who was very sick in the last few days. I just came across Zixiro's mother who told me Zixiro has been recovering fast. He is going to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, said Wang Mingbao. Really? That's good, said Wang Yao. I also heard the doctors from that hospital have made the treatment and process a classic case, said Wang Mingbao. What? Wang Yao was surprised. He didn't know the details of treatment, but he knew that it was the antidote herb saving Wang Zixiro's life. Precisely speaking, it was the magical function of the antidote herb. The treatment from the hospital just prevented Wang Zixiro's illness from getting worse. Even this was not properly managed by the doctors, otherwise, they wouldn't have given him a critically ill notice. I didn't expect those doctors to be able to cure Zixiro, said Wang Mingbao. Haha, Wang Yao laughed. He was afraid that the doctors still hadn't figured out what poison caused Zixiro's illness, let alone cure him. Anyway, as long as he's fine now, said Wang Yao. Exactly, said Wang Mingbao. The food was delivered to their table as they were speaking. What about the commercial property you want to buy? Asked Wang Yao. It's almost done. I've made an appointment to sign the contract and get the settlement done at the same time, said Wang Mingbao. So you are going to live in the town? Asked Wang Yao. Not necessarily. To be honest, I prefer to live in the village where most of my family and friends live. It's easier to hang out with my friends in the village, said Wang Mingbao. Well, a lot of villagers want to live in the town, said Wang Yao. Maybe after a few years, people living in the town will want to return to the village. You never know, said Wang Mingbao. The two of them went back to the village after the meal. After Wang Yao returned home, he put together of the herbs he bought in the town and went to the hill. I'm ready, he said to himself. After the preparation, Wang Yao started to pick and form the herbs. He started from those simple formulas such as koshiba ebisu soup, which was relatively easy to make and had minimal side effects. Step 1. Pick the herbs. Step 2. Wash the herbs. Step 3. Brew the herbs. Simmering in the pot, the herbs slowly released a nice smell. When it was almost done, Wang Yao threw away the dregs and a bowl of koshiba ebisu soup had been made. Strange, how come nothing has happened? Do I have to drink it? Wang Yao thought. When the decoction cooled down a bit, Wang Yao drank it up. But still, nothing happened. How come? System, is there a problem? Asked Wang Yao. There was a mistake during the process, the system answered. Mistake? What mistake it is? Asked Wang Yao. No reply came from the system this time. Wang Yao had to do the whole thing again. This time, he made sure every single step was properly completed and thought about what could have possibly gone wrong. At last, he made another bowl of decoction but failed again. How come it failed again? Where is the problem? He murmured. The formula had been existing for thousands of years, so it couldn't be wrong. Was it because of the herbs I bought? Wang Yao couldn't figure out what went wrong. Let me try again. This time he was more careful. He searched for each herb on his mobile phone, compared them to the pictures online and then weighed them precisely before double-checking the process. This time he was successful and he also guessed where he went wrong. System, was it because I didn't get the timing correctly when I failed twice? Asked Wang Yao. Yes, the system answered after a while. Chapter 19. There was a wonderful old Chinese medical practitioner. It took Wang Yao the whole afternoon to make the formula. By the time he left the hill, it was dark already and this one was the easiest to make among all the other formulas. The next day, Wang Yao got up when it was still dark and went to the hill. As usual, he worked in the herbal field for a while before starting his decoction brewing again. He was going to make a different formula today. He required more herbs and the process was more complicated. It took him the whole day to make it and he almost used up all the herbs he bought. Well, if it keeps going like this, I won't be able to finish the task of making 5 formulas within 5 days. I have to stay overnight tonight, Wang Yao thought. He told his family over the phone that he wouldn't go home tonight, instead, he would stay on the hill. Zhang Ziyang was a bit worried but she couldn't convince her son to go home. She asked Wang Yao to look after himself while he was on the hill. In fact, this was not the first time Wang Yao stayed overnight on the hill. Wang Yao didn't sleep for nearly the whole night, but he was too sleepy to stay awake past 4 a.m. After 2 hours of sleep he got up, had breakfast and started to work in the herbal field again. Strange, how come nothing happened? Wang Yao was looking at the area where he planted the moonlight seeds. After observing for a while, Wang Yao was sure everything was fine in that area. Wang Yao drank some ancient spring water and felt completely awake, his tiredness had gone away. Then, he rode his bike to town to buy more herbs as not much was left. He decided to buy more herbs since he still had 3 more formulas to make. Hey, young man, how come you are here again? The shop assistant was surprised to see Wang Yao just after 1 day. Of course, I'm here to buy herbs, Wang Yao said with a smile. Buy herbs again? Have you used up all the herbs you bought the day before yesterday? The shop assistant asked in surprise. Yes, almost, so I need to buy more today, said Wang Yao. Jesus, how quick. I hope you haven't just burned them? Joked the shop assistant. No way. I am not that rich. I'm practicing brewing decoctions. He was telling the truth but the shop assistant didn't seem to believe him. Well, how much do you want this time? Although the shop assistant was skeptical of what Wang Yao said, he didn't mind if these herbs were not used to harm people. Worst case scenario, Wang Yao sold these herbs to someone else to make a profit. I need twice more than the amount I bought last time. This is the list. Wang Yao gave the list to the shop assistant. That much. Although the shop assistant was surprised, he weighed the herbs according to Wang Yao's list and placed them in a large bag. Thank you, said Wang Yao as he took the bag. Did you eat any of the herbs? Asked the shop assistant. Ah? Wang Yao stopped, but he immediately got what the shop assistant meant. No, I didn't eat any of the herbs. Oh, good. I wish you good luck, said the shop assistant. Thank you, said Wang Yao. Wang Yao went back to the village on his bike. He carried the whole bag of herbs to the hill and then sorted out the herbs before taking a rest. Then, he started to brew the decoction according to the formula. He was extremely careful as he knew he couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. Even with such effort, he had only made a successful decoction when it was already dark. This is the third day already, Wang Yao thought. After a day of running around and making decoctions, Wang Yao was exhausted even though he was quite fit. Yao? When Wang Yao was ready to make the fourth decoction, his mother came to look for him. She smelled the herbs as soon as she came close to the cottage where Wang Yao was making decoctions. She even saw the dregs piling next to the cottage. She found her son brewing in a clay pot as she entered a small wooden house. What are you doing here? Asked Zhang Ziying. How come you are here, Mom? Wang Yao was surprised to see his mother. Because you haven't been at home much recently and have been acting secretively. I wanted to see if you were okay. What are you doing? I'm brewing decoctions, Wang Yao told the truth after thinking for a short while. He couldn't find any reasonable excuses. Brewing decoctions? Who did you learn that from? Asked Zhang Ziying. An old Chinese medical practitioner, said Wang Yao. Yesterday afternoon, Zixiro's parents came to our home with a big present. They said they wanted to thank you for saving Zixiro's life. So did you actually cure Zixiro? Asked Zhang Ziying. Not me, it was the old Chinese medicine practitioner. He prescribed a formula and made a decoction out of it. Wang Yao simply made up some old Chinese medical practitioner and hoped to fool his mother. What is the name of the practitioner? How old is he? Where does he live? Zhang Ziying was not easy to be fooled. She immediately asked Wang Yao a number of questions, as if she was checking someone's residential status. Mom, I promised him not to disclose him to anyone, even you and Dad, said Wang Yao. Just two of us are here. You can't tell me quietly? Zhang Ziying looked around and said with a smile. Hey, Mom, I must keep my word, said Wang Yao. Silly, you can't even tell me? Zhang Ziying was annoyed. No. I'm sorry. You just need to know I'm not doing anything bad. Please come in and sit down, said Wang Yao. As he was speaking, he smelled something burning. No. The decoction is overcooked. He went to take the clay pot away from the fire in a hurry. He knew he failed again. You are not lying to me? Zhang Ziying didn't seem to believe what Wang Yao said. Of course I didn't. Why would I lie to you? I planted the herbs myself. I have to know the effect of my herbs, said Wang Yao. He couldn't let his mother know about the mysterious system which had caused something wonderful. Do you need my help? Zhang Ziying asked. No, you can just rest here, said Wang Yao. Inside the cottage, Zhang Ziying chatted with Wang Yao for some time. After making sure there was no problem with her son, Zhang Ziying left the hill. Wang Yao started to work again immediately after his mother left and continued to brew the decoction. After several successful experiments, he found that the ratio of different herbs and timing of brewing were extremely important. Furthermore, if he added some ancient spring water during the process, the success rate would increase dramatically. So, after he watered the herbal field, he intentionally left some ancient spring water to brew the decoction. What was he doing on the hill? Wang Fenghua was smoking as Zhang Ziying returned home. He asked her as soon as he saw her walk into the house. why didn't you check yourself? Zhang Ziyang threw a glance towards her husband. Your son is brewing decoctions. Brewing decoctions? Yes, he said he has been learning of herbs from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. He's trying to brew the decoctions himself. The formula that saved Xiro's life was from that practitioner, said Zhang Ziyang. Which practitioner? Asked Wang Fenghe with a frown. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. He said the practitioner didn't allow him to disclose him to anyone. How come I have no knowledge of such a wonderful practitioner living nearby? Said Zhang Ziyang. Lianshan is a big town, you can't have possibly been to every corner of the town, just leave him alone, said Wang Fenghe. Fine, agreed Zhang Ziyang. The couple had decided not to bother their son for now. At the same time, Wang Yao continued to work on the hill at night. Chapter 20. Catalogue of magic herbs. It's done, cried Wang Yao. In the middle of the night, a shrill voice rang out of the cottage. The fourth formula had been successfully made. After Wang Yao heard the system prompt, he yelled excitedly. Then, he immediately recorded the whole process. He didn't get any instructions from anyone. He made it by relying on the knowledge of the book and his own research. Therefore, he had to timely record the process and his experience. One more to do. I'll rest for a while so I will have the full energy to work. Wang Yao packed the things away, set his alarm clock, then went to sleep. The alarm clock went off when it was still dark. Wang Yao sat up as he heard the alarm, then he got up and washed his face with cold water. He immediately felt alert. Another busy day started, and as usual, he began with watering the herbal field. The seeds have sprouted. He found a little green patch in the area where he planted the moonlight herbs. Let me give you more water. Grow well, little ones, Wang Yao talked to the seeds. Well, let me see what uses the moonlight herb has. He put his finger on a green dot on the system panel and triggered the function of discovery. Moonlight herb, licorice roots, nourishes the yin in the body and soothes the nerves. Status, recently sprouted. Licorice roots again. Given the antidote herb last time, he knew these so-called licorice roots never appeared in any existing documents of herbs. But it had a wonderful effect. Last time, 2 leaves from the antidote herb resolved the poison which the doctors had no idea how to treat. This moonlight herb should have a similar effect. After he finished his preparations, he started to make the 5th formula. With his past experiences, Wang Yao was exceptionally careful with weighing and brewing. Every single part of the process had to be accurate, otherwise he would fail again. He was lucky this time. After 4 attempts he was successful. Task, make 5 formulas within 5 days. Task status, complete. After hearing the prompt from the system, Wang Yao was relieved. Koshiba ebisu soup, ginseng soup, powder for treating face distortions, salvia drink and chenki soup. 5 formulas had been completed with the prompt from the system at the same time. Finally all done. Right, let me see what the reward is. Wang Yao opened the system and found there was a booklet inside the storage box. He thought for a while, then the booklet turned into a flash of light and fell into Wang Yao's palm. This was a book that was made from an unknown material. It was as smooth as golden jade, glowing in front of Wang Yao. There were some ancient Chinese characters on the surface of the book, Catalogue of Magic Herbs, Volume 1. Wang Yao opened the book and found that he had never heard of any of the herbs and formulas documented in the book. Turning a page, Wang Yao saw a plant that looked very familiar. It was the antidote herb he planted. Antidote herb, with a mild nature, is able to resolve hundreds of poisons. The traits of the herb were also documented. Wang Yao read through them carefully. The condition of growing antidote herbs didn't need to be harsh but had one exception: the herb required the essence of the world, otherwise it would take ages to grow. It seems like the antidote herb was growing so fast because of the ancient spring water. Turning to another page, Wang Yao saw the moonlight herb he planted a few days ago. The picture of the moonlight herb showed a plant that looked like an orchard. The only difference was that there was a yellowish line on the leaf, which distinguished it as moonlight. Moonlight herb nourishes the yin in the body and soothes the nerves. The trace of the herb included, growing with moonlight and splendor. It also required the essence of the world. In addition, it needed to absorb the essence of the moonlight. This is going to be tricky. Wang Yao frowned when he read this. He could obtain the essence of the world from ancient spring water, but what about the essence of the moonlight? As the quality of air hadn't been good, the moon was not visible every day. But licorice roots were unique anyway. There was also an unstable factor during the process of making and Shensen. I'll get the other herbs ready first, Wang Yao thought. When Wang Yao was busy working on the hill, a big dispute was happening in the hospital in the town. What's the problem? A middle-aged doctor was looking at a patient who was in a coma, as if he saw a ghost. It worked last time, said the doctor. You promised. Next to the bed, a young man wearing decent clothes was speaking angrily. Call your best doctor here, you must save him, otherwise. He was too upset to continue. After a number of phone calls, the best doctors in Lianshan had all been called to People's Hospital. Several specialists from Haikou were also on their way there. What's the situation now? A serious-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked inside the hospital. Next to him was a thin man in a white coat who looked to be in his 50s, he was the head of the hospital. Ma, we are doing our best, said the head of the hospital. Doing your best? Why, the patient is still in a coma since you've been trying so hard. Mr. Ma, the secretary, suddenly stopped and asked sternly. Well, we have contacted specialists in the city and they are on their way here. We are going to have a meeting with all the specialists in about 2 hours from now. Maybe they can figure something out, said the head of the hospital. Maybe? Do you know who he is? How did you cure the patient with the same symptoms last time? Asked Mr. Ma. Exactly the same treatment as this time. The head of the hospital was sweating as he replied. Then why didn't it work this time? We are investigating it. 1.5 hours later, all the specialists from the city gathered in the meeting room of People's Hospital to discuss how to save the special patient. The person in charge of the meeting was the head of the health department of the city. I think you are all clear about the purpose of this meeting. I will say no more. This is an important task. You must save this patient. I'm not a doctor and so I will leave the task in your capable hands, said the head of health department. The creak of the door broke the silence, and a pretty young woman walked in with a middle-aged man following her. Excuse me, you are? Asked the head of health department. Don't worry about me, please continue with your meeting. We are only here to listen, said the young woman calmly. I suggest the patient be transferred to the People's Hospital in Haikou, said one of the doctors. I agree with Dr. Su. The equipment and environment there are better than here in the city, another doctor said. But the patient's condition could get worse during the transfer, said one of the doctors from the hospital in the town. I think the patient's condition is stable now, Dr. Su said. Chapter 21. In the meeting, I just smiled. The beautiful woman next to him kneaded her forehead, she looked unhappy. Excuse me, doctors. I have something to say. The woman's cold voice interrupted the conversation of the masses. Go ahead, the health chief listened and said with a smile. Have you checked the real disease of Guo's hen? She asked. The patient is poisoned since there are toxins in his blood, one doctor said. What kind of poison? The middle-aged man next to the woman asked. He had been silent when he entered. He was looking down at the pile of documents and found that it was a book full of cases and diagnoses, as well as testing data. He raised his head and asked the question after he heard the response of the doctor. Unknown poison. Unknown? The woman was shocked. Haven't you cured a patient with a similar case already? How could you cure it if you did not know what the poison was? By accident? The doctors in the hospitals were speechless. You guys are discussing the transfer of this patient to another hospital first, instead of the reason for the poisoning. It is useless to transfer the patient to Haikou City, Key Province or a hospital in Jing City when the diagnosis cannot even be found out. The woman was very disappointed with the doctors. Faced with her doubts, many experts in the conference were speechless. "Guys, there is another question," the middle-aged man next to the woman said. "There are 2 detailed cases. Based on the test results, the disease of the young man, Wang Zixiro, is almost the same as the Guo's Heng. So, that means that they were poisoned by the same thing. However, there was something strange in the blood test report for Wang Zixiro. What was the specification of the abnormal situation? Did you find out what exactly happened?" We tried to analyze it, but we got nothing." The doctor who had hosted the treatment of Wang Zixiro looked down shamefully. "So I suggest that you should go to find this Wang Zixiro and test his blood again and find out. You should also ask about what his diet was while he was in the hospital. Maybe he ate something that detoxified the poison. I also have a list of medicine you should prepare." The man took out a list with several rare medicines written on it. "All of these are imported and 2 of them don't exist in Hague City," one doctor said as they passed the list around. "Then prepare the ones that are present. As for the ones that don't exist here, you can go talk with Hague City and have them prepare it." "Okay. Do as we ask and we won't bother you." The woman stood up when she finished her words and the middle-aged man followed her. "What a bunch of idiots," the woman said angrily as she went out. "My lady, there's no need to be so mad. There are many stupid things in the healthcare system. Because Heng is a special person, they'll work on a cure carefully. They'll turn a deaf ear to common people." However, the middle-aged man said in a low voice. "As where are the moral ethics in medicine?" The woman raged. "Moral ethics in medicine, that's so rare." The man sighed. "The current doctors are so dishonest." "Let's go to Heng," the middle-aged man said. Soon, they were in a special ward and there was a young man lying on the bed. His face seemed to be a little green and one could tell that he was very ill. "Heng, Heng." The woman ran to the bed when she saw him. She held the hand of her younger brother with the hope that he would wake up. However, it didn't work. "Uncle He, what are the chances of success if he is treated by you?" she asked. "I could treat him if he were someone else, but Heng cannot be treated by me. There is only one son of the regimental commander, so there must be no failure," the middle-aged man said after hesitation. The woman did not force him after that. "My lady, trust me. Although I have no way to wake Heng up now, I will try my best to stop the deterioration." "Thank you, Uncle He." Songbei County, Wangjia Village. Several vehicles were parked in the eastern village. Many people got out of the cars and followed behind the party secretary of the county, Wang Jianli. "Here it is." Wang Jianli brought them to the door of a house. "Yiren." Wang Jianli shouted towards the house. "Yes?" There was a response from behind the door as it squeaked open. A man in his 40s walked out. "Party secretary, why do you come to see us?" "There is something related to you that we need to talk about," Wang Jianli said. "Okay." The group of people entered the house and Wang Yirong prepared drinks for them all. "There's no need to prepare us any drinks. These are all experts from town and the city and they just have something to ask you." "Ah." Wang Yirong listened and sat down. He was nervous since he had no idea why these experts came to see him. They were the doctors that just finished the conference for Guo's Heng. "Is your son Wang Zixiro?" "Ah, yes. 10 days ago, he was poisoned, and he was a patient in the hospital in town, correct?" "Yes." "Where is your son now?" "He's working in town now." "Call him back now." The doctor's voice sounded mad. Okay, I'll call him." Wang Yirong could see that they had something urgent to do. Although they were not very friendly, he did not care about it and just called his son to come back. "Is there something wrong with my son?" He was not at ease when he finished the call since he recognized that they were the doctors that had treated his son in the hospital. "There's nothing wrong with him, but there is something that we need his help with." The doctors waited patiently and 20 minutes later, Wang Zixiro came back home. Wang Zixiro had a medium build, he was slim, but he looked good and healthy. Dad, what happened? Yes. That's him. One of the doctors said eagerly. He met Wang Zixiro before. He was the chief doctor of the treatment for Wang Zixiro. This doctor's name was Mr. Zhou. Just hurry up, another doctor said. One doctor took out a medicine case with equipment ready to draw blood. What are you doing? Looking at the doctor's actions, Wang Zixiro and his father were confused. We just have to check your body to confirm that you are indeed in good health. Will you go back to the hospital with us? I am healthy, so there's no need to check. The attitude of Wang Zixiro shocked the doctors. Chapter 22. Lattices Zixiro, why would you say something like that? The adjacent Wang Jianli scolded him. Wang Zixiro was still so indifferent. The doctors were not that warm-hearted when he was at the hospital, but they came to his home to check his body and draw his blood. He doubted their motivation. We need your cooperation. The doctor still sounded cold. Why should I cooperate with you? Wang Zixiro was suddenly in a bad temper. We are trying to save others. You were never this nervous when I was your patient. Did we not give you enough money? Wang Zixiro said coldly. The doctors were furious with him, but they could not do anything about it since the noble person lying in the hospital was still in need of Zixiro's cooperation. We can pay you. No. Zixiro exclaimed. You? They thought that this young man was incredibly stubborn. Zixiro's father was smoking silently beside him before saying, Zixiro, you should listen to them and work with them. After all, they did come here so that they could help out other patients. They did not pay too much attention to his son when he was hospitalized, but they did try at least. But he also understood the anger of his son. He was mad at these doctors for not giving his son the same amount of attention as they were giving this new patient. They then drew the blood of Wang Zixiro and then took him back to the hospital with them. Mr. Wang, what on earth is going on? Wang Yireng said with worry. Don't worry about it. I heard that there is a man in the hospital who was poisoned by that same thing that Zixiro was poisoned with, but they could not treat him, so they came for Zixiro. Why didn't they pay that much attention to Zixiro when he was a patient? Wang Yireng was angry after that, but he did not show it outright in front of the doctors. Now it was only he and Wang Jianli left, so he complained. He was in charge of those doctors after all. Don't be that mad. Zixiro seems to be very lucky, he's not in any danger, Wang Jianli responded as he took out a box of cigarettes and passed one to Wang Yireng. I guess, Wang Yireng replied. He was worried about his son and about the fact that Wang Yao would be in unnecessary trouble when his son told them about the treatment. Wang Zixiro was asked to do a series of checkups when he was brought to the hospital while some doctors asked him some questions. He was so angry that he wouldn't reply. They knew that he wouldn't be any more useful, so Wang Zixiro was told that he could leave. He was back home by noon. He went back by himself. The doctors took him to the hospital in their exclusive car when they needed him, so he was kicked off when he had been useless to them. So, what did they do to you? His parents asked Wang Zixiro when he was back home. Nothing. They even did a free body check for me. Your son is so healthy. Wang Zixiro smiled. Really? It was that simple? Wang Yireng said as he stared at his son. Why did they do a checkup on you? Wang Zixiro's mother asked curiously. There is a patient in the hospital who shares the same disease that I had before. He's a rich and notable person. That's why those doctors are doing their best to save him. Not only were there local doctors in the town, there were also some specialists from the city. 2 experts from the province just arrived when I left just, Wang Zixiro said. Did you say anything unnecessary? Wang Yireng took a cigarette and said. Dad, I know what you're worried about. Relax, Wang Yao saved me. I won't say anything related to him, Wang Zixiro said. Good. Wang Yao was still busy in Nanshan Hill. Having gained the catalogue of magic herbs awarded by the system, he now had the knowledge of the growth habits of 2 of the magic herbs planted by him, the antidote herb and the moonlight herb. 10 strains of antidote herbs had matured and their leaves were as green as jade. The antidote herb is mature and can now be harvested. Harvest? How do I harvest it? Do I just pick it directly? Or do I pick it from the root? Wang Yao was at a loss. System, how do I harvest it? There was no reply. Oh, I have the catalogue of magic herbs. Wang Yao hurried to take out the book. Certainly, it had a way of how to care for and harvest the antidote herb. However, one thing still was difficult for him. The antidote herbs should be planted in a place with luminous clouds and low temperatures. Finding an area with low temperatures was easy, but where would he find a place with luminous clouds? This was the human world, not a fairy tale land. Wait. Wang Yao found something suddenly that he seemed to have skipped over before. There are total 36 lattices in the package tab in the system. Can they be of use in the real world? Wang Yao then took the folding stool he was sitting on and it disappeared as soon as he thought about it. Then, he opened the package tab in the system again and there was the symbol of a small stool in one of the lattices. It does work. Wang Yao was so happy. Then he tested how many items he could put in the package tab. However, only one thing could be put in one lattice. Even one needle could not be put in a lattice that already had something in it. This ability is so practical. Wang Yao quickly harvested 8 strains of the antidote herb, leaving only 2 strains left. He planned to continue cultivating them when they were blossoming with fruit. The rest of herbs grew up crazily due to the ancient spring water. It had been October, but they still grew up as if it was in summer. Looking at the vast amount of medicinal herbs, Wang Yao became so happy. He might have been content on the hill, but the hospital in town 10 miles away was in a bad mood. What? There is still no result. How long should we wait? We are still trying hard and the experts from the provincial hospital have been here. They are having an ongoing consultation. Faced with the questioning of the woman in front of them, the president of the hospital was very nervous and scared. He had passed the right of treatment to the specialists when they arrived in the afternoon. All he could do was to try his best to cooperate with them. He could even praise God for help. I don't want to listen to any more of your bullshit. All I want is results. I just ask for one thing, that my brother will wake up safe and sound. Yes, yes, yes. All the president could do was nod his head. Chapter 23. One promise is defeated by thousands of you and I've found an unknown poison from the body of the patient, but we need time to analyze the components of the poison. We did find an unknown biocomponent in the blood of Wang Zixiro, but we cannot analyze the specification of the component effectively in a short time. However, one thing can be confirmed, the component cannot be made by the human body itself. The specialists who oversaw the treatment GUOs had a simple conference to collect information and communicate their progress. Obviously, the reason why Wang Zixiro was cured was not because of the antibody composition made by his own body, but by an antibody transferred from outside, one specialist said. Yes? We should clarify what kinds of medicines and food Wang Zixiro had used during his time as a patient, so we can find a method to detoxify the poison. I have carefully checked the medicines that he used during treatment. According to the basic components of medicine and the treatment feedback in the previous period, the possibility that the component is included in the medicines can be expelled, another doctor said. So, it must be the diet, if not made by the medicine. He was very disoriented when he was poisoned, so he had some liquid foods. According to the description of the patient, after that all he ate was just some common food. Wait. There is one problem, one doctor said. What is the problem? Because the patient was disoriented, he was not that clear about what he had. It should be described by his parents, we should ask his parents. Yes? We should hurry up. That night, several vehicles were driven to the Wangjie village of Songbai County. They went to the home of Wang Zixiro and they left when it was almost 10 p.m. They had asked so many questions while they were there. They beat around the bush, but Wang Yirao did not trust them and so he looked at them as if they were thieves. It turned out that they still gained nothing. Why did they come here again? Wang Zixiro's mother was unhappy. Have they found something out? Zixiro, you tell me. Have you said anything? Wang Yireng stared at his son. No. I didn't tell the doctor how I was cured, Wang Zixiro said. They won't come here again. What they worried about became true. The next day, another vehicle was driven to Wangjia village. 3 people came out from the vehicle when it was parked. One of them had come to them yesterday while the other 2 people were new, a man in his 40s and a young beautiful woman. The woman was the sister of the poisoned young man at the hospital, and she had been so anxious for her brother. She thought that there would be a way to treat her brother when several specialists had their consultation, but there was failure yet again. Hence, she decided to go to Zixiro's home by herself. Miss Guo, please follow me. The doctor showed the way and 3 people came to the house of Wang Zixiro again. Only Wang Zixiro's mother was at home. Hello, Mom. The woman said hello with a smile when she entered. Hello. The mother of Wang Zixiro, Qin Sumei, stopped what she was doing and greeted the people with surprise. I want to ask you something. So you came here and have a talk, eh? She invited the 3 people into her house. The young woman explained her goal when she entered, but Qin Sumei responded the same as she had yesterday. Uncle He, please let me talk with Mrs. Qin alone, the young woman said to the middle-aged man. Okay. The middle-aged man went to the yard with the other man after that. MRS. Qin, where does Zixiro work? In the town, at a steel pipe plant. Qin Sumei did not know why this beautiful girl had come here. Is he tired often? He's okay. How about the income? The young woman asked. 3,000 yuan per month. Do you want to buy a house in town? Yes. But we have no money, Qin Sumei sighed. The housing industry was booming. Liangshan County wasn't even that great of a county, but still the average price of a house was more than 4,000 yuan. However, the per capita monthly income was less than 2,000 yuan, so it was impossible to buy a house in town. Right? How about this? I will give you 500,000 yuan if you tell me the truth about who saved Zixiro. That could be enough to buy a better house. The young woman stunned Qin Sumei. How much? Qin Sumei was astonished. 500,000 yuan, the young woman repeated with a smile. Qin Sumei was silent. She knew how helpful 500,000 yuan would be to her family. All of them tried so hard to save 50,000 yuan in 1 year, so the 500,000 yuan meant they wouldn't have to kill themselves working for the next couple of years. Even if disease or disaster came, they would still be able to pay for it. They would not be mortgage slaves with that money. She had heard many times that it was so tiring to buy a house with a loan from the villagers. At that moment, she was convinced. She was just a common woman, so her husband and her son came to her mind first. They could buy a house in town with the money. The marriage of her son that she had worried about would be solved, and her husband would not be tired anymore since he was a farmer and a worker at the same time. The young woman did not ask again, but instead waited quietly since she could see the hesitation and surrender from the eyes of the mother. Young lady, you are not lying, are you? Qin Sumei thought for a while and then she decided, but she was still worried. Certainly not. This is the deposit. She quickly took out 30,000 yuan from her carry-on handbag. I can transfer the rest of the money when you tell me, and it is confirmed. Okay, I'll tell you, Qin Sumei said after some hesitation. At that moment, the promise she had made was in the past. All that was on her mind was the 500,000 yuan, since the money could change their lives. She did not do the wrong thing, and others might have been much more decisive than her in the same situation. Thank you. The young woman left her contact information when she got Qin Sumei's answer, then she left with the people outside. My lady, have you gotten something? The middle-aged man said. Yes. The young lady walked a bit before turning around and saying, Dr. Chen, you can leave first. Okay. The doctor was a bit confused, but he left anyways. The man and the young lady did not take the vehicle that they took here, so Dr. Chen asked the driver to wait for them in the village. She said that Wang Zixiro had drunk a bottle of Chinese medicine when he was sick and then he woke up, the young woman said to the middle-aged man when the doctor left. Chinese medicine, so where is the man who made the prescription? I don't know, but there was a young man who delivered the medicine. Where is he? Nanshan Hill. The young woman pointed to the hill that was south of the town. Chapter 24. The mountain path is rugged. It is hard to beg for medicine at this moment. Wang Yao was busy in the herbal field watering the herbs. With the help of the ancient spring water, the herbs grew up rapidly. Especially those common herbs such as Radix gentiani, Adenophoros stricta, Radix ciliaris and matrimony vine. It was just 1 month, but their growth could be compared with the growth of 1 year in other places. Woof, woof, woof. Sans Yan barked suddenly. Yes, there is someone. Wang Yao raised his head and looked. He found that there were 2 people on their way to his house. There was 1 woman and 1 man. He did not care, but he came to realize that they came for him when they got closer. He could see the appearances of them when they were close. The young woman was less than 23 or 24 years old. She had delicate facial features and pale skin. She also had a nice figure. The man after her was in his 40s, but he had nothing special about him except that his eyes shone brightly. The middle-aged man, whose name was Hikishang, sighed slightly when they went to the edge of the herbal field. What's wrong, Uncle He? The woman asked. The herbs grow up well. He pointed at the herbs growing in the field. They are medicinal herbs. Yes. There are Radix gentianis, Adenophoros strictus, Radix ciliaris and matrimony vines. Hey, what is that? The man looked at several strains of moonlight herbs with new leaves and found that he had never seen that herb before. He decided to go closer to have a look, but he was blocked by a young man. Hello, what's the matter with you? Wang Yao asked. You are Wang Yao? The woman looked at the young man carefully. He was dressed commonly, but there was a unique air around his body. He seemed like the hermit hidden in the remote mountains in an old legend. Yes, I am, Wang Yao replied. Hello, I am Guo Sirao. Hello. Wang Yao did not know why this beautiful stranger came to see him. I just came to ask you for a favor. Favor? What favor? He had never met this girl before, but yet, she came to ask him for a favor. My brother is in the hospital since he suffers from an unknown poison. Several days before, there was a patient that had a similar illness and I heard that he recovered after eating the herbal medicine made by you. So, can you give me the prescription, please? Poison? Prescription? Wang Yao understood what she wanted before she even finished her sentence. It was so simple to detoxify. All it required was 1 leaf of the antidote herb and a bowl of ancient spring water. But he also had to think about the trouble that would be caused by it. Since the herb was magical, it did not exist anywhere in the world. It was not in the known system of Chinese medicinal herbs. In the hospital, there would definitely be someone who knew about herbs. How would he explain it to them if they found out about the antidote herb? A non-existent old Chinese medicine doctor could cheat the common people, but it would be found that it was just a lie by those smart doctors. In the eyes of Wang Yao, this beautiful girl also seemed to be smart. Sorry. Wang Yao shook his head after he had been silent for a while. What? Guo Sirao frowned slightly after that. The price of the prescription is up to you. Not for the matter of price. Then what is it? My master is afraid of being bothered. He had used this excuse before, so he decided to just use it again. Being bothered? Yes. The diseases that doctors in the hospital could not fix, but an herbal medicine could fix it. What would you do if you were a doctor? Wouldn't you try hard to get the formula yourself? Wang Yao said directly. Guo Sirao was silent after that. She did not think about that since she would not have any evil intentions. However, it was hard to say whether the others were as kind-hearted as she was. Money and wealth could convince people to do bad things. My master is old and he does not want to be bothered, and I just want to plant the herbs quietly. I can promise that you and your master will not be bothered by it, Guo Sirao said after some consideration. What do you have to promise with? Wang Yao was not a naive guy and he wouldn't just believe the words of others. Guo Sirao forced a smile. She was not expecting to meet such a stubborn guy. No one would argue with her if it were someone else. She just had to give them a look and they all just hurried to finish all the tasks given to them. How should I show my promise is genuine? I don't know. Wang Yao grinned to show 2 rows of white teeth. How about writing a guarantee? Guo Sirao then wrote a strange guarantee, something that she had never written before in her life, and gave it to Wang Yao. Wang Yao took it and read it before nodding and putting it away. Before this evening, I will send the medicine to you. This evening? Can't it be sooner? Guo Sirao asked. No. I need time to make it. Okay. Where should I pick you up? No. I know how to go to the hospital in town. Okay. I hope you'll keep your promise. Guo Sirao said. I will. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Leaving the contact, Guo Sirao left. The mountain path is rugged, so please keep your eyes on it. Wang Yao called after her. Hold on, buddy. I have a question for you. The man who had been silent suddenly spoke. What is it? What is that herb? He pointed at the several strains of moonlight herb close to them. Sorry. Master is not allowed to say, Wang Yao said after some hesitation. That's okay, thank you. He Kishan did not ask any further questions. He and Guo Sirao turned around and walked down the hill. There must be something behind the words of that young man, He Kishan said on the way down the hill. Yes, he is so careful, Guo Sirao said. There are 2 herbs in the herbal field that I have never seen before. What? Uncle He, you have never seen it? Guo Sirao said surprisingly. Yes. There are thousands and hundreds of herbs in the world, so it is common that I have never seen it. However, the growth of the herbs in the herbal field does surprise me. It is late fall, but the herbs are still green with the scents of summer. It's strange that there would be a powerful master that could have such an excellent apprentice. He seems to be much more powerful than other medicinal herb growers. Chapter 25. One promise made by a woman. I don't care about him. All I care about is that he provides the medicine to cure Heng, Guo Sirao said. Should we send someone to track him? He Kishan said after thinking. No. I promised him that their lives would not be interrupted. This can only be known by you and me. One should never go back on their word. Yes? In the house on Nanshan Hill, Wang Yao started to make the antidote. The antidote herb was in the package tab of the system. He took a clean container and several pieces of firewood. The antidote herb was thrown into the ancient spring water when it was warm, and then the water became green. It seemed just like melted jade. It was so beautiful, and there was a unique fragrance of herb. The antidote was finished in just a couple of minutes. When it was finished, Wang Yao put it into a glass bottle and then he put the bottle in the package tab. He looked up at the sky and realized that it was noon. He locked the door and ordered Sans Yan to watch over the field, then he went down the hill. He went out on his motorbike, then he came back an hour later and had a meal. Lastly, he went to the hospital. In the hospital in town, Guo Sirao waited anxiously. Although Wang Yao had promised to make the antidote, she was still worried since her brother remained disoriented in the bed. When she looked at the watch, her phone rang suddenly. It was a strange number. Hello. This is Wang Yao. I am in the main lobby of the hospital. Wait a minute, I'm coming down. Guo Sirao notified He Kishan that she was going downstairs. She could easily find Wang Yao. He was fatigued from his journey when she came to the lobby. There was a cloth bag in his hand. Even though there were a lot of people there, he was very easy to distinguish from everyone else because of his unique style of dressing. The medicine is ready? Guo Sirao asked anxiously. Yes. Where is the patient? Please follow me. Guo Sirao led the way to the senior ward. In the ward, there were 2 doctors checking the dizzy patient, and they just stopped their job when seeing Guo Sirao. "Miss Guo," they said respectfully. "How is my brother?" Guo Sirao asked. "He is stable without deterioration," one doctor said. They were doing their best, but all they could do was keep the patient from getting any worse. "Could you guys go out for a little while?" "Okay." They quickly told the nurse to pack up her equipment, even though they did not know what Guo Sirao wanted to do. They withdrew from the ward within 5 minutes. There were only 4 people left in the ward, 3 people standing in the ward, while 1 laid in bed. Circumflex Wang Yao looked at the young man lying in the bed. He was almost the same age as him, but he looked strangely green in the face. This was almost the same as Wang Zixiro at the time. "Feed him this." Wang Yao took out the glass bottle from the cloth bag that had the green antidote. He took it and opened the lid. The unique fragrance of medicine suddenly filled the room. He tasted some of it and he could feel his body get warm all of a sudden. He fed it to the patient after he confirmed that there were no toxic side effects. "Feed him all of it," Wang Yao said when there was a little bit left in the bottle. When the antidote was all gone, Guo Sirao and Hikishin looked at the patient nervously. Beep. 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 The device to monitor the vital signs of the patient made a noise and Hikishin hurried to check it. "How wrong with him?" Guo Sirao asked nervously. "His heart rate and blood pressure are decreasing slowly, which means that he is getting better," Hikishin said surprisingly. The man in the bed moved the lips within the next 20 minutes. "Water." "Hen, hen." Guo Sirao shouted to him. The young man, who had been out cold for days, finally opened his eyes. "Older sister." "Ah, you've finally woken up." Guo Sirao was so happy she could cry. Wang Yao took the glass bottle on the table and then he left the ward. Several doctors and nurses rushed to the ward as he was going out. So magical. It is definitely magic. I have never seen such an effective herbal medicine. Looking at the test results in his hand, Hikishin could not help but shake his head in disbelief. "How come you are so excited, Uncle He?" Guo Sirao said with a smile. "My lady, you are stranger to the industry, so you wouldn't be so surprised, but the effects of the medicine are definitely magical. The first reason is that all poison in Hen's body was removed in such a short period of time. The second reason is that his body quality has improved greatly even though it was so weak before. You can't overlook these things. In my eyes, it must be a miracle. I want to meet this high master who can make such herbal medicine." Hikishin exclaimed. "It is a pity that you promised not to cause them any more trouble. It is so great that Hen has woken up. You can go with me to thank Wang Yao tomorrow," Guo Sirao said. "Okay." The next morning, Wang Yao entered the house when he finished working in the herbal field and he started to weigh the Chinese medicine herbs according to the requirement of Anshensen, a medicine that cures chronic coughing. Half of the mission stating that he dispensed Anshensen was completed and the growth situation of the moonlight herbs was good. There had been green leaves on the herbs. It still needed a long time to be completely mature, but it was ready to be turned into herbal medicine. Ginseng, angelica, poria cocos, licorice. Wang Yao clarified the medicine herbs according to the formula. "Some herbs are running low. I should go into town to buy some more." "Woof, woof." Sanxian barked suddenly as Wang Yao was thinking. "Is there someone?" Wang Yao stood up and went out of the house. He saw 2 familiar silhouettes. They were Guo Sirao and Hikishin, who came to beg for medicine yesterday. They came with gifts this time. "You guys again? What do you come for this time?" "Hello, we're bothering you again." Guo Sirao smiled when she saw Wang Yao. She did appreciate this young hermit-like man who saved her brother. Although she was so mad before, she thought it was worthwhile in the end. Chapter 26. All the rare illnesses can be cured. I'm here to thank you. Thank you for the formula. My brother has woken up and recovered well, said Guo Sirao. That's great, said Wang Yao with a smile. By the way, what do you do? Are you a Chinese medicine practitioner? No, I am. Wang Yao didn't know what to say. Task, in the name of a traditional Chinese pharmacist, said the system. You are traditional Chinese pharmacist from today. This is your occupation for the rest of your life. What does that mean? Wang Yao was stunned. After a while, he realized what the system meant. I am a traditional Chinese pharmacist, he said calmly. Task, in the name of a traditional Chinese pharmacist. Task status, complete. Reward, a multifunctional pot for herbs. Pharmacist. So what you do is dispense, prepare and examine drugs? Asked Guo Sirao. Yes. When Wang Yao was hesitant of what to say, the voice of system appeared again. The role of a traditional Chinese pharmacist is to plant various types of herbs, brew various types of decoctions and treat various types of diseases. Wow! Wang Yao was stunned. Looks like I haven't met half of the criteria. Wang Yao thought. Are you talking about traditional Chinese pharmacists? He Qisheng sitting next to them asked. What is that? Guo Sirao asked curiously. They used to be called herbal workers and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners throughout history. In ancient China, the great traditional Chinese pharmacist can cure all the illnesses. Said he Qisheng. That's impressive. Guo Sirao was amazed. The way she looked at Wang Yao became different. Of course, in ancient China, medical practitioners were able to grow herbs and prescribe formulas. I think the herbs you grow are fantastic, said he Qisheng. You are so kind to say that, said Wang Yao with a smile. This bank card here has 500,000 yuan. The password is the last 6 digits of your mobile phone number. Guo Sirao took a bank card out of her handbag and gave it to Wang Yao. O with double acute E with Karen S with acute, what is this? Wang Yao frowned. To thank you for saving my brother's life, said Guo Sirao. The formula was worth 500,000, that sounded really expensive. But Wang Yao didn't take the bank card. He would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted, but he decided not to accept the money. I can't take the money. As I mentioned, I don't want to bring trouble to my master. I hope Miss Guo will keep this in mind. That's all I want. Wang Yao only needed a promise from Guo Sirao to prevent her from bringing endless trouble to his family. Why not? Said Guo Sirao. She always repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with justice. For her, saving her brother was a huge favor which she had to repay. Of course she would keep her previous promise as well. Well, I'll remember that you owe me. I will ask for your help if it is required in the future, said Wang Yao. Okay. Guo Sirao accepted without hesitation. Wang Yao then invited them to his cottage and shared out 2 glasses of water. This water is so special. Guo Sirao was amazed after taking 1 sip. She immediately felt the difference. The water was sweet and made her very alert. He Qisheng's eyes lit up after drinking the water, but he didn't say a word. He took another sip and left the water in his mouth so that he could feel it, as if he were tasting wine and special tea. Spring water? Asked he Qisheng. Yes, replied Wang Yao with a smile. This is the normal spring water he took from the hill. After filtering and boiling it, he added some ancient spring water to it. After all, the supply of ancient spring water was limited. With just a little bit of it, a normal glass of water could turn into something magical. I've never had such sweet and pure water. Now I'm a bit envious of your lifestyle, young man, said he Qisheng. Wang Yao laughed. He also thought his life was wonderful. He was very happy to live and work on the hill, it made his life full. After staying in the cottage for over 10 minutes, Guo Sirao and he Qisheng were ready to leave. They invited Wang Yao to visit Qi province before they left. Goodbye, they said as they left. Bye, Wang Yao waved to them. Miss, this young man is not simple, he Qisheng could feel it even after a brief chat. To him Wang Yao was so different and extraordinary, he had vision and ability. He believed that if Wang Yao was born in a prominent family he would become a great man. Yeah, much better than those fellows from Qi province, said Guo Sirao. For those who were familiar with Guo Sirao, they would know that she was speaking very highly of Wang Yao. The two of them drove out of Wangjia village. On the other hand, Wang Yao returned to the cottage in a hurry to check what he had been rewarded with after completing the task. There was a pot inside the systems package. Using his mind, the pot turned into a flash of light and fell into Wang Yao's hand. The pot looked slightly different from the modern ones used for brewing decoction. It looked antique. The material used for making the pot was neither gold nor jade but instead felt like some special stone. This multifunctional pot for herbs can be used to brew all sorts of herbs without losing any of the medicinal effects. Without losing any medical effect. Wang Yao was amazed as he read those words. Given the amount of research he had done, he knew that some of the herbal effects could be lost during brewing. It was very hard to keep all the medicinal effects. But after he had witnessed the magic created by ancient spring kettle, he was full of expectation towards this small pot which didn't look special at all. At lunchtime, he went home and found Wang Zixiro waiting for him with a strange look on his face. "Yao, you are finally here," said Wang Zixiro. "What's going on, Zixiro?" asked Wang Yao with a smile. "I'm here to apologize," said Wang Zixiro shamefully. "Apologize? For what?" Wang Yao was surprised. "My mom told those people that the herbs which saved me were given to us by you," Wang Zixiro said quietly as he looked down at his toes. It was not until this morning that Wang Zixiro knew of his mother telling their family members of this secret. They had made an irresistible offer to his mother of 500,000 yuan. The money was enough to change the whole life of Wang Zixiro's family. After hearing of this, Wang Zixiro had a big fight with his mother. He then hurried to look for Wang Yao to apologize and notify him to prevent further troubles. "I see. That's all right." Now Wang Yao knew how Guo Sirao and Hikishan knew of the herbs he gave Wang Zixiro. "Can I have your bank card number?" asked Wang Zixiro. "For what?" said Wang Yao surprisingly. "I want to transfer the money she gave my mother to your bank account," said Wang Zixiro. "No, you keep the money." Wang Yao waved his hand with a smile. But he started to become curious about who Guo Sirao was. What kind of person would pay 500,000 yuan for information? She also wanted to pay him 500,000 yuan for saving her brother. That's 1 million in total. She must be very wealthy. Chapter 27. Have to be shameless. Earlier, Guo Sirao wanted to give Wang Yao 500,000 yuan as payment for saving her brother. Wang Zixiro also wanted to give him 500,000 yuan. Looks like it was my lucky day, Wang Yao thought. I can't do that. Wang Zixiro was a bit agitated as Wang Yao refused to accept the money. Yes, you can. Keep the money, said Wang Yao firmly. 500,000 yuan was not a small amount of money to Wang Yao. He would have probably been tempted in the past, but now he had a magical system and all the possibilities it brought. The money didn't seem to be attractive to him anymore. Furthermore, he and Wang Zixiro were from the same village. They grew up together and they were remotely related. He didn't want to jeopardize their relationship because of money. Wang Zixiro still tried to convince Wang Yao to take the money. In the end, Wang Yao had to put on a look of disapproval to stop Wang Zixiro. But Wang Zixiro told him that the 500,000 yuan was considered a loan. Whenever Wang Yao needed money, Wang Zixiro will return the 500,000 yuan to him. After lunch, Wang Yao went to the town again to buy some herbs to make anshensen. Hey, young man, how can I help you this time? After several visits, the shop assistant of the herb store started to know Wang Yao. As usual, I want to buy some herbs. Here is the list. Wang Yao handed the list to the shop assistant. He didn't need to buy a lot this time, so the shop assistant quickly got everything ready for him. Are you going to brew decoctions again? Asked the shop assistant. Yes, replied Wang Yao. What do you do for a living? Are you a Chinese medicine practitioner? It was the first time the shop assistant asked Wang Yao about his occupation. I'm a traditional Chinese pharmacist. Wang Yao spoke naturally of what he did for a living. Pharmacist? You mean those people who do give out drugs and do analyses? I heard it is not easy to get a pharmacist certificate, said the shop assistant with a smile. Not that kind of pharmacist, Wang Yao laughed. Then what kind of pharmacist? Asked the shop assistant curiously. Planting herbs, making formulas and curing diseases, said Wang Yao. What? The shop assistant said with a surprise, that's awesome. Wang Yao was going to say I'm not that good, but he stopped when he heard the prompt from the system. As a traditional Chinese pharmacist, do not look down on yourself. Wang Yao knew exactly what the system meant. It seems that I shouldn't be too modest. Then I have to pretend that I'm good, Wang Yao thought. Yes. He sort of agreed with the shop assistant. You know how to treat diseases. The shop assistant was amazed. Haha, yes. Wang Yao had to bite the bullet and continue. Do you have a medical certificate? Asked the shop assistant. Well, no, said Wang Yao. What? The shop assistant sized Wang Yao up. He could tell Wang Yao was embarrassed, so he stopped asking questions. Fortunately, he didn't keep asking me questions. It's really not easy being a traditional Chinese pharmacist. I've got to be bold, Wang Yao thought. He was too shy to speak anymore, so he left with the herbs in a hurry. And he didn't stay in Lianshan for much longer. He went straight to Nanshan Hill after returning to the village and sorted through all the herbs he bought in the cottage. He still had one more task to do. The herbs for making anshensen had all been prepared. The only thing left was the moonlight herbs, which were still growing. He decided to deal with the other herbs before the moonlight herb was ready to use. The only thing was that the moonlight herbs had particular traits. They had to grow and develop under the moonlight. The moonlight was the best fertilizer for them. Apart from that, even the ancient spring water was not very useful. Maybe I should just try 2 small leaves, thought Wang Yao while he was standing in front of the cottage. He was looking at 10 moonlight herbs in the herbal field. The plants had green leaves like jade. The leaves were about 10 centimeters long and 2 to 3 centimeters wide. Well, I should wait for another 2 days. Let me try the multifunctional pot first, Wang Yao thought. Wang Yao prepared some herbs from the leftovers of the past 5 formulas. These leftover herbs were fantastic for experiments. From his experience of making the 5 formulas, Wang Yao basically learned the methods and precautions of brewing decoctions from the invaluable prescriptions for ready reference book. So things were much smoother for him this time. He weighed and processed the herbs first, then soaked them in the water, and finally started brewing them. The multifunctional pot had a similar size to that of the kettle for boiling water. He placed the pot on the stove, which was made of a few bricks. Inside the pot, there was clear ancient spring water, and under the stove, there was firewood Wang Yao got from the hill. Wang Yao put the herbs in proportion into the pot as the flame was moving about under the stove. Wang Yao carefully controlled the flame, and observed and controlled the process. What is this? After a short while, Wang Yao detected a problem. Regardless of the changes in the flame's intensity, the fluid inside the pot was still boiling at the same level. So Wang Yao did another experiment. He added some firewood to stimulate the flame, then reduced the firewood to make the flame weaker. But the boiling fluid inside the spot was not affected at all. The things from the system were so wonderful. Wang Yao thought. Apart from stabilizing the boiling fluid, Wang Yao found that it took him less time to brew the decoction this time. After the decoction was ready, the dregs and the liquid were separated very well. Wang Yao then poured the liquid out and removed the dregs. He found there were absolutely no dregs left on the inside of the pot, as if the pot was still brand new. Good. Wang Yao was thrilled. He only needed to briefly rinse the pot after using it. Wang Yao only required 1 formula to prove this multifunctional pot was unusual. Wang Yao used his mind again to make the pot disappear into the system panel. After he packed his things away, Wang Yao went back to the herbal field to check on his plants. Every type of herbal plant grew well, especially those common herbs such as radix gentiani and matrimony vine. With the nourishment of the ancient spring water, within just a couple of days those herbs had grown like they had been growing for half a year. When the herbs were ready, they must be sold well. Wang Yao knew the herbs he grew would not be sold at a low price given his experience of selling sealwit. His herbs were purely nourished by the essence of the world and he never used any chemicals fertilizer. So, the quality of those herbs should be the best. Wang Yao returned to his home after a busy day in the herbal field. He found his mother sitting on the couch of the lounge, absent-minded as if she was thinking of something. She just brought her mind back when Wang Yao entered the lounge. "Hey, you are back," said Zhang Ziying. "Yes, Mom, what were you thinking about?" "You didn't hear me at all," asked Wang Yao. Chapter 28. "Nourish the heart and soothe the nerves. I'm thinking about your auntie," said Zhang Ziying. "What about her?" asked Wang Yao. His mother had 3 siblings, Zhang Ziying was the eldest one. She had a sister called Zhang Ziyumei who treated Wang Yao very nice. Zhang Ziyumei used to buy him nice treats when he was younger and often took him out to the park or the zoo. Even now, Zhang Ziyumei called him from time to time to ask about how he was going with his work and relationships. She actually just called him a few days ago. "Just a usual thing, insomnia," Zhang Ziying said. Wang Yao knew his auntie had this condition. Every time she had an episode, she suffered from restlessness, weakness, and lack of an appetite. She had visited a number of doctors and tried various medications but none of these could help her. 2 old Chinese medical practitioners said her problems were caused by physical recuperation after her birth, so it was difficult to treat. "She didn't go see a doctor?" asked Wang Yao. "Yes she did, but it's no use. She's been to numerous doctors. She is lying in bed at home now. I just talked to her on the phone and she didn't even have the strength to speak," said Zhang Ziying worriedly. After all, she was her sister, her family. Maybe Anshensen will work, thought Wang Yao. He suddenly thought about his unfinished task related to the formula the system rewarded him. Anshensen alleviates mental depression, harmonizes qi, nourishes the heart and calms the mind. Given the wonderful effects of antidotes, Wang Yao was certain that the Anshensen would have great effects too. "I can't wait for the moonlight herbs to be ready. I have to start brewing decoctions tomorrow." Wang Yao immediately made his decision. Nothing compared to the health of his family members, not even a couple of moonlight herbs. "Mom, don't worry too much. Have you cooked dinner yet?" "I'm hungry," Wang Yao tried to distract his mother. "Okay, I'll cook for you now," said Zhang Ziying. Wang Yao's father came back after dinner had been cooked. Wang Yao and his parents had dinner together, they were happy and relaxed together. After dinner, Wang Yao went back to his room and read books about herbs and medicine as usual. The sky was nice and clear with only a few clouds, and the moon was glowing up high. Nice moonlight, hopefully it can make the moonlight herbs grow a bit more, Wang Yao thought. Wang Yao went to sleep after some reading. The next day, early in the morning, it was nice and cool outside. Wang Yao got up early as usual and had some noodles and dry food before heading to Nanshan Hill. Every time he saw the herbs in the field he was in good mood. He first walked about the herbal field, then watered the field and the several trees and ginseng nearby with ancient spring water. After he had finished watering, he came to see the 10 moonlight herbs. He carefully picked 2 green leaves from 2 different moonlight herbs. Like the antidote herb, green fluid flew out at the fracture and dried immediately. Hopefully the leaves will grow back, Wang Yao thought. After returning to the cottage, Wang Yao took out the herbs for making Anshensen, double-checked them, and then started to brew a decoction. Ginseng, angelica, poria cocos, licorice. Wang Yao had to make sure the weight and sequence of putting the herbs in the pot were all identical to what was on the formula. At the same time, the fire was burning cheerfully. The multifunctional pot for herbs was giving off steam and a special smell of herbs soon filled the cottage. When Wang Yao estimated that the effect of the herbs had all come out, he put the leaves of the moonlight herb into the pot. The leaves dissolved immediately and turned the liquid inside the pot from a light brown into light orange color. Seeing the change in color, Wang Yao quickly moved the multifunctional pot away from the flame. He looked at the decoction that took him a great deal of effort to brew. Done. But there was no response from the system. Let me take the decoction out of the pot first. Wang Yao poured the decoction into a glass bottle after it cooled down. I'm not sure whether it was successful or not. So I can't just give it to my auntie in case something bad happens. Maybe I should try it first? He poured a little bit of decoction out of the glass bottle, then drank it with some water. He soon felt warm in his stomach and the decoction being absorbed. In the beginning, Wang Yao didn't feel any difference. After 20 minutes, he felt quieter in his surroundings as well as having an overall calm feeling. His body was slightly hot but his brain was very alert. It was a nice feeling. It worked. He immediately realized that he had successfully made the formula. Let me give some to Sanjiao to try. He poured some decoction into the small basin outside Sanjiao's doghouse and called out to him. Drink, Sanjiao. Wang Yao pointed at the basin. Sanjiao took a look at the basin, then lifted up his head towards Wang Yao, as if he were asking, Hey, my caretaker, what do you mean? Did you add anything to my drinking water? Just drink it, repeated Wang Yao. Sanjiao took a few sips of the water, then started to shake his head. Anything wrong? Wang Yao tried to observe Sanjiao's response regardless of whether Sanjiao could understand him or not. Sanjiao turned out to be fine. He wandered around, then returned to his dog house. He sat on the floor and looked ahead, as if he were thinking of something deep and philosophical. No side effects. After 1 hour of observation on Sanjiao, plus his own feelings, Wang Yao was certain that the decoction had no side effects. After 2 experiments, Wang Yao was sure his Anshensen had no problems. He then placed the glass bottle inside the system's package tab, locked the door and then headed to town. Sanjiao, watch the door, he asked Sanjiao before leaving. But he didn't get any response. He turned his head around and saw Sanjiao was still looking ahead like a statue. What's your problem? Wang Yao waved in front of Sanjiao. Woof. 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 Sanjiao seemed to be unhappy that Wang Yao was disturbing him. Look after the herbal field for me, in particular those licorice roots. Don't be absent-minded all the time. Hey, what do you mean by that look? Wang Yao found the dog was acting more and more like a human being. I'm off, said Wang Yao. He went down the hill and rode his motorbike into town. His aunt lived about 20 minutes away by motorbike. After arriving in town, Wang Yao bought some supplements before heading to his aunt's home. He knocked on the door on arrival. A middle-aged woman opened the door for him. She was medium height and her face was like yellow wax with 2 big eye pouches. She looked very drowsy. Chapter 29. About an extremely pretty girl. Yao, how come you are here? The woman who opened the door was Wang Yao's auntie, Zhangzi Umai. She was surprised to see Wang Yao. Hi auntie, I heard you are sick. So I'm here to visit you. Feeling any better? Asked Wang Yao. You are so kind to buy me so many things. Come on in please. Zhangzi Umai guided Wang Yao into the house, then prepared some food and drinks for Wang Yao. She still treated him like a child. Don't worry about me, auntie, please sit down, said Wang Yao. No, it's fine. Try the walnut your uncle brought from Shaanxi province. Zhangzi Umai was going to peel a walnut for Wang Yao. Don't worry about me. Do you still have difficulty falling asleep? Asked Wang Yao, concerned. His auntie was like another mother to him. She had always treated him very well. Yes, it's just an old problem. No matter how tired I feel, I just can't fall asleep. Every time I lie down and close my eyes, I can hear all sorts of noises. I just feel unsettled. Sighed Zhangzi Umai. This was a problem caused by physical recuperation after birth. It's happened every year. She had seen, God knows how many, doctors and had, God knows how many, tests. she tried Western medicine, Chinese traditional medicine and some folk prescriptions. None of those worked. The medication had destroyed her stomach while her illness was still there. Well, I brought you an herbal formula. Wang Yao took out the glass bottle filled with the orange decoction. Herbal formula? Zhang Ziumei was surprised to see the glass bottle in Wang Yao's hand. Yes, please try to see if it works. Wang Yao gently opened the lid of the bottle and suddenly, a nice smell of herbs came out. Where did you get these herbs? Asked Zhang Ziumei curiously. I made it myself, said Wang Yao. What? Zhang Ziumei was surprised. Haha, just joking. Please try it. I've tested it to make sure it is not poisonous. Don't drink too much, just a little bit to start with. Wang Yao was unsure about the effects of the medication, so he didn't want his aunt to drink too much in case something bad happened. Okay. Zhang Ziumei took the bottle. She found that the bottle was still warm. Wow, it's still warm. Yes, I drove over here quickly, said Wang Yao. You've got to be careful on road. Zhang Ziumei took a sip of the decoction. It was warm and a little bitter, but had a special, nice flavor. She felt warm inside her stomach, and with the fluid going down, she felt very comfortable. She drank a little more. 1/5 of the 500ml decoction was already gone. How do you feel? Asked Wang Yao eagerly. On one hand, he was worried about his auntie's health. But on the other hand, he wanted to know whether his decoction had any effects. I feel very good, said Zhang Ziumei. She was telling the truth. Although she hadn't had much, she felt the warm liquid in her stomach and it gradually extended to the other parts of her body. After 10 minutes, she felt much better and even a little bit stronger. This medication is really useful, exclaimed Zhang Ziumei. She didn't have much faith in the decoction Wang Yao brought for her. After all, she had been to too many doctors and had too many disappointments. She just didn't want to upset her nephew. But the decoction really surprised her. She wasn't expecting it to work so quickly. After another 10 minutes, she started to feel something else. She felt calm in her head and warm in her body. She felt much more settled and calm than before. It was a very comfortable feeling. Do you feel better now? Wang Yao knew the decoction started to take its effect given the smile on his aunt's face. I feel much better. This medication is wonderful, Yao. Tell me the truth, where did you get it? Asked Zhang Ziumei. I made it myself, said Wang Yao with a smile. Stop joking. When did you start to brew decoctions? Zhang Ziumei laughed. Haha, as long as it works. Remember to take it 3 times daily and drink all the decoction within 3 days. Do not drink it cold. Heat the decoction with warm water, but not hot water. Otherwise the effects will be destroyed, said Wang Yao. He never studied medicine, but had learned quite a lot from the medical books he had been reading recently. Sure, you know quite a lot. Zhang Ziumei laughed. Well, I heard from your mom that you want to continue to grow herbs. Do you plan to sell them? She asked. Not really. I don't want to sell them all. I want to keep some for myself too, said Wang Yao. For yourself? What do you need it for? Asked Zhang Ziumei. Brewing decoctions, replied Wang Yao. You want to learn traditional Chinese medicine? Zhang Ziumei just realized Wang Yao was not joking. No, I am a traditional Chinese pharmacist, said Wang Yao. Pharmacist? Asked Zhang Ziumei. Growing herbs, making decoctions and curing diseases, explained Wang Yao. Like a quack doctor? Zhang Ziumei suddenly thought about those so-called physicians with no qualifications. She had no idea why her nephew had such strange thoughts. So she started to be a bit worried. Wait. Looking at Zhang Ziumei, Wang Yao suddenly realized he had said too much. Well, auntie, your priority is to look after your own well-being. Don't think too much about me. I have to go now. Wang Yao stood up. Where are you going? Asked Zhang Ziumei. Going home, said Wang Yao as he had served his purpose of visiting. No way, you must have lunch here, said Zhang Ziumei. Next time, when you get better, said Wang Yao. I'm fine. I've got to cook for your uncle and cousin anyway, said Zhang Ziumei. Therefore, Wang Yao stayed for lunch. Zhang Ziumei told her husband and her son about the decoction Wang Yao brought to her after they came back. She praised the decoction for its wonderful effects. Her husband was smiling when listening to Zhang Ziumei, but he looked doubtful. He had taken his wife to a lot of places for treatment in the last few years. They had also seen a few specialists, however his wife still remained sick. It was hard to believe some decoction could have such incredible effects. Wang Yao kept silent. He stayed for a short while after lunch, and before he left, he repeated how to use the decoction to his auntie. Wang Yao didn't rush back home after he left his aunt's house. Instead, he wandered about in the town. It started to get cold. He was going to buy some clothes and some dog food for Sanxian. There weren't many people in the supermarket on the weekdays, so Wang Yao took his time to look around. Wang Yao. He suddenly heard someone calling him. Following the voice, he saw a pretty girl standing near him. She had a green, silky shawl over her slim figure and her face was as beautiful as a flower. Tong Wei. What a coincidence, said Wang Yao. The pretty girl was his old classmate he had come across in town the other day. Her name was Tong Wei and she was extremely pretty. Chapter 30. A quack doctor, a foolish young man. Yes, what a coincidence, Tong Wei said with a smile. I thought you were in Dao City. How come you are here? Asked Wang Yao. It's my mom's birthday today, so I took a day off to come back, replied Tong Wei with a smile. Dao City was not far from Lianshan, it was about a 2-hour drive away. How is your mom? Asked Wang Yao. Not too bad. Although Tong Wei tried to hide it, Wang Yao saw the concern in her eyes. By the way, what do you do in Dao City? Asked Wang Yao. Economic management, said Tong Wei. In a senior level position? Wang Yao said with a smile. Tong Wei was not only pretty, but also highly educated. She completed her master's degree overseas and was the only person among all his schoolmates to study abroad. Not some senior position. Tong Wei laughed. Her phone suddenly rang as she was going to say something. She raised her eyebrows when she saw the number showing on her phone. Hello Yang Ming, Tong Wei picked up the phone. Hello Tong Wei, I heard you are back in the town. Is today your mom's birthday? Said Yang Ming on the phone. Wang Yao could hear a familiar voice from Tong Wei's phone as he was close by. The person calling Tong Wei was also his old schoolmate, whose name was Yang Ming. Looked like Yang Ming was still chasing after Tong Wei. Yes, what? No, thank you, Tong Wei spoke on the phone for about 3 minutes. When she hung up, she shook her head. Wang Yao chatted with Tong Wei for a short while before leaving the supermarket. This Wang Yao looks different from before, thought Tong Wei as she was looking at Wang Yao's back. Wang Yao rode his motorbike home after grocery shopping. Mom, I'm back, called Wang Yao as he stepped through the door. You went to your auntie's house? Asked Zhang Ziduiying. She stopped what she was doing as soon as she heard her son's voice. Yes, replied Wang Yao. Did you bring medicine to your auntie? Asked Zhang Ziduiying. Yes, how did you know? Wang Yao suddenly found the way his mother looked at him was strange. Your auntie just called me to tell me that the medicine you brought was very effective. She feels much better now. She also mentioned that you want to be a quack doctor, said Zhang Ziduiying. Not a quack doctor. I'm a traditional Chinese pharmacist. Wang Yao knew he had opened a can of worms as his mother wouldn't stop asking questions. It would be hard for him to get away. What do you do as a traditional Chinese pharmacist? Asked Zhang Ziduiying. Plant and grow herbs, brew decoctions, and cure illnesses, said Wang Yao. That sounds like a quack doctor, said Zhang Ziduiying. Well, Wang Yao didn't fancy the word quack. Not a quack doctor. Wang Yao didn't know how to explain this to his mother. "Did you learn everything from that old traditional Chinese medical practitioner?" asked Zhang Ziying. "Yes," said Wang Yao. "Okay, make sure you learn properly," said Zhang Ziying. "What?" Wang Yao was surprised to hear what his mother said. "I mean, you should make a good effort to learn well from that practitioner," said Zhang Ziying. "Sure." Wang Yao didn't expect his mother would leave him alone so easily. He even did a few rehearsals of what to say. But it was good he didn't need to explain much to his mother. He put away the things he bought in town, then headed to Nanshan Hill. Now he had another problem, the task given to him by the system. He had to make Anshensen within a month. He had already made one and it looked like it worked, but he didn't get any response from the system, which made him very confused. What was the problem, thought Wang Yao. After he arrived at Nanshan Hill, he had been sitting outside the cottage going through the process of making Anshensen. However, he couldn't think of anything that could possibly have gone wrong. He used precious licorice roots, moonlight herb, this time to make the decoction for his family member. So he was exceptionally careful about the amount and process when brewing the decoction. However, he still didn't get any response from the system in the end. "Looks like I have to try again tomorrow," thought Wang Yao. Wang Yao didn't rush back home in the afternoon even though there was not much to do on the hill. He walked about on the hill slowly, thinking of how to use such a big area on the hill. What a shame he hadn't made good use of every bit of it. Wang Yao thought maybe he should grow more herbs or trees. "Maybe I should open up 1 acre of land for growing some more herbs," thought Wang Yao. He didn't wait after the thought. He took out the shovel and some other tools and started working in the field. "Yao, what are you doing here?" A middle-aged man from Wang Yao's village came by with a group of sheep. "Hi, uncle. Are you going back to the village?" "Yeah, are you still working on the hill?" "Yes, for a few more years," Wang Yao replied with a smile. "Good." The middle-aged man walked the group of sheep away slowly with a cigarette in his mouth. "What a pity," murmured the middle-aged man. People in the village had talked a lot behind Wang Yao's back during the last 3 years. Especially after Wang Yao jumped into the water to try to save someone. They thought Wang Yao would stop working on his hill. But they heard from the village committee that Wang Yao not only hadn't given up the hill, but also extended his contract for another 20 years. In addition, Wang Yao had promised to donate 20,000 yuan to the village every year. Suddenly different versions of rumors started to spread around the town. Wang Yao's parents were not against their son's decision. They gave their permission for Wang Yao to continue, but they didn't make any comments. It set Wang Yao's mind at rest and encouraged him to continue working on the hill. It started to turn dark while Wang Yao was still busy working in the herbal field. Time passes so quickly. Wang Yao stood up and wiped the sweat away from his face. He packed away his tools, fed and talked to San Yan, then went home. Wang Yao was so hungry that even the rice porridge and hot buns seemed to be so delicious. After dinner, Wang Yao returned to his room. He went to sleep soon after he did some reading. The next day, as usual, he got up very early to start working. He had become the same as every other resident in the village, face to the earth, back to the sky. The only difference was that he had a wonderful pharmacist system. Ding! "The task of making Anshensen has completed successfully," said the system when Wang Yao just finished watering the herbal field and the trees on the hill. "What? Why did the system just respond? Slow response much?" Wang Yao was surprised to hear the voice of the system. He was going to try it again today, but he didn't expect to be notified that the task had been completed. "System, why did you take so long to notify me?" asked Wang Yao. "Curative effect." "Curative effect? It was shown yesterday," said Wang Yao. The system didn't respond to Wang Yao's comment. "Anyways, it's done. Let me see what formula is next." Wang Yao opened the system panel. Regather soup strengthens the muscles and the bones, and increases longevity. Main components: ginseng, matrimony vine, sealwood, Gordon Uriale, Ganoderma, Shanjing, Guinan. Chapter 31. Not Jesus. The previous medicine herbs were so common, but the last two herbs, Sanjing and Guinan, Wang Yao had never heard of before. He checked online with his mobile phone and found that Atractylodes macrocephala in Chinese medicine meant Shanjing. Shanjing means Atractylodes macrocephala? Wang Yao asked the system to make sure. No. No. Are they not the same common medicine herb? Thinking about it, he took out the book, Catalogue of Magic Herbs I from the package tab in the system to read. Certainly, he could find it in the book. Shanjing is the essence of the hill and it also the mellowest and thickest herb. It can strengthen the body. Guinan, the world soul and the essence of time are absorbed by it, so it can strengthen bones and consolidate the corporeity. Wang Yao did not have Shanjing or Guinan, which meant that he could not make the regatha soup. System, how can I get the Shanjing and Guinan herbs? Through exchange. How do I exchange? Through bonus points. Where do I exchange them? In the medicine shop. Wang Yao opened a system panel and checked each tab. He found that several panels were in gray and could not be read because of his level. The medicine shop was one of them. My level is not high enough. Reeling. Wang Yao's phone rang as he was staring at the panels of the system. Mom, what's up? Your aunt is much better, she could sleep well last night. She just called to praise you. It's good that it worked. Wang Yao said. He finally understood why the system said that the mission was finished. Wang Yao got busy when he ended the phone call and he continued to reclaim the land that he started in yesterday. He had been busy for 3 days to reclaim the field successfully. The workload of these 3 days was so much that Wang Yao was exhausted. Wang Yao's phone rang again when it became dark. He took it out and he found that his aunt was calling him. Hey, Auntie. Yao, are you busy? No, are you resting up okay? I am back to normal myself completely. I should thank you so much. Zhang Ziumri said happily. She had eaten and slept well for the past 3 days and her body was filled with power. The disgusting disease that had bothered her for such a long time had been done away with. She was in a good mood when the disease finally left. Oh, you are welcome. Listening to the words of his aunt, Wang Yao was also very happy. I want to ask you one thing. Do you still have that medicine? Zhang Ziumri asked. Yes. What do you want to do with it? Wang Yao was confused. There is one person who also wants that medicine and she has the same disease as I did. How? Wang Yao did not know how to reply, but there was a hint from the system suddenly. Mission, good things have their own price, successive. One herbal medicine can remove disease and extend life, which is a most treasured thing. It cannot be given to others easily, you are a pharmacist, not Jesus. The prescription and herbal medicine excluded in the system should not be involved. What was the mission? Wang Yao was confused, but he could understand the gist of the message. It was saying that the medicine can't be given out so easily, and it should be paid for. System, how much is one Anshensen herb? 1 kilogram of gold. What? Wang Yao was shocked after hearing that, he thought he heard wrong. However, he confirmed it when he opened the system panel. 1 kilogram of gold? How much is that in cash? 260,000 yuan. One herb is worth 260,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? There must be a mistake somewhere. Wang Yao thought. Are you sure? He asked the system. Yes. Yao, are you still there? She heard some messy words and something about several thousands of yuan over the phone. Hold on, Auntie. I have something to do. I will call you back. Wang Yao ended the call. He needed to calm down. The response of the system was still in his mind. How can that be possible? How can that be possible? A medicinal herb sold at that higher price, who would buy it? System, can I give it to the patient for free? 3 days, 1 medicine. There was a simple hint. So I have a right, but it's very limited. I can only give out 1 herbal medicine every 3 days. After sitting on the folding stool and keeping quiet for nearly half an hour, Wang Yao took up the phone and called his aunt. "So auntie, is the sick person your old friend?" "No. I just met her when I went to Island City. She and I share the same disease and I happened to meet her the day before yesterday. She seemed to be much more serious than I was," Zhang Ziumei said. The person was not her old friend but rather a friend that she met in the hospital. Zhang Ziumei had experienced the pain of that disease before, so she hoped that she could help her get rid of the pain too. "How about her family?" Wang Yao asked. "They should be okay. Her husband is a businessman and he has a good car." "Why do you ask?" Zhang Ziumei asked curiously. "The medicine is super expensive," Wang Yao said after the silence. "Expensive? How much it is?" 260,000 yuan for one dose of medicine," Wang Yao said. "What? How much?" Zhang Ziumei was shocked. She thought she heard wrong. "Yao, you must be kidding." "No. I mean it. The herb is so rare. I have tried hard to convince my master to give it to me for free. The money is just one problem, the next problem would be if my master was willing to give it up or not." Wang Yao had to use his non-existent master as an excuse. "Rare?" Zhang Ziumei was shocked when she heard that. She thought what her nephew brought to her was a common prescription. She did not know it would be so expensive. "You can talk with her and I will talk with my master." "Okay. I will ask her." Ending the call, Wang Yao went and sat in front of the house. Looking at the blue sky with Sanjian standing beside him, he was so comfortable and relaxed as the cool breeze blew through the hill. Wang Yao was getting used to this kind of life. When it got darker, Wang Yao packed up his things and locked the door. Then, he went down the hill to go home. After dinner, he answered a call from his aunt. The person they spoke about earlier wished to meet Wang Yao. It is forbidden to contact the person seeking medicine. The system spoke right as he was going to agree to it. "Sorry, aunt. She has to come here if she wants to seek help." "How? Can't you come here? Her husband could take you guys to meet your master by vehicle. My master doesn't see outsiders. She has to come here if she wants the medicine, otherwise we can't help." "To be honest auntie, I really don't want to be bothered. Mission, gain the recognition of one patient within 10 days. The reward is random, and the punishment is to take away the multifunctional pot for herbs." At that moment, the system spoke. "Shit. Could you not be so punctual?" Wang Yao scolded. Chapter 32. Wait for a guest with 1 cup of tea. Wang Yao almost cursed at that moment. He just said to his aunt that he wanted to give up, but then the system just gave him a mission. How annoying. "Okay, I'll talk with her." "Okay." Wang Yao went to work on the hill the next day when he surprisingly got a phone call from his aunt. She told him that the couple wanted to meet him. He could not give up since he had a mission, and he had also promised to meet them earlier. It was also a coincidence that the couple was in Lianshan County and they had some free time. So, they made an appointment to meet in the afternoon at Nanshan Hill. He finished replowing a part of the field before hurrying to put a stone table out on the field. At noon, there was a dark green Range Rover driving to Wangjia village. It went to the hillside of the Nanshan Hill and followed along the road. It was just 10 miles away from Wang Yao's herbal field. 3 people came out of the vehicle when it stopped, 1 man and 2 women. One of them was the aunt of Wang Yao, and the other 2 people were the couple to seeking the herbal medicine. The man seemed to be in his 40s and had a medium build. His face was square with thick eyebrows. He was a bit handsome. The woman appeared fragile and soft. She was pretty and looked like your average graceful and conservative woman in Jiangnan. However, she was in bad health and had dark circles under her eyes. Her face was white, and she gasped for air when she walked for too long. "Auntie." Wang Yao smiled and walked to them. "This field is so great. Let me introduce you, this is Director Tian and Mrs. Su." Zhang Ziumei introduced the 2 people to Wang Yao. "This is Wang Yao, my nephew. Hello. There's no need to call us Director or Mrs. I am Tian Yuan 2, and this is my wife, Su Jiahu, the man said clearly and brightly. Sit down please. Wang Yao put a little wooden desk out with a pot of tea on top of it. Please have some tea. Wang Yao served them the tea. Thanks. Tian Yuan 2 thanked him and took a sip. He thought the water was very sweet and fragrant. He could not help but sigh in content. Good tea. Thank you, Wang Yao smiled. It was not your average green tea since it was mixed with ancient spring water. Because of that, it was a little different. Su Jiahu drank it and felt a bit better. It really is some good tea. Young man, what kind of tea is this? Tian Yuan 2 asked curiously. As a successful businessman, he had gone all around the country and tasted many famous teas, but it was his first time tasting such a unique flavor. It is just normal tea, but there is not much left. Otherwise, I would give you some more. What a pity, Tian Yuan 2 said sincerely. I'll give some to you for free in the future, Wang Yao said with a smile. With Tian Yuan 2 mentioning it, Wang Yao thought it would be good to plant some tea plants on the Nanshan Hill. With the watering of the ancient spring water, the tea plants would have good effects on the body. They would even be comparable to famous teas, or maybe even better. So, we came to talk business. Yes, let's get to it. Can you take us to meet your master? Tian Yuan 2 asked. Sorry. My master doesn't meet outsiders, Wang Yao rejected with a smile. Can my wife be cured? What kind of the disease does she have? Although he had heard from his aunt, he needed to confirm it personally. She is disconcerted, and she cannot sleep well. She can't sleep deeply even though she is very tired and lies in bed. In addition, she has been having hallucinations recently. Tian Yuan 2 held the hand of his wife anxiously. It can be treated, but the medicine is very expensive. Since the disease was almost similar to that of his aunt's, Wang Yao thought the Anshensen herb would be effective. How much? 260,000 yuan for one dose? What? Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked after hearing the price. Tian Yuan 2 had gone all around the country, but hearing that one dose of medicine cost 260,000 yuan was new to him. Wang Yao said nothing, he just waited for the decision of the couple. The price was so high that even he was shocked by it. However, he had no choice since it was the forceful regulation of the system. Is the medicine that effective? Tian Yuan 2 asked as he looked at a silent Wang Yao. You can try it out. To be honest, Wang Yao had no full assurance that it would work for Su Jiahu. He was not a doctor, so he just induced remedies based on the description of the patient's disease. He thought her disease could be within the treatment range of Anshensen. When can we get the medicine? In 3 days. Okay. Tian Yuan 2 listened and nodded. They had talked for a while, and then the couple left. Wang Yao's aunt stayed at the house since she had something to talk to her nephew about. She had prepared to stay the night since she had not seen her elder sister for a while. The sisters would spend some time together, and then she would go back to Liangshan County tomorrow. Yuan 2, do you believe in the words of that young man? At that moment, the couple of Tian talked with each other while driving away from the village. Su Jiahu did not believe him. She had been ill for 8 years and would suffer from her disease every season without fail. She would fall asleep in 3 days' time when it got serious. She was uncomfortable, and she would have hallucinations. She would only go sleep if she took some special sleeping pills, but the side effects on her body were very apparent. In those years, her body had become worse and worse as she took more and more of those sleeping pills. One famous old Chinese medicine doctor had said that she would be dead within 10 years if she continued. The disease would drag her down and eventually lead to her demise. I would like to try it even if there is a 1% possibility, Tian Yuan 2 said. But it is so expensive. It is not expensive. I would pay 2 million, even 20 million to cure you, let alone 260,000 yuan, Tian Yuan 2 said with a smile. Half of the achievements that he had received should go to his good wife next to him. In the beginning, he was not that good in business. As a result, he had failed and became discouraged. At that time, only his wife had encouraged and supported him. She never abandoned him or gave up on him. Now, he had found a famous herbal medicine master that gave hope for his wife's condition. His wife could recover this year. So, he came to visit this master and his disciple. The young man who had greeted him did give him a feeling that they were different from all the previous doctors they had gone to. Even some of this young man's temperament had seemed to be somewhat similar to that of a master. Chapter 33. One dose of medicine to ease the mind. How about forgetting it? I am used to it, said Sujahu. I will come back in 3 days, Tian Yuan-tu said determinedly. He loved his wife very much, so he must try it since there was a possibility to cure his wife. On Nanshan Hill, next to the house. Yao, you should be honest with me. Can you really treat her? Zhang Ziumri was worried about her nephew. She had regretted dragging Wang Yao into this before coming here since Tian Yuan-tu was not a common person. She would have to take responsibility if he got angry at Wang Yao. She could be cured, but it is so expensive. We will just see whether he will pay for it or not. Wang Yao had about an 80% assurance at this moment. Why it is so expensive? Sorry. I cannot tell you. Besides, aunt, you should not tell this to my parents since they will worry about me, Wang Yao told his aunt. Okay, Zhang Ziumri sighed. She was still worried about him. On this day, Zhang Ziumri lived at Wang Yao's house. She and Wang Yao's mother had not seen each other, so these two sisters seemed to talk on forever when they met. Wang Yao went to study his book and then slept after dinner. The next morning, Wang Yao woke up early and went to the hill after a simple breakfast. Having finished working on the hill, he rode to town on his motorbike to buy several strains of tea plants so he could plant them on the hill. However, there was no such thing in town and the trees were not in season. Hence, he went to the county, but he also found nothing there. He asked some local people and found out that there was a tea garden close by. He rode to the garden and bought some tea strains, only 30 of them. He did not know about tea plants, so he consulted the seller for knowledge. Having bought the tea, he went back to the hill to find a place for the tea plants. Then, he watered the area with the mixed ancient spring water that had been prepared in advance. Soon, I will have tea of my own, Wang Yao said as he looked at the tea plants that he just planted. There should be several fruit trees beside the tea plants. Yes. In the cool breeze of the hill, the young man worked in the field happily. The next day, Wang Yao picked up 2 leaves of the moonlight herb that had been there the longest and started to decoct anshensen with them. With the help of the first experience, he was self-confident this time. However, he should also be careful not to be careless. Each step should be done with care, from weighing and washing to immersing and decocting. Finally, he was relieved when he saw the light orange soup. It should be a success. On the morning of the 3rd day, Tian Yuan-tu came as per appointment. He came by himself this time and Wang Yao had prepared the anshensen. He put it in the white porcelain vase that he specially purchased in town. How should I pay? What is the deposit? Tian Yuan-tu asked as he received the warm herbal medicine. Full payment up front, Wang Yao said. It was not his rule, but the system's. He had asked before and it said that it should be paid in full and could be in cash. What if it is useless? Tian Yuan-tu asked. He did have the money, but it did not mean that he would use it casually. Oppositely, he did care about the value made by the money as a successful businessman. And I am here, and my home is here. You can come to find me at any time. However, if you make trouble out of nothing. Something like that should be clarified early. Although Wang Yao had no countermeasures temporarily, he would find some soon if needed. Okay. Tian Yuan-tu did not waste any time and quickly transferred the money with his mobile phone. Then he left. Looking at the message on his phone, Wang Yao thought it was unreal since there was now 260,000 yuan in his account. Rich guys are so different. He raised his head and looked at the Tian Yuan-tu's Range Rover. It is surprising that I could get a bonus from selling medicinal herbs. Now that the transaction was done, Wang Yao heard the ding of the system. He opened the system panel when Tian Yuan 2 left. He found that there were 2 bonus points when he sold it 1 dose of medicine. 10 miles away, in the most luxurious area of Lianshan County, there was a villa with a gentle, beautiful woman inside. She held a white porcelain vase. She drank a little bit as her husband stood next to her. He was the Tian Yuan 2 who rushed over from Wang Yao's house. "How do you feel?" Tian Yuan 2 asked gently. "It is not an elixir, so it would not work that quickly," Su Jiahu smiled. "However, I can feel that my body is warm and comfortable." The warmth had enveloped half of her body within 10 minutes. Some feelings of tiredness and uncomfortableness had been driven away. "It is useful." Su Jiahu nodded. "It is good that it is useful. The bottle should be finished within 3 days. It should be warmed if it gets cold." "I know. It is not my first time drinking medicine," Su Jiahu smiled. That night, Su Jiahu had a good sleep without needing a sleeping pill. She only woke up at midnight. For her, it had been a rare enjoyment. All she wanted these years was to have a good night's rest. The next day, she could feel that she was without pain when she got up. She washed her face and she seemed to be better than yesterday due to the sufficient sleep she got last night. The medicine is useful. Looking at the strange change in his wife, Tian Yuan 2 was much happier than her. "I'll go find him." "Who?" Su Jiahu asked. "Wang Yao." "Why?" "To ask him for another dose. There is still some medicine left. How about I finish this first?" Su Jiahu said. Yes. "You're right, I just got a little excited. It is so surprising that there would be a high master in the world. We should meet his master." "Does his master really exist?" Su Jiahu asked her husband. "What do you mean?" Tian Yuan 2 was confused. "Lianshan County is not that large. We have asked all the famous doctors in the county earlier on. However, we hadn't found such powerful doctors. It is just 1 dose of medicine and it is not finished, yet the results for a disease that has tortured me for more than 10 years are instantaneous. It must be a powerful and excellent doctor." "So, you mean?" "The medicine herbs in his herbal field are in good health. It is October, but the leaves are still green," Su Jiahu finished. On Nanshan Hill, she wouldn't say it out loud but she was paying close attention to everything. She looked at the herbal field carefully and at the young man who held extraordinary conversations. Chapter 34. It's a fantasy. Observe it carefully and see if it was really made by the young man, Wang Yao. He would be so excellent and powerful if it was. Tian Yuan 2 said. He was already equipped with such extraordinary power at his age. I'm just guessing. Maybe there are many unknown High Masters in Lianshan County these years. The High Master may be that young man. But, all of these are just my guesses and they're useless. Su Jiahu smiled. Yes? We should not care about it. It'll be fine when he cures you. Yes? On this day, it was sunny and the blue sky was cloudless. On Nanshan Hill, Wang Yao stood in front of his herbal field and he seemed to be thinking hard. Dozens of strains of herbs were uprooted and some tree leaves fell on the ground. Sans Yan, who was left on the hill as a guardian, didn't do his job. His front paw wasn't touching the ground, it seemed to be hurt. Sans Yan, let me see. Wang Yao squatted down to have a look. He found that the leg was beaten but it was not that serious. The herbs destroyed in the herbal field were the Radix ciliaris and Radix gentiani. He observed them carefully and was relieved since the moonlight herbs and antidote herbs were not damaged. They were saved because they grew up slower than such common herbs as Radix gentiani and they were closer to the house. However, it was an alarm to Wang Yao. Someone had attacked his herbal field. It was just the first time and it was only the beginning, so there would be more damage in the future if he didn't find a solution. I should think of a way to stop this. Something hit Wang Yao. Hey, I'll go ask the system for a suggestion. System, are there any methods to prevent the herbal field from invasion? Yes. What is it? raise poisonous insects, fortify the field, move the herbal field to an independent space. Wait, which one is suitable for me? Wang Yao interrupted the system. Would raising poisonous insects also stop people from coming to the hill? Moving to an independent space sounded like a fantasy, and he could not do it in a short amount of time. None of them. Why? Level is insufficient. It was those words again. Wang Yao was helpless. So I have no other choices and I have to stay on the Nanshan Hill. Wang Yao picked up the destroyed medicinal herbs painfully and then he cleared them away. He went back home and said to his parents that he was going to spend the night on the hill. Then he went back to the hill with some of his stuff. Sans Yan, when you heal your wound, we will go down the hill to find the one who destroyed my field. Woof. Sans Yan seemed to get the words of Wang Yao. So, Wang Yao started his life of guarding the field. It was fine during the daytime. People would not dare to destroy the field then, since there were also other herders and farmers on the hill. At night, the light in the hut lit up in the whole field, so it was so obvious that there was someone in the hut. 2 days later, there was a surprise guest at the herbal field. A Range Rover was driven to Nanshan Hill in front of the surprised eyes of the villagers. Whoa! It's that Range Rover again. Are there any good things on the hill? I heard that all of them come for Wang Yao. The college boy who jumped into the river? Yes, I have heard that someone wanted to contract the Nanshan Hill from him for 1 million yuan. What? It was just a vehicle, but there were so rumors in the peaceful village for it. All of these were related to Nanshan Hill and Wang Yao. Hello. I come to visit you again. Looking at Wang Yao, Tian Yuan too was so polite. Hello, Mr. Tian, what's the matter? Wang Yao was surprised about the coming of Tian Yuan too. Is the Anshensen ineffective? However, he does not seem to be looking at me in a bad way. Stop calling me Mr. Tian, I am so embarrassed. You just call me Tian or Yuan too, both are okay with me. I came here for 2 things. First, I come to show my appreciation. My wife has recovered quickly since she took the herbal medicine provided by you. The disease is gone, and she can sleep well. Her entire being looks good. Thank you. So that was how matters stood. Listening to his words, Wang Yao became relieved, since he always worried about the fact that his medicine may not cure her disease. He would not only fail the mission, but he would offend others if it did not cure the disease. But now he seemed to think too much. Ding. Mission, gain the recognition of 1 patient within 10 days, complete. It is so strange that Tian Yuan too is the one who comes to thank me, instead of the patient, his wife. So why is the mission complete? Hearing this, Wang Yao was confused. However, he became so happy since the mission was finally over. The second thing is that I want to buy 1 more dose of herbal medicine. Buy medicine? Wang Yao was shocked. Why? I am afraid that 1 dose could not cure my wife completely. Oh. Wang Yao got it now. Come to get the medicine tomorrow, Wang Yao said. Okay. What is the name of it? Listening to the replying of Wang Yao, Tian Yuan too became curious. Anshensen. It alleviates mental depression and harmonizes qi. It also nourishes the heart and calms the mind, Wang Yao said. It does nourish the heart and calm the mind. I have never seen such a magic medicine before. The medicine should be called a miraculous medicine because it is so miraculous. Tian Yuan too marveled. You are flattering me, Wang Yao said modestly. After chatting for a while, Tian Yuan too left the hill. As he left, there was another person going up to the hill. It was the Wang Mingbao who had not been there for days. Who is that guy? Wang Mingbao asked when he got to the top. He came to look for herbal medicine. How about your shop? I already bought it and it is under decoration. It will be open in the next week or so. You should come to my shop to celebrate. I will. Wang Yao said. Wait, you just say that guy came for medicine? What kind of medicine did want? Is it the medicinal herbs that you plant? No. It is the herbal medicine dispensed by me. Since Wang Mingbao was like a good brother, Wang Yao did not hide the truth. You can dispense? Yes. Just a little bit. Shit. You even know how to dispense medicine, so what else can't you do? Wang Mingbao said with shock. I am not good at doing business. What's the matter with you? No. I just came to have a look. Hey, I went to your home last night, but my aunt told me that you spent the night on the hill. What happened? Look after the herbal field. Someone is jealous? Wang Mingbao guessed. Yes. Have you found out who? Wang Mingbao showed ferocity when he spoke. Not yet. Leave it to me. I'll find him and teach him a lesson. Don't do anything silly. Trust me. I have a plan, Wang Mingbao said. Chapter 35. A thriving business. That is all. The buddies chatted for a while and then Wang Mingbao stood up and went down the hill. Wang Yao opened a system panel when his buddy left. He checked the award of the mission. It was a book. He thought about it and then the book came to his hand. The book seemed to be ancient and there were several words on the cover. Wang Yao, who knew nothing about the ancient words but he could recognize that it was natural classics. He opened the book and found that there were still ancient words inside, but Wang Yao could read it all. These words seemed to be naturally printed into his mind. The ways of nature were mentioned in the book, including the method of being self-renewed to induce ki. The book was not thick and there were several pages, so Wang Yao could remember the summary of the book when he had read several times. System, what is the use of natural classics? Wang Yao asked curiously. There are the ways of nature and the method of cultivating yourself according to the religious doctrine. You can reach the peak of practice to rise in heaven and become immortal during the daytime if you have a full comprehension of the book. Note, the book cannot be passed on to others or any attribute will be decreased to 0.1 if you disobey. Wang Yao was shocked by the answer. He could reach the peak of practice to rise in heaven and become immortal during the daytime. Would he really be an immortal? Great, it must be a treasure. As for the warning that it could not be passed on to others, this would be etched into his mind. He would be a useless person if any of his attributes were decreased to 0.1. Wang Yao was so excited he got the book. He found that the words were too difficult to understand when he read it carefully. However, he could understand the method of being self-renewed to induce ki, so he tried it out. The beginning of the method was to adjust the breathing. The in-breath was the root of all human beings. Hence, Wang Yao dealt with the herbal field and practiced the method to induce ki beginning with the first chapter of the natural classics. He also picked up 2 leaves of the moonlight herb and decocted anshensen carefully. Then, he put it into a white, porcelain vase. The next morning, the sky was gloomy and the hill breeze was cold. It looked like it would rain. At 10 o'clock, Tian Yuan 2 drove to Nanshan Hill. Hello. Hi, Wang Yao smiled and said. How's Mrs. Su, Jiahu? Good, so good. She can eat and sleep well these days. She looks well. Thank you so much. Tian Yuan 2 smiled since what he said was true. 1 dose of herbal medicine could make his sick wife change onto a healthy woman, which was something he couldn't dream of before. You are welcome. Wang Yao smiled but he felt guilty in his heart since he sold the medicine at such a high price. The herbal medicine is ready, right? Tian Yuan 2 showed a different attitude toward Wang Yao. He had communicated with a hypocritical way as a businessman but now he showed his sincere feelings. Yes? Wang Yao waved his hand and a white porcelain vase appeared. This? Tian Yuan 2 was shocked, and he was surprised to see the magical scene, but he went back to normal quickly. He smiled and received it. He found that the vase was warm. It seemed to have just been made. Tian Yuan 2 transferred the money with his mobile phone silently. Soon, there was 260,000 more yuan in Wang Yao's account. It was a thriving business, just like that. They chatted for a while and then Tian Yuan 2 left the hill. Wang Yao entered into the cottage since he heard the system just now. Ready to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Figure level 2 occupational grade, Green hand, that's right, and you are still the green hand. Herb planting, grade 1, primary, you can only plant herbs. Besides these, Wang Yao found that the grey panel became colored and he quickly opened it. Medication. There was a skill tree with 2 branches in the panel, one was medical skills and the other was pharmaceutical technology. There was a trunk and branch under the medical skill. The first one was the basic medical skill, looking, listening, questioning and feeling the pulse, the 4 ways of diagnosis. The questioning and feeling the pulse were at the top while the rest were further down. It was said in the classic of questioning that knowing a disease just by looking could be described as godlike, knowing a disease by listening could be described as sage-like, knowing a disease by questioning could be described as craftsman-like, and knowing a disease by feeling the pulse could be described as artifice. In these 4 ways of diagnosis, the first one was the hardest and the most mysterious. Feeling the pulse and questioning were the most basic and common. The following skills were pharmacy and acupuncture. There was a rejuvenation in the back, which sounded like an excellent method of the immortal. The pharmaceutical technology was the basic one, and then there was senior pharmaceutical technology and the way to refine elixirs. The skill tree was not that complicated, and the skills were not that many. The skill could be learned with a skill point. Wang Yao was at level 2, so he could get 2 skill points. Wang Yao wanted to click it, but he found that there was one thing in the back of the panel. He clicked it and there were 2 words, medicine shop. It was a picture of an email, but it was ancient. There were medicine herbs, seeds, medicine, formulas and other things, but most of them were grey. Wait, that is it. Wang Yao found a brochure and it was very shiny. 5 lines method, primary. There was the book in the medicine shop, it sounded powerful. He looked at the price, it was 80 bonus points. He finished several missions and he sold 2 herbal medicines, but the bonus points he gained were so few. The least was 2 points and the most was 10 points. There was a total of 58 points, so there was still a gap between that and the price. There was still a long way to go and he still needed to work hard. Thinking for a while, Wang Yao added 2 skill points in the basic medical skills and basic pharmaceutical technology. Suddenly, he felt his head was swollen and it felt like countless things were rushing through his mind. He was in so much pain it felt like his head was about to explode. He squatted down and hugged his head as his face became red. Luckily, it lasted just a moment and then it was gone. Soon, he was back to normal. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Wang Yao gasped on the ground. When he calmed down, he shook his head. He just learned 2 skills and then a vast amount of knowledge rushed to his head from somewhere. Then, the knowledge exploded and he almost collapsed. What was that? Was I filled with wisdom? He became calm and he checked carefully. He found that there were 2 more systemic branches of knowledge in his mind. One was the basic method to feel a pulse with detailed methods and medical theories. And the other one was the recognition knowledge of Chinese medicinal herbs, including how to identify the age, effect and quality of the herbs. These should be a part of the basic medical skills and basic pharmaceutical technology skills. Let's try it out. Having learned the knowledge, Wang Yao could not help wanting to try it out. The method to feeling a pulse could not be tested, but the recognition of the Chinese medicinal herbs could be tested now since there were still some of the herbs that he bought from the county. They were classified and saved in the cottage. Chapter 36. A brave movement. Going to the hill in the mid of night, Wang Yao took some herbs out of the cottage, then tried to distinguish them using his knowledge of herbs. Angelica, too dry, no good. Astragalus, hard skin, hollow inside, no good. Salvia, too long and thin, light color, no good either. After going through all the herbs he bought, he found those herbs all seemed to be low quality. Although they could be used for brewing decoctions, the quality was much lower than those good ones. With herbs of high quality, one decoction would probably have better effects. With herbs of low quality, at least 3 decoctions were required to make an effect. In addition, even herbs had side effects. So it was essential to pick herbs of good quality. There are so many things to be considered when brewing decoctions. Ding. Task, make 10 different formulas within 7 days. No repeats. What do you mean by no repeats? Asked Wang Yao. No repeats of those you've made previously. How about brewing one decoction 10 times? Asked Wang Yao. Don't be silly. Shit. Got something to do again. 7 days, 10 formulas, time is limited. Wang Yao didn't waste any time. He went inside the cottage to do some research online and using his books. Plus, the knowledge he already had, he spent the whole afternoon deciding which 10 formulas he was going to make. He also listed the herbs required to make the 10 formulas. 57 herbs were required. Some of them could be used in different formulas, so this was not the most difficult part. With the existing herbs, Wang Yao was able to make one of the 10 formulas. After he had made up his mind, he picked, weighed, washed and soaked the herbs before he started brewing. He was efficient and careful. Ephedra, cassia twig, almond, licorice. Wang Yao worked until 2 a.m. He finally made it after 3 trials. Ephedra decoction, acrid warm herbs relieving superficies. After packing his things away and resting for a few hours, it was dawn already. He got up to work in the herbal field as usual. He removed the weeds and watered the herbs with ancient spring water. He then called home after checking the time. He asked his mother to look after the herbal field for him as he was going to town. Wang Yao rode to town after talking shortly with his mother. Don't rush, Yao, said his mother before he left. Hey, young man, here you are again, said the shop assistant when he saw Wang Yao. What are you going to buy this time? Here you are, this is the list. Wang Yao handed the list over to the shop assistant. Gosh, this is a lot. The shop assistant was surprised. Sorry to trouble you, said Wang Yao. Don't worry about it. Please wait here, said the shop assistant. Can I go with you inside? Asked Wang Yao, who wanted to take the chance to learn herbs. Sure, come with me, said the shop assistant. Following the shop assistant, Wang Yao entered the place where the herbs were stored. There were dozens of lines of shelves inside. On each shelf, there was a labeled box for easy identification. As this ginseng is not old enough, the color of the glossy Ganoderma is gray and white, no good, this sealwort is nowhere near what I have grown. Wang Yao found that all the herbs stored here were of low quality after assessing them using his knowledge he learned from the system. Even with artificial cultivation, the quality of herbs came out differently. In some cases, the herbs were planted in an uncultivated environment, like free range. Those herbs came out in lower amounts but higher quality. The herbs stored here were all from large-scale artificial cultivation. It was cheaper to do it that way, but the herbs came out in higher amounts but lower quality. It took the shop assistant 2 hours to get all the herbs ready, which filled 2 large bags to the brim. Thank you very much, said Wang Yao after he paid the money. This is my contact number. Call me directly before you come next time. The shop assistant gave Wang Yao his mobile number. After a few encounters, they started to get to know each other. Sure, I'll see you next time, said Wang Yao. It took Wang Yao a lot of effort to bring the 2 bags of herbs up the hill. Yao, what did you buy? Asked Zhang Ziduang as she saw her son carrying 2 big bags. He was sweating all over his head. Herbs, said Wang Yao. I see. Asked Zhang Ziduang. Yes, replied Wang Yao, I'll take over from here, you can go home to rest now. Okay, don't forget to come home for dinner, said Zhang Ziduang. I won't, said Wang Yao. Wang Yao started to work as soon as Zhang Ziduang left. He sorted through the herbs and picked out the ones he needed, then started to brew the decoction. It was a boring process to brew decoctions, and Wang Yao had to keep an eye on the fire all the time. But even with the multifunctional pot for herbs, Wang Yao didn't dare to be slack. In fact, Wang Yao felt bored when he was brewing decoctions at the beginning. He simply wanted to complete the task. But gradually, he found it to be interesting. Maybe it was related to his personality. Wang Yao was a quiet person and he enjoyed doing research on topics he was interested in. There was a lot of knowledge about brewing decoctions. Every time he came across something new, he made notes about it. Wang Yao made a formula successfully again at night. This one was similar to the Ephedra decoction with the same effect of relieving superficies. But the components were different. Wang Yao was relieved after he made the formula. He noticed it was only a couple minutes after 8 at night. He still had time to make another formula, but he decided to pack up and have a good rest tonight so that he would have the energy to brew decoctions the next day. Wang Yao fell asleep right away after a busy day. In the middle of the night, he suddenly heard Sans Yan barking. He got up immediately. After putting his clothes on, he walked out of the cottage with a torch and a short stick. He saw someone over 10 meters away from him. He went after that person for a while before he stopped. The person didn't return to the village. Instead, he went deeper in the hill. Sans Yan, come back, called Wang Yao. Sans Yan limped back. He was very loyal to Wang Yao. Who was it in the middle of the night running so fast? He's got the guts to be running around the hill, isn't he afraid of running into ghosts? Chapter 37. Autumn rain, quiet hill. Wang Yao checked the herbal field using the light of the torch. The damage was not major, only a few leaves of Radix gentiany were taken. Wang Yao guessed the thief was very cautious. He must have run away after hearing the noises in the cottage. Wang Yao looked into the distance and could see the corner of the village. The village was quiet and peaceful under the moonlight. For some people, if there's no coffin then they'll shed no tears. Wang Yao thought. It started to rain the next morning. Autumn rain was cold. Wang Yao still watered the herbal field using ancient spring water although it was raining. Afterwards, he returned to his cottage to prepare herbs and started brewing. East mulberry leaves, licorice, campanillaceae, mint, forsythia, reed rhizome. Inside the cottage, there was one man, one pot, one set of fire, and the smell of herbs. Outside the cottage, the autumn rain continued to come down on the quiet and peaceful Nanshan Hill. A lot of special things can be done in this kind of weather, such as having a cup of coffee in a quiet corner, reading a book at home, meditation, or having a nice nap. It was usually quiet on a rainy day. Wang Yao was sitting in his cottage and looking at the fire. He could smell the herbs coming from the pot. It was so much fun and it was a very meaningful thing to do to brew decoctions. Arctium, Nepetaria, honeysuckle flower, bamboo leaves, atractylose, poria cocos, Chinese yam, lotus seeds, licorice. Maybe it was because of the rain that Wang Yao was quiet and calm. He successfully made 3 formulas by the end of the day. Wang Yao was so relieved after the success. He put out the fire, cleaned the multifunctional pot and did some stretches. Let's call it a day, Wang Yao decided. Wang Yao had successfully made 4 formulas in less than 2 days. The process was much smoother than he had expected, so he didn't need to rush anymore. He sat on the chair and took out the book Natural Classics and started to read it. Although he didn't quite get the meaning of the book, he could feel it was a profound book. What made Wang Yao thrilled was that he started to understand the methods of self-renewing to induce qi which he didn't know about for a long time. Inhale, exhale. The essence of Tao is secretive and unseen. The extremes of Tao are dark and quiet, no vision and no hearing. Embrace the spirit with rest, your figure will shape itself. The means of nature will stay clear, the means of yin and yang will stay calm and the means of being a human will last forever. As the name of the book, Natural Classics, the great Tao is invisible. The sky and earth are fertile, the great Tao is ruthless. The sun and the moon come and go as always. The great Tao has no name. Everything in this world is being nourished, humans, law and earth, earth, law and sky, sky, law and Tao. The method of Tao is all about nature. The book, Natural Classics, was not thick. It didn't take long to read through one chapter, so Wang Yao took his time. On one hand, the content was not easy to understand. On the other hand, Wang Yao wanted to thoroughly understand the philosophy it contained. It started to get dark, But Wang Yao was unaware of it, he was still reading the book. Suddenly his phone rang. Wang Yao closed the book and packed it away in the system. What a shame, he thought. He had just started to get the meaning out of the book as if he touched something wonderful, saw something miraculous, and felt something different. But the phone ringing stopped everything. This book is truly extraordinary. Wang Yao thought. Hello, Mom. Wang Yao picked up the phone. Come home and have dinner. I haven't seen you for a whole day. Zhang Ziyang sounded concerned. I know, Mom, said Wang Yao. He then locked the door of the cottage and went down the hill with an umbrella. The hill in the rain was quiet, especially when it was dark. The hill was quiet and spooky. But Wang Yao had gotten used to it. He went down the hill and returned to his home. His mother had prepared dinner. She cooked 4 dishes and 1 soup, including fish and meat. And what a superb meal, special date today? Asked Wang Yao with a smile. Don't be silly, go and wash your hands, said Zhang Ziyang. Okay, said Wang Yao. Wang Yao and his parents were having dinner happily together. Do you still need to go to the hill at night? Asked Zhang Ziyang. Yes, I need to keep an eye on the field, said Wang Yao. I'm a bit worried about you being alone on the hill at night. This was not the first time Zhang Ziyang said this. I've got Sanjian keeping me company, said Wang Yao with a smile. Maybe you can get your dad to go with you? Suggested Zhang Ziyang. Are you kidding? There's just 1 small bed in the cottage. I will be fine. Don't worry about me, said Wang Yao. It took Wang Yao some effort to convince his mother that he would be fine. After dinner, Wang Yao talked a bit with his parents, then went back up to the hill. Fenhe, why didn't you say anything to stop him? Zhang Ziyang blamed her husband as soon as Wang Yao left. Wang Fenhe was smoking and didn't say a word. After a long time, he said, just let him do what he wants. What? It was you who didn't allow him to grow herbs a few weeks ago, said Zhang Ziyang. Wang Fenhe didn't respond. He just had dinner with the village secretary a few days ago. Wang Jianli, the village secretary, talked a lot after a few glasses of drink, and Wang Fenhe kept some of his words in mind. Your son, Wang Yao, is such an extraordinary young man. He knows the way of people in the world. All the villagers were wrong about him, said Wang Jianli. In the village, Wang Jianli had praised a lot of people, but not sincerely. Everybody who knew him well knew that he only sincerely praised people after drinking a couple bottles of beer. In addition, he rarely praised young people. At that time Wang Fenhe realized his son had truly changed. Maybe I should leave him alone, thought Wang Fenhe. Wang Yao went up Nanshan Hill with a torch in his hand. He soon arrived at his cottage to hide from the rain and wind outside. He turned the light on and started to read natural classics aloud. The rain continued outside and it didn't stop until after midnight. It was much cooler the next day. After watering the herbal field, Wang Yao went further up on the hill and sat down next to a rock. He started to practice a method of inducing qi according to natural classics. He had done some research online. Rumor had it that the book was written by a Taoist called Guang Chenzi. But the version he found online was different from the book given to him by the system. A lot of information was missing in the online version, and there was no mention of the method of inducing qi. It was like an abridged version. Wang Yao closed his eyes to practice inhaling and exhaling. Suddenly, he felt light through his eyes as it was dawn already. Mornings were the best time of the day to practice breathing, as the air was fresh and the sunshine was mild. After sitting on the rock for about 1 hour, Wang Yao went back to the cottage to continue brewing decoctions. He saw people starting to show up on the hill. Ba, ba. Moo, moo. A herd of cattle and sheep came along the road of the hill. Hi uncle, you are so early today, Wang Yao said hello to a man following the herd. Hello, the man waved back. What is that smell? A villager asked. It's the smell of herbs. I don't know what Fenhe's son has been doing again, another villager said. He's been on Nanshan Hill all this time, never looking for a proper job. The villager added. Well, it's not bad to do farming, said an old man who was smoking. Not bad? Can he actually make any money? A middle-aged man said with contempt. Chapter 38. Requesting medication. When Wang Yao was brewing decoctions, a Land Rover came to the village and followed the road up to the Nanshan Hill. Woof. 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 Wang Yao knew someone was outside when he heard his dog barking. His visitors were a couple. The man was chubby with a square face and thick eyebrows, and the woman was good-looking. They were Tian Tuan and Sujiao, who had just visited him not long ago. They came with some presents. Hello, called Tian Tuan before he reached the cottage. But he didn't get a response. He thought Wang Yao was not in the cottage and was ready to leave, but the smell of herbs made him go closer to the window to take a look. He saw Wang Yao was too focused on making decoctions to notice his voice, so he called again. Mr. Tian? Wang Yao turned around and saw Tian Tuan and Sujiao. He was a bit surprised to see them. Please come inside. He stood up to open the door and invited the two of them inside. The cottage was not big. There was one bed, one big pot and a desk inside. The room looked quite messy as all the herbs scattered around. I'm sorry. It's quite messy on here. Just give me 1 minute, said Wang Yao. Wang Yao has almost made the decoction successfully. Sure, said Tian Tuan with a smile. The couple sat aside and watched Wang Yao brewing his decoction. Wang Yao quickly took the multifunctional pot away as soon as the time was ready and poured the liquid into a container. He then left the dregs in and net leakage. He was very efficient. Sorry for the wait. Wang Yao spoke to Tian Tuan and Sujiao after hearing the prompt from the system indicating he had successfully made the decoction. Never mind that. What formula are you making? Asked Tian Tuan. Peony decoction for supplementing qi. It's something common, said Wang Yao as he began making tea for them. Look like Miss Su's fully recovered, said Wang Yao. Wang Yao noticed that Sujiao's face was rosy. Her eyes were shining as soon as she walked through the door. She looked very different from the sick and weak person he saw a few days ago. Don't call me Miss Su, just call me Auntie. Your two formulas were so effective. I'm totally fine now, said Sujiao. She had been tortured by her disease for so many years. She was so happy that she was finally cured. We have 2 requests this time. First, I thank you very much for curing my wife, said Tian Tuan. Not at all. You paid me to do it, said Wang Yao. He was actually a bit embarrassed about it because the 2 formulas were so expensive. Apart from the special moonlight herb, which had licorice roots, all the other herbs were common and some of them were even of low quality. As long as you don't think I charged too much, said Wang Yao. No, it's not expensive at all, said Tian Tuan immediately. The formulas are for saving lives. Think about it, even some tea leaves and flowers, which cannot save lives at all, are ridiculously expensive. Compared to those things, your formulas should be worth millions because lives are invaluable, said Tian Tuan. He made Wang Yao realize the value of his herbs. Right, lives are invaluable, and those licorice roots are hard to get, thought Wang Yao. What is the other thing? Asked Wang Yao. The other thing is about a friend of mine. He's got this weird disease making him very unsettled. His symptoms are even worse than my wife's. He's almost bedbound. Can you ask your master to take a look at him? Asked Tian Tuan. My master is getting old and he has retired. He no longer sees patients, said Wang Yao after some thinking. What about you? Asked Tian Tuan. Me? Wang Yao heard the system talking to him as soon as he was going to decline. Task: a traditional Chinese pharmacist should be able to cure all kinds of difficult diseases. Whether they come to see you or you go to them, the reward is random. Punishment will apply if failed. Any of the current attributes will lose half of the points already gained. Good timing. When Wang Yao heard this task, He thought he wouldn't be able to turn down anyone who came to ask him for help. "I'm very busy recently. I can't leave here," said Wang Yao. "Can you make an exception? As the old saying goes, better to save one life than build a 7-storied pagoda. My friend is very weak now. He is not in a good condition to travel," said Tian Tuinan. "I'm sorry," said Wang Yao. "Well, can you give me a formula so that I can bring it to him?" Tian Tuinan was a bit disappointed, but he stepped back and sought for alternative ways to save his friend. "Which formula?" asked Wang Yao. "And Shensen," said Tian Tuinan. His wife took the same formula, which worked very well. "No problem, come and get it after 2 days," said Wang Yao. The two of them sat for a short while before leaving. Wang Yao didn't want to accept their presents, but they insisted. Wang Yao started to work immediately after the couple left. "Did you request the formula for Mr. Cui?" asked Su Jiahu after they drove off the hill. "Yes, but he didn't want to visit him." "You seem to have high expectations of Wang Yao," Su Jiahu said with a smile. "No average person can make a mixture like An Shensen. He must be a special person." "And I noticed he seems to be different today," said Tian Tuinan. "Me too," said Su Jiahu. "He has become more spiritual, like those hermits living in the deep hills," added Su Jiahu. "Right, I hope the formula will work," said Tian Tuinan. "I think Mr. Cui's disease is worse than mine," said Su Jiahu. "Yes. He's been sick for a long time. If he wasn't from a prominent and wealthy family, he would be dead already," said Tian Tuinan. "What if there is a problem with Wang Yao's formula? Aren't you scared?" asked Su Jiahu. She was concerned. "Don't worry. On one hand, he is a good friend of mine, so I'll try my best to help him. On the other hand, there is a great master in his family who can check whether the formula can be used or not," said Tian Tuinan. "I hope it will work," said Su Jiahu. Wang Yao was putting his heart and soul into brewing decoctions while the couple was talking. He had completed 6 out of 10 formulas and still had plenty of time to make the rest of the formulas. After successfully making the 7th formula for the afternoon, Wang Yao stopped and packed his things away, then started to read natural classics as usual. Outside the house, the herbs were swaying in the wind. Sans Yan was lying under the window quietly, as if he were listening to Wang Yao reading out loud. At the far end of the hill, there were still people busy working. The sun started to go down and all those people started to go home after a busy day. Wang Yao closed the book and stored it away in the system panel. After thinking for a while with his eyes closed, he stood up and went home. Chapter 39. A girl who was graceful and slim, but noisy. When Wang Yao arrived home, he saw that Wang Ru, his sister, was at home as well. "Hi sis," said Wang Yao. "Yao, Mom said you're on the hill all the time, even staying overnight there. Are you possessed? I thought you were going to find a proper job in town. How come that didn't happen?" Wang Ru started to preach Wang Yao even before he sat down. "Don't try to change the topic. You said you found a boyfriend last week," said Zhang Ziyang with her hand tapping on the table. "I dumped him," said Wang Ru with a smile. "Why?" said Zhang Ziyang with her eyes wide open. "We didn't get along," said Wang Ru. "Again? Darling, can't you find a different excuse next time?" said Zhang Ziyang. "Mom, why bother about such things?" "I'm not even worried myself," said Wang Ru impatiently. "Of course I'm bothered. I don't even want to go out because everyone in the village asks me when you will get married. And you don't know what they say behind our backs," said Zhang Ziyang angrily. "Who's been talking behind my back?" "Those freaking gossipers." Wang Ru rolled her eyes and hit the table when she stood up. "Sit down," shouted Zhang Ziyang. Wang Ru sat down obediently. Wang Yao could sense the tense atmosphere. He stood up and walked towards his room in case they started to talk about him. "You? Where are you going?" Zhang Ziyang lifted her head up and spoke to Wang Yao. "Shit," thought Wang Yao. "When will you find yourself a girlfriend?" asked Zhang Ziying. Well, Mom, you probably should talk to my sister first. She's older than me. I should wait until after she's married. What do you think? Said Wang Yao. What are you saying? Wang Ru pointed at Wang Yao angrily. I agree with Yao, you should hurry up and find a boyfriend next month. Said Zhang Ziying. Mom? You've asked me to bring home a boyfriend when it's Chinese New Year. How come it changed to next month? Said Wang Ru. Don't bargain with me. Said Zhang Ziying firmly. Wang Fenghe didn't have dinner at home as he had other arrangements. Wang Yao still couldn't have dinner in peace with his mother and sister when his father was not around. Wang Yao quickly finished his meal and hid in his room. He started to read some medical books as usual, but not for long because Wang Ru entered his room. No Sine Canon of the Yellow Emperor, Compendium of Materia Medica, invaluable prescriptions for ready reference. What are you doing? Learning medicine? Wang Ru asked in surprise as she read through the books on Wang Yao's table. Just for leisure, said Wang Yao casually. The entry examination for civil servants is going to start soon. There are a lot of vacancies in town and in the city. I think you should start to prepare for the exam. Wang Yao would have listened to his sister if it had been several months ago, but now, he was not interested. Sis, I'm not interested in becoming a civil servant, said Wang Yao. Then what do you want to do? Grow herbs and become a quack doctor? Challenged Wang Ru. I'm a traditional Chinese pharmacist. What pharmacist? Like a drug analyst? Sis, I think your priority should be finding a husband. Don't worry about me and what I do for a living. Said Wang Yao. Your sister is as pretty as a flower, I have numerous admirers, said Wang Ru. I do admire your confidence, sis. If that's the case, then you should bring someone home in no time. Choose someone reliable. Said Wang Yao. What do you mean? Said Wang Yao. I'm going to sleep now. You should go out to chat with Mom, Wang Yao said as he pushed Wang Ru out of his room. After sending her sister away, Wang Yao went to sleep after reading one of the books for a short while. He got up early the next morning to start his busy day. He watered the herbal field, climbed to the top of the hill and practiced his breathing. Then he went to the cottage to brew decoctions. As soon as he started though, someone came to look for him. Hi, what is this? It was his sister Wang Ru. This one looks good. What do you need so many herbs for? Wang Ru went on and on with her questions. She looked around, checked here and there, and was really disruptive. It took Wang Yao a while to send her away. By the time Wang Ru had left, it was already time for lunch. Fortunately, Wang Ru didn't come back and Wang Yao successfully made another formula. He also made an Anshensen decoction for Tian Tuinen's friend. After he returned home at night, he found his sister Wang Ru was still at home. Hi, sis, you don't need to go to work? Asked Wang Yao. It's Saturday today, replied Wang Ru. Wang Yao wasn't aware that it was the weekend as he had been so busy working on the hill. Well, you rarely come home on the weekends. What happened this week? Asked Wang Yao. Wang Ru's phone suddenly rang as she was about to speak. She took a look at the number and frowned, then threw her mobile phone away. Who was it? Why didn't you pick up the phone? Asked Wang Yao. Someone annoying. Said Wang Ru with a stern face. One of your admirers? Joked Wang Yao. Who? Which admirer? Zhang Ziying caught their conversation even when she was in a different room. She immediately came in with a knife still in her hand. What the hell, Mom? Wang Yao and his sister jumped as they saw the knife. You just said you have an admirer? Zhang Ziying put the knife on the table and asked eagerly. One of my co-workers, said Wang Ru as she didn't think she could hide it anymore. This is a good thing. What's his name? What kind of person is he? Does he have any siblings? Zhang Ziying asked with a smile, as if she was checking on household occupants. Not a nice person. He's into drinking, food, prostitutes and gambling. He and his ex-wife just divorced," said Wang Ru grumpily. "What?" Zhang Ziyang and Wang Yao were in shock after they heard this. "Such a scumbag," said Wang Yao. "You must ignore him then," said Zhang Ziyang anxiously. "Of course. I don't even want to talk to him. That's why I'm hiding at home," said Wang Ru. "That's good." Zhang Ziyang went back to the kitchen. "Sis, what's the name of that guy?" asked Wang Yao. "Hu Chenggan," said Wang Ru casually. But she didn't feel quite right. She turned her head around and asked Wang Yao, "Why do you ask?" "Just curious. I was also wondering what kind of social status he's in." "Why is that?" asked Wang Ru curiously. "Because you are not the kind of person who hides from someone. I presume that person is either a rogue or someone with a strong background, and I don't think the Agricultural Bureau would hire a rogue." "So, he must have a strong background," explained Wang Yao. "Good, you didn't waste time watching Detective Conan," said Wang Ru. His father started a business of selling rocks which brought thousands of millions of yuan to his family. One of his uncles is the deputy chief of the auditing department. I don't want to get into a conflict with him. "I see. But if he crosses the line, I won't be scared of any conflicts," said Wang Yao. "No, I still want to keep my job. I don't want my boss to stab me in the back," said Wang Ru with a frown. "You can always quit your job," said Wang Yao with a smile. "Quit? What else can I do?" "Grow herbs with you?" said Wang Ru. I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't just hire anybody." "No way. I would be too stupid to give up my job and grow herbs with you," said Wang Ru. Chapter 40. Nothing can be traded for the hill. I was just joking. Don't be upset, sis. But don't look down on me. Even gold can't be traded for my Nanshan Hill and my herbs." Wang Yao laughed. "Okay, say whatever you want." "Ha." Wang Yao laughed and didn't say anything more. Wang Yao left home and went back to the hill after lunch. He planned to brew 2 decoctions, one for the task and one for tea and 2 in. He started a mild fire, and the smell of the herbs started to diffuse into the air. Wang Yao was careful with every single step. Brewing decoctions was a very boring process to most people, but not to Wang Yao, who somehow enjoyed it. At last, an anshensen was successfully made. Wang Yao was relieved and poured the warm-colored decoction into a white china bottle. After cleaning up a bit, he started to brew another decoction. It started to get dark outside. Outside the cottage, Sanxian seemed to hear something, and he walked to the window. After a while, Wang Yao started to read natural classics again. It was windy outside. The next morning, on the top of Nanshan Hill, there was a rock with a wide surface and a narrow bottom. Next to the rock was a cliff about a couple meters high. People could feel a bit faint of heart when standing near the cliff. There was a person sitting on the rock. He was as still as the rock itself as he practiced his breathing. Suddenly, he felt a warm current moving inside his belly. It was qi. Wang Yao was thrilled. This was the entry level of the method to being self-renewed and inducing qi. It consisted of deep breathing carefully controlled by the diaphragm. The trace of qi was also called essential qi. The essential qi consisted of congenital qi and acquired qi. Life completely relied on the essential qi. In some novels, transferring a trace of essential qi to a person could prevent aging, sickness and even death. It was not all fake. The sun rose high into the sky. After a short while, Wang Yao got off the rock and returned to the herbal field. A Land Rover drove into the village in the morning. It was the 4th time this vehicle had come to the village. Some of the villagers had even recognized the vehicle. "This car again?" said one of the villagers. "How come they are here again?" "Are they going to Nanshan Hill?" said another villager. "Going up to Nanshan Hill?" Wang Ru, who stayed at home, heard people talking. She took a glance at the Land Rover and saw a couple number 9s on the number plate. "What a special number plate," I think I've seen it somewhere, thought Wang Ru. Out of curiosity, she followed the vehicle up to Nanshan Hill. The Land Rover stopped 10 meters away from the cottage, and a man walked out of the vehicle and up the hill. He was Tian Tuin. He had made an appointment with Wang Yao to fetch the decoction. "Morning," said Tian Tuin. "Morning, Mr. Tian, please come in." Wang Yao invited Tian Tuin to the cottage. The cottage was full of the smell of herbs, as Wang Yao had been brewing decoctions inside for days. "Please have some tea." Wang Yao used ancient spring water to make a cup of tea for Tian Tuin. "Fabulous tea," said Tian Tuin after drinking it. "It's just some common tea from the hill." Wang Yao smiled. "You are too modest, this tea is not common at all." "Is the decoction ready?" asked Tian Tuin. "Yes." Wang Yao took out the anshensen and gave it to Tian Tuin. "Thank you." Tian Tuin transferred money to Wang Yao's bank account immediately. Soon after, Wang Yao received a text message from the bank indicating he had 200,000 more yuan in his account. This was probably what they called making fast money. When Wang Yao was chatting with Tian Tuin, Sanxian started to bark. "Is there someone nearby?" "Sis? How come you are here again?" Wang Yao felt annoyed when he saw his sister. "Am I not welcome here? How come the stupid dog didn't recognize me?" Wang Ru was cranky. Tian, let me introduce you. This is my elder sister, Wang Ru. Sis, this is Mr. Tian." "Hello," said Tian Tuin. "Hello. Have I seen you somewhere before?" Wang Ru stared at Tian Tuin for a while. "Jiahu Group. Are you Mr. Tian from Jiahu Group?" Wang Ru finally recognized Tian Tuin after thinking for a while. She was very surprised to see him here. "Yes, that's me," said Tian Tuin with a smile. "Oh my God, how come the CEO of a company with hundreds of millions of assets, a prominent figure of Lianshan, even the whole of Haikui, is talking casually with my brother? Seems like they've known each other for a while." Suddenly, Wang Ru's head was full of questions. Tian Tuin left after chatting with Wang Yao and Wang Ru for a short while. After he left, Wang Ru looked at Wang Yao strangely. "Sis, why are you looking at me like that?" asked Wang Yao. "Tell me the truth. How do you know Tian Tuin?" asked Wang Ru. "He came to the hill once, and we chatted for a bit," said Wang Yao with a smile. "Coming up to the hill? How would a CEO of a big company have the time to come here? There is absolutely nothing on Nanshan Hill," said Wang Ru. Wang Ru looked about. All that she could see were trees, farms and some rocks. There was nothing special on the hill, and the place was quite isolated. No one came here apart from the villagers. "I think it's quite nice here. There are trees and water, fields and gardens. It is nice and quiet here," said Wang Yao. "Bullshit. Tell me the truth," demanded Wang Ru. "I'm telling you the truth." "Is he someone special?" asked Wang Yao curiously. He previously heard from his auntie that Tian Tuin was a businessman who made a lot of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent over 700,000 yuan so easily just for 3 formulas. Of course. He is the CEO of Jiahu Group and one of the top 3 entrepreneurs in Lianshan. He is even a respected person in Haikui. He was on TV just a few days ago," said Wang Ru. "I see," said Wang Yao casually. "Hey, look at you. You've got to maintain a good relationship with him. I heard he even hangs out with the leaders of Lianshan and Haikui," said Wang Ru. "Why? I don't need his help, and our village has nothing to do with him," said Wang Yao calmly. "You?" Wang Ru was speechless. Her brother's nonchalant attitude almost caused her to go mad. "I'm not going to waste my time talking to you anymore. I'm off." Wang Ru left the hill. Wang Ru was such a pretty girl, but her hustling and bustling personality made her seem too aggressive. "Don't rush, sis," Wang Yao called out. When he was having lunch at home, the way Wang Ru looked at him was still quite strange. Wang Ya didn't want any bad advice from his sister, so he went back to Nanshan Hill afterwards. "Mom, is my brother on the Nanshan Hill all the time?" asked Wang Ru. "Yes, what about him?" said Zhang Ziying. "What has he been doing up there?" asked Wang Ru. "Growing herbs," said Zhang Ziying. End of part 1. Novels Whole Dynasty.